gleaming and hearts of steel. They march into battle with grim resolve to deal. For Mordian's honor, they raise their cry against the Tall's fury. They'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. Through the fire and smoke, they press on, facing Vexino's horde until the dawn. With every volley, they hold the line. Their determination, an unbreakable sign. For Mordian's honor, they raise their cry against the Tall's fury. They'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. Though the enemy's technology may be advanced, the Mordian spirit will never be chanced. With faith in the Emperor, they fight as one. Their bravery shining brighter than the sun. For Mordian's honor, they raise their cry against the Tall's fury. They'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. So let their story be told through the ages to come, of the Mordian 50th rifles and of the wars that they have won.
Kritak.
Hello again and welcome to another Mordian Glory live stream. It's an ugly stream. I was going to say a beef stream, but I don't think I've actually got any beef today. My God, could it be a beefless stream? Is it? Well, Activity seems to think not. How are we all doing today, my little chickadees? It is time for another Mordian Glory live stream. And I very nearly was going to have this as an impromptu hobby stream. Very nearly. Because I got built and primed 10 of the old Japanese assault frame infantry. And I got to tell you, these things are great. These things look fucking sick. I got 10 more of these turning up. I'm going to have 20 of them turning up. Well, 20 of them in total. So I nearly was like, fuck it, let's just like get fucking down there and paint some Banzai boys. But it seemed like it would only be proper to adhere to traditions and do the hobbying streams and the hobbying days and all that kind of stuff. So I haven't done it, but I kind of wish I was paid right now. I did a little bit of painting earlier today and it really got me in the mood. But there we are. But today, what are we actually doing? We are going to be talking about anything and everything. We are going to be talking about Warhammer 40k, about Old World, about Bot Act, about Konflikt 47. We are going to be having just a classic Mordian Glory live stream where we talk about anything from competitive play to casual play to hobbying to army lists, whatever it may be. We're just going to have a nice, proper, old school, before the time of beef. Before the time of beef, we're going to have a proper old school MG live stream. And I have to say, I'm really looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to having a proper stream today, guys. So there we are. But with all that said, now let's get into the stream proper. And of course, that means we must begin with our traditions. Traditions are very important in the Mordian Glory channel. Traditions are what separate us from the renegades, the heretics, the traitors, and what make us the Emperor's true finest, his Imperial Guard. Stand up and be counted. It's time for roll call, baby! Let's see who is in the stream tonight. Let's see who is ready to rock out with their bayonet out. Let's have a look here. So, starting us off with fucking hell, I think Spriggs might be it. We have got Chicken Detonate, RT was here, Mr. Sinner, Max Irian, Eternal Rhombus, Sam Wilson, Wolf 58, Squart, Cobra, Russell W, Spriggs, Squidfist, Arise! We've got Raspberry, Russell W, Wolfenbach, The Wartforge, Jenny Bratz, Mark Coyle, Christopher J, Justin Miller, we've got Wartforge, Atomic Timothy, Jeddah, Romaic, and Jenny Bratz, and Brown Bread, and Fool's Fate. And we've also got... 1 minute. Fucking hell. Oh, it's all gone peak tongue. 1 minute. I've bloody lost me place. Oh, my God. I can't tell if Spriggs done... We had 2 waves. Oh, that's why. We had 2 bloody waves of Spriggs. That's why it went all wrong. Right, where's fucking Fool's Fate now? Full Metal Owl, Godlike Poet, That Rat Bastard, Fun Jacob, The Talzun, Caspian, and we've got Mad Larkin, and we've got Celt, and we've got Chicken Detonator, Dance Clock, we have got Zello, and Marold, and Lower Decks, Mark Coyle, Talzun, Artie, Celt, Saban Wilson, Russell W, Macon, Eternal Rhombus, Godlike Poet, Creed on Vacation, Dexian, Butt Mountain, Paulo Serra, Mutt Dog, That Rat Bastard, Spleen Lord, Big Paws. We've got Raspberry, John Shepherd, Matthew Edwards, and I think that Snake, and Celt, and Mankiewicz Bronski, and Syriade, and Mike P, and Helder B&E, and Sonsu, and Reagan. Hey! Welcome. Thank you so much, all of you crazy, beautiful bastards who have joined today's stream. Thank you for being here. Don't forget to go ahead and like and subscribe and all of that good stuff, because it helps. It really does. It boosts the old channel. It gets us closer to our channel goals, all that kind of good stuff. So big thank you to all of you that have already gone ahead and done that. And those of you that haven't done it, like the stream, you bastards. Subscribe to the channel, you scurvy dogs. We've also, I want to say a big thank you to everyone who's got the stream popping off. Coming in with all the super chats, the member flex, the gifted memberships, and all that good stuff. And let's take a moment to see who has got the stream started. Right, before we do, I need to blow my nose. It's for some reason, just as I have started streaming, has gone blocked. Now, don't worry, I'm going to mute the microphone so you guys don't have to hear the disgusting noises. All right, there we go. Godlike Poet, Morning Glory, where's the link to the Discord and the YouTube member page? Sometimes YouTube just like randomly deletes it. So I'll tell you what, why don't I have a quick look? Oh yeah, no, YouTube's just randomly deleted it. I'll post it again at the end of the, well, I can post it now. 1 minute. Yeah, YouTube only like, for some reason, only keeps member posts for a certain length of time now. It didn't used to. So the first, let's have a look here. The first time I did it, it lasted for years, and then YouTube must have done an update of some kind because they don't seem to keep them around for very long anymore. So here we go. Discord for channel members and Patreons. All right. There you go. There you are. Okay, I've posted it now. Yeah, it's just a YouTube thing. Yeah. There you go. All right, so what have we got next? We've got some super chats here. Russell W. Russell W, thank you for the gifted membership, sir. Thank you for the support. Thank you for doing your part. 07, you magnificent bastard. Thank you for keeping us fresh stocked with new channel members. By the way, I don't know if it's still happening, but speaking of super chats and stuff, another YouTube fuck up is YouTube. If you try to do super chats on the mobile app, it's like 50-50 if it'll like work or whatnot. So if you're struggling to do like super chats via the mobile app and you want to do one, you want to support the channel, then try doing it via like web browser instead, and you should be okay. Just thought I'd mention it because I know it can be a bit of a weird. YouTube's just been doing its level best to just like really fuck up live streams recently. Yeah. So if anyone's having any issues, it was definitely doing it earlier today. If anyone's having any issues, there you go. We've got if you don't want to fuck around with the web browser, we've got a tipping link in the description as well. So there we are. We've also got more support coming in here. We've got Chicken Detonator. Chicken Detonator, thank you for the gifted membership, sir. Thank you for the support. Thank you for doing your part. Amazing, man. I didn't get a chance to pick up my package today. It's gonna have to be next week, unfortunately. Sorry, Chicken Detonator. It would be this week, but I'm now filming battle reports on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, and I won't have time to pick it up tomorrow. So it's gonna be next week. There you go. But I do apologize, man. But don't worry, I will absolutely make sure I go and get it next week without fail. Yeah, I'll set myself all sort of reminders and everything so I don't forget. Dude, thank you for your support. And thank you for your patience as well. And Tropic Tyranny, thank you for a super chat, man. Beef! Oh my God, have we got beef alert? My God. We might have a big beef alert. Let's take a look here. My God, it looks like we have some beef. 1 minute. Let's see if we have beef or not. I thought we were going to have a beefless stream, but apparently not. So, Tropic Tyranny. Beef! We are BeefCon. Mate, well, I don't know what BeefCon we're at. Chat can decide what BeefCon we're at. I've been really looking forward to StarCraft Matrix game, and the early rules reveal is such disappointment. From what I've seen so far, it looks like a tweak of modern 40k rather than a genuinely new system. This felt like a huge opportunity to do something innovative and with such an iconic universe, but the game instead appears to follow the modern GW Newhammer formula. Well, we did see some rules previews earlier, so which I thought looked fine. I don't know. We'll see. Some people say that's a strength. Being familiar makes it easy to pick up. I understand the argument, but I don't agree. I expect the game to have good early nostalgia sales and then fizzle out. Why? High quality, differentiated gameplay delivers longevity. StarCraft TMG doesn't have that. I already have a large 40k collection. I don't need another game that feels like a variation of something I already have. The gameplay looks like an abstract, competitive, tournament-optimized match play game where the goal of list building is to optimize for reliable outcomes where dice rolls don't appear to have a big impact. I mean, it's StarCraft. It's literally like the competitive RTS game of all time. So them making the miniatures game reflect that. Yeah, it sounds like StarCraft. So I'll say this on Tropic Tyranny. I'm not completely dismissing your point, but here's the difference, right? 40k started out very narratively focused, or should we say, started out with more vibes. Not narrative. It's 40k started out more vibes, and now has become no vibes, and that's why I hate on 40k. If a game comes out there and it's like, if a game comes out and says this is like the competitive game, I'm less bothered about that, especially if its video game history is competitive. So there's a difference there. Now, I'm not saying that the thing is, at the same time, I also get where you're coming from, because like, I'm not sure going for a competitive style is the right choice, because, well, War Machine did that and look where that ended up. X-Wing did that and look where that ended up. So it's a bit of a tricky one. I can see it from both sides, for sure. There's also the practical issue of community. I already have plenty of people around me to play competitive 40k. Start to use system means recruiting players and building a new scene, which is a big ask if the gameplay ends up feeling broadly similar to something people already play. Why put the work in and then get the same result at the end? I'm genuinely disappointed. StarCraft has the potential to deliver something unique on the tabletop, but right now looks like a familiar formula with tweaks rather than a bold new direction. What they should have delivered is a war simulation game with tension, unexpected moments, and limited abstraction, in stark contrast to MonGW. Not the same old new hammer we've grown to hate. I wonder if they have decided to try and poach competitive 40k players. This could be a 5D chess maneuver, right? And let me explain why. 40k 10th edition is worn out. 40k 11th edition very well may be more of the same of 10th. Might be 10.5. Now, if that's the case, then there might be a lot, especially considering the meta that we're in right now and how boring it is that it's dominated by like Catan and Ultramarines and how quickly that's got stale. There are probably a lot of competitive players, a lot of people who are looking for like the next big competitive itch to scratch. Could it be if you're a hyper competitive 40k player and you're like, I like this game because it's the most competitive tabletop war game out there. What's going to happen if someone releases a game that's literally designed for that and be designed for that, but it's better than 40k at doing it because it hasn't got 26 factions, which are never ever balanced, and at some point one is always fucking the other and all that kind of stuff. But you've got 3 factions. Remember, competitive players like the least variance possible. So it's like, well, 3 factions, there's a lot less variance on that than 26 factions. Could it be they are purposely trying, because competitive players don't really care all that much about the lore, and they don't really care all that much about like the vibes. They just care about like the gameplay. They just care about the cutting edge gameplay. So if you're a competitive person and it's like, and this game is available and it picks up big enough, it gets big enough, picks up enough, and starts being like a go-to competitive game, you could see a lot of people going over to it. And considering that this game has got huge amounts of like upgrades and a huge amount, like apparently, like for example, like the Terra Marines, you can have like one Marine. You can have like 3 or 4 different Marines stood next to each other, and each one is going to be like different with like different upgrades. Some have got combat shields, some don't. Some have got stims, some don't. All this kind of stuff. So I wonder if they will. They're trying to. I wonder if they're trying to like get it. Like if they're like, okay, 40k is bigger than ever before because of it being like this more competitive system. Let's do that, but even better. Maybe. Let's have a look at the gameplay. Let's have a look. All right. I'm ready. I'll turn up a little bit for you guys.
StarCraft is all about strategy.
I mean, it looks sick. Let's just watch that again. I don't know. It looks pretty sick. I love those Marines, man. I am so ready for Mass Marine.
StarCraft is all about...
Look at the giant car. Is that a cardboard cutout Marine or like actual like Marine armor, like cosplay armor?
Strategy, execution, and foresight, where a single action leaves lasting consequences. Now you can experience the game on your tabletop for the first time by playing one of 3 unique races, as well as many sub-factions.
It does look really good.
But players build their base and their army, and then battle it out with others over control of important objectives, which may very well determine the fate of the universe.
So you build your base. Wait, is there base building mechanics in this?
In this video, we will showcase a full starter set for StarCraft, the tabletop miniatures game, which includes miniatures, tokens, dice, and terrain sets.
I feel like I'm getting sucked in by the propaganda here on Tropic Tyranny. It looks fucking sick, mate.
Each round is divided into 4 phases. The movement phase, where players maneuver their units across the battlefield. The assault phase, where units clash, leading to devastating charges and brutal barrages. The combat phase, where we resolve every close combat attack. And finally, the scoring phase, where players determine control over the mission markers and objectives and score points for them.
Cumulative scoring is a bit... Yeah. Do you know what I mean? I'm not a massive fan of the cumulative scoring, but let's see.
To start things off, we need to know what we're fighting for and where we are deploying. Both players bring 2 mission cards and 2 deployment cards to the battle. And roll.
Oh, interesting. Supply drop. Okay. Okay.
2 6-sided dice each. Whoever rolls the highest decides either the mission draft or the deployment draft. The Zerg.
Ooh. That's kind of interesting. So both players bring 2 mission cards and 2 deployment cards. You roll a d6 to you have a roll off to see okay who's going to pick the mission, and you have a roll off to see who's going to pick the deployment. It does look a lot like 40k, all right. It does, but that I quite like that. I don't know. I quite like the idea of you have to roll off to see what primary mission you're gonna do. That's kind of cool. Cause, yeah, that's kind of cool, man. The deployment definitely seems a little 40k-esque. But, I mean, I don't know, like, that's a kind of an interesting deployment there. Yeah. I don't know.
Player won in this case, and chose to control the mission draft. The player who doesn't choose the mission draft bans 2 cards, after which the controlling player then picks the final card, which will be used in this game.
Okay.
The same is done for the deployment cards, but the roles of the players are reversed. After mission and deployment have been chosen, we're going to do a roll-off to determine initiative. The Zerg player won the roll-off, so they get to choose who goes first. In this case,
I like that you get to choose. I hate that in 40k you have to go first. The roll-off should always give you the choice.
they choose to take the initiative. We start off in the movement phase, which is where we move units and deploy new ones onto the battlefield. We'll start off by deploying a unit of Zerglings by activating them from our reserves. We take one model from the unit and move it from the edge of the table using its movement value. This is our leading model for this action. Next, we deploy the rest of the models from that unit within the coherency range.
Cool.
Usually this range is 3
So it's like first wave in bolt action. Your first turn is moving your models onto the board, I believe.
inches, but in the case of this Zergling unit, it's 4 inches. Once we're done, we put down an activation token next to the unit with the arrow side up to mark that it has been activated in the movement phase and can't be activated again until the next phase. Players alternate taking turns, so it's now the Terran player's turn to deploy. Let's have a look at another action we can do in the movement phase. Moving. In this example, the Terran player will activate their Marines to move forward. Similar
So obviously first turn, your movement phase is basically moving onto the board. Second turn, obviously at that point you're then moving around.
to deployment, you choose a leading model, which can be any model in the unit, and move it by any number of inches depending on its movement characteristic. Once the leading model has been moved, the rest of the models in that unit are placed within coherency range of the leading model.
I have to say, I do find that style of movement very unique. You place the leading model and then everyone else gets placed in coherency. Now it looks like you have to place everyone in coherency behind the leading model. So you can't have the leading model up front and then everyone else basically gets placed in front of him. So it looks like you place the leading model and then everyone else, it's the leading model. Because otherwise, obviously, you could get some free movement out of that. So that's interesting.
Important to note that at any point during the movement or deployment, the models in your unit must be at least 1 inch away from any enemy models. Now it's the Zerg player's turn.
So people are saying you might that's not what it says there. I'm just saying based on what I've seen, how they've moved the models, they've put one model first and then everyone else kind of around it. So I think that's how it's meant to be done.
They will choose to perform the hold position action. After the Zerglings move, the player controlling them will choose to burrow them into the ground by using the lie in wait ability.
That's kind of cool. You can actually get your guys to burrow. That's kind of cool.
The hatchery tactical card. There's one or more action.
If tactical cards are going to be stratagems, aren't they? They're going to be stratagems, aren't they?
From the hatchery tactical card. There's one or more action that a unit can take during the movement phase. They can disengage from a close
Maybe they can
combat
move around in
encounter.
front. I'm not too worried if you
It
can.
functions the same way as a normal move, but must be taken instead of a regular move action. If you wish to move out of close combat, units with more supply than the enemy can disengage without penalty. In any other case, disengaging means that you won't be able to charge or shoot with this unit in the following phase. So use this.
It's like a strange mixture of you're going to move on the board like you do in bolt action. You're going to move around the board like you do in Star Wars Legion. You're going to be able to fall back from combat like you can in Warhammer 40k. And it's definitely not just 40k. They've definitely copied several people's homework. They definitely have done.
Action wisely. In the movement phase, both players each have an activation left. But instead of activating a unit, a player may choose to pass, foregoing the rest of their activations in this phase, but getting to choose if they go first or second in the next phase. In this example, the Terran player will pass first, gaining the first player token from their opponent.
Oh, that's kind of interesting.
Players place down activation tokens on any unactivated units.
So if you pass first, if you go, I'm going to pass. If you're the first person to pass, it means you get to activate the first unit next turn. That's really like interesting because there could be a point where you're like, I really need that first turn. I really need that first activation next turn, but I've only moved like half of the units. But I really, really need it turn 2. Like my whole strategy is built around it. So pass, and you go like, interesting, yeah.
Next, we have the beginning of the assault phase. This is where players can do one of 4 actions: charge, move, hold, or perform a ranged attack.
So straight away, that's great. Okay. Straight away, I'm going to say 100%. This is a huge departure from 40k, and is a huge point in this game's favor, because units get to do one of those things in the assault phase. They don't get to do all of them. One of the things I've been saying more recently about 40k, for about a year or two now, is that the reason 40k is so lethal, modern New Hammer 40k is so lethal, is because everyone can move and shoot and charge. Whereas if you look at other game systems, units don't get to do all of those. They get to do like one of those, or like 2 halves. So like in Old World, for example, you charge at the beginning of your movement phase. If you're locked in combat, you then can't shoot or be shot at. If you fail to charge, you then can't shoot as well. So you can't so because that happens at the beginning, it basically means that's the one thing you get to do. And then like in Bolt Action, that's K-47, for example, the only time you can do 2 things is if you do an advance order where you move and shoot, but you don't get to charge, and moving and shooting means you are -1 to hit penalty. So you get to do 2 half, and you only move half speed. So you get to move at half speed, shoot at half capability, essentially. So 2 halves, but essentially adds up to you doing like 1 full thing. So it's actually kind of interesting the way they've done this. Atomic Tyranny, I can definitely see why some alarm bells started ringing. Like the idea of like cards being there, the idea of cumulative scoring being there. I can definitely see why alarm bells would be ringing. But right now at this point, I'm not seeing beef. I'm seeing like reasons. I'm seeing reasons to be excited, not reasons to be beefed. All right. And I have no skin in the game for the StarCraft game. None whatsoever. I've not had a brown paper envelope from Archon or anything like that. I'm just being completely objective and saying I'm seeing more reasons to be excited than reasons to be concerned. I can see why alarm bells would be ringing, but I think they should be. I think we're at like BeefCon 3. We're definitely not at BeefCon 1.
Each choice leading to lasting consequences. As the Terran player has the first player token, they will choose to...
Why does the Marauder look like it's got giant fucking titties?
activate their Marauders.
I can't unsee that
which
now.
will fire upon the enemy roaches. We check the range of each individual model in the unit, and then line of sight from each individual unit. Line of sight is checked on a 2D plane by creating an imaginary line from the attacker's base to the defending unit's base.
Base to base, not any point on the model. I like that.
Let's go over the stats we can find on a unit card.
All right, let's have a look at one of these things. Range 12, target ground, so you can't shoot air units, I imagine. ROA, I imagine rate of attacks is 3, hit 3+. So fixed to hit values, I will admit. You guys know my opinion on fixed hit values, but there are there's a chance that it absolutely works in this game because there's only 3 factions and like a dozen units per faction. So it's way less of a problem. Like it's a fixed hit system can absolutely work if you've only got a few things you need to differentiate between. If you only differentiate between, a unit that's better at shooting hits on a 3+, but hits, melee on like a 4+. But like, rather than having to like, what's the difference between like a Custodes and a Terminator and an Inner Circle Knight and a Chaos Chosen and so on and so forth. Fixed hit values can work. I just don't think they can work with 40k with how many like variants and variables there are and how many units you need to try and make feel different. It's still, I don't like it. It's still still a small red flag, but it's still a little bit, I'm still willing to give it a little bit more rope.
This will help us to identify how much damage a unit can inflict and how much damage it can take before being removed from the table. The Marauder weapon has a rate of attack of 3, which means that each model that is in range and has line of sight of its target adds 3 dice to the attack roll.
Pretty simple.
With them hitting on 3+. Let's talk about combat tags now. These are meant to be descriptors of what the unit is and what weapons it may be weak to. This directly functions in tandem with another core mechanic, Surge, allowing you to avoid the enemy's armor roll if you're using an effective counter against them. Marauders are especially...
So if you have Surge type armored and you're shooting an armored unit, you just completely ignore their armor save. That's a little spicy.
Anti-armored unit, and as such have a D3 surge against armored units, which the roaches are. Each point of surge allows you to have one of your hits ignore the opponent's armor roll.
Yeah.
Additionally, Marauders have a Pierce Armor 2, which means that the value of their damage is increased to 2 against armored targets. Our Marauders roll 3 surges in total with 4 hits. This means that 3 of these hits go through, and one of them goes to the defense pool, which the defender will make an armor roll. In this case, the defender blocks the 1 hit in the defense pool, but can't block the surged hits, with each one dealing 2 damage for a total of 6. Roaches have 4 hit points each, which means that 1 roach dies, and the remaining 2 damage carries over and stays on the unit, marking it with a die. Another damage is inflicted. We end the activation of the Marauders.
That's not so bad.
By flipping the activation token to the assault side. Next,
that's not so bad.
The player decides to activate their queen.
I do think I misunderstood something, because it was like you have the pierce, which reduces the enemy. Oh no, it does more damage. So it goes from damage 1 to damage 2. Okay, yeah, no, it was fine. Yeah.
Moves them out of the way to create a path for their Zerglings. As with the Marauders, the activation token is flipped.
Oh, so you can move twice. So you could just like, I was going to move again. I moved once in the first phase. I'll just move again in my assault phase, whatever it is. Ah, that's kind of cool. That is kind of cool. Okay.
Once their activation ends. Going back to the...
Imagine having like a huge swarm of like Zerglings and just being like, move once, move twice, like bang, bang.
Player,
it's cool.
Shoot the roaches, but due to a lack of effectiveness and surge to get through their armor, they only manage to deal 1 damage.
How interesting.
Now, the Zerg player...
How interesting. See, look at the difference. Like, the Marines just aren't good against the roaches. Also, counting up wounds is terribly vexing, but it's fine. But it does go to show you got to bring... But that's very StarCraft. Again, that's very StarCraft, because it is like, you know, in StarCraft, if you don't bring the right units for the engagement, you just get fucking butchered. You know, you got, you know, that, yeah. So, yeah. It fits. Look, it feels very StarCraft.
Air will charge at the Terran.
Guys, remember, vibes. Each game has got a different vibe. The vibe of 40k will feel different to the vibe of Old, which will feel different to the vibe of K47, right? Like K47 and Old World, they play nothing like each other, and yet I love both of them because when I'm playing them, they feel like they should do for the game that I am playing and for the universe that I'm involved in, right? If this game feels like... This game could be quite competitive with rock, paper, scissors mechanics and all that kind of stuff. It can feel like that and be totally okay. And that might sound super hypocritical, but it can be totally okay because that's StarCraft. I played a little bit of StarCraft back in the day. I played a little bit of the first one. I played a lot of the Wings of Liberty when it came out. And then by the time the second one came out, I'd left university and I didn't have as much free time as I used to have. So I'm kind of okay with this feeling more like a video game because fucking StarCraft is a video game. Yeah, I'm okay with it.
They activate their unit of Zerglings, and using the Roach Warren tactic card, they are able to immediately unburrow without expending a normal action, allowing them to immediately charge. When declaring a charge, we choose a leading model and a target for the charge. Then we roll a d6 and add our speed characteristic to the results. This is the amount that...
Semi-random charge is okay. It's how you do it in Old World. You have your base movement and then you roll 2d6 picking the highest. Obviously, this is your base movement plus d6. That's fine because you can, if you really need a charge to go off, you can try and basically guarantee you be in range by just making sure you're within your base movement. But it also allows you to try for those longer charges. Fixed charge is preferred. Semi-fixed, semi-random is acceptable.
That our leading model could potentially move. If moving the leading model towards the target would put you within an inch of the target, the charge is successful and you may place your
engagement
leading
range.
model
Okay.
there, with the rest of the models as close to the target as possible.
Zerglings!
Zerglings have a speed of 4 inches.
So they have a coherency of 4 inches. Zerglings can spread really wide. Interesting. Assault phase metabolic boost active when so many charges for this roll. Unit roll 2d6 and it's d6. Use the high result. Interesting devastating charge. Pass immediately after the unit completes the charge. Resolve impact 1. Okay.
And the Marines are 8 inches away, which means that we need a result of 3+ for the charge to be successful. If you don't roll enough and the charge is
back.
For the charge is away there, with the rest of the models as close to the target as possible. Zerglings have a speed of 4 inches and the Marines are 8 inches away, which means that we need a result of 3+ for the charge to be successful.
Okay.
If you don't roll
Wonder what the
enough
8
and
means.
the charge is unsuccessful,
4/8.
the unit stays in place. The charge was a success, what ho! And the Zerglings now close in on the Marines, following the leading model and staying in coherency, and are able to move closer than 1 inch to the Marines, as the 2 units are now engaged due to the charge. Zerglings have devastating charge as a special ability. This means that whenever they successfully charge a unit, they perform a number of attacks equal to the number of models that would be eligible to perform a close combat attack. In the case of these Zerglings, each model has impact hits with 1 attack that hits on a 5+. 4 of these hits land, and the Terran player must take a 5+ armor roll on their Marines. Fortunately, they end up saving 3 of these hits, which means that they only take 1 damage, marking it with a done.
What, Marines have got 2 wounds each? Interesting.
Now it's time to activate the Marines that were just charged. They can now shoot at the Zerglings that charged them. 5 of the Marines have a C-14 rifle as their main weapon. This gives them 10 dice that hit on 3+, as well as a D3
Wait, so you
surge
can
roll
shoot
because
in
it's
combat? Well,
effective
I guess
against a
in StarCraft you can shoot in combat. The Zerglings are quality. The Marines shoot them. Yeah, interesting.
armored Zerglings. After resolving
Very
this
feels
boss,
very
the last Marine
StarCrafty.
uses his AGG-12 sidearm weapon. 5 hits and 2 surges, so the Zerg player must make 3 armor rolls. Unfortunately, none of them are blocked. Oh dear. But as the Zerglings are already engaged in close combat and are being shot at, they get an evade roll, increasing their
Interesting.
survivability. 2 successful evade rolls means that only 3 of the 5 hits deal damage, removing 3 Zergling models. As in the movement phase, the first player to pass in the assault phase gets to choose if they receive the first player token or not. Once both players have passed, we move on to the close combat phase, starting with the first player.
Oh, how interesting. Ah, that's that. So you can be charged, and then you can shoot, and then you can then fight. Definitely, that feels like it makes assaulting a bit harder. That definitely seems like it makes assault a little bit harder.
This is where engaged units attack each other with melee weapons. The Zerglings are activated first, and they have a powerful attack. Each Zergling model provides 2 dice with a D3 surge against a lightly armored Marines. In close combat, only models which are at least 1 inch away from an enemy and any supporting models may perform an attack. The Zerglings roll 9 hits with 2 surges, so the Terran player now makes 7 armor rolls for their Marines, which block on 5+.
Marine armor's quite shit, isn't it?
Total down to
You kind of feel like marine armor should be higher than that.
and when adding the surge hits, the total damage, it's 5. Each Marine has 2 health, but as one already took a point of damage
But I
from the
suppose
initial charge,
you're on a 5 up saber, you've got 2 wounds, and there doesn't seem to be like an AP system. There's just like you either get your armor save or you don't. There's not like a -1 or -2. So
3 Marines
yeah.
are removed. In melee combat, we first and always remove models which aren't engaged with an enemy.
Interesting.
As at least half of the Marines have been removed, their supply drops by 1, making them less effective at controlling points by freeing up space for other units.
Oh, interesting. So I thought that supply thing was like, oh, if you take a squad of 3 Marines, it's like, well, I didn't even realize it said 0, but that's not. That's actually for like controlling objectives. So I'm assuming there's granular points, but there's variable OC. That is very, very 4th edition. I will tell you right now. In 4th edition 40k, you can only control an objective if you're above half strength. That's really good. That's actually really, really, really good. That's actually that's better than K47. You guys know I love K47. But that's better than K47. K47 is a real problem where like one dude can still be on the objective and until he's cleared off, it's still his objective. Yeah.
Units to enter the battlefield. Moving to the Terran player, they activate Marines to attack the Zerglings with the bayonet weapons. Each Marine has 2 dice and hits on a 5+. 2 units with the bayonets. This means the Zergling player performs 2 armor rolls on a 6+. But unfortunately, they don't manage to block any of the hits.
They only got 1 wound each, Zerglings. Yeah. Zergling, it's kind of cool seeing the Zerglings versus Marines.
Tabletop miniatures game. How about you head on over to the link below, pick yourselves up a starter set, a proto set, or why not go for both? Well, until next time, cheerio.
I'm not entirely on board with the super over-the-top British guy, but that's fine. That's okay. That actually does look quite good. Yeah. That okay. I'm just gonna say it. I actually don't think there's any beef there. Yeah. And John McTierney, I don't know if this is some kind of reverse psychology, but this has had the exact opposite effect of beef on me. This has made me go, I'm well interested. I'm well interested in that. Oh my God. I'm sorry, John McTierney. I can see why there would be red flags, though. Like I said, I can see the fixed hit values, like things like strategy cards and stuff like that. I can see why it would potentially feel like a bit oh dear, potentially like 40k-ified, but I think the I think the truth is that the game is. It's meant to feel like StarCraft, and it kind of feels like StarCraft. And whilst I can see some elements from 40k in there, I can absolutely see elements from other games, and I can see unique elements to that game. Yeah. The beef was actually hype in disguise. Exactly. It looks cool. Time to take it. I just want a siege tank. They are coming. Plastic siege tanks are coming for the game. Yeah. Very, very interesting. I feel like if you are a competitive 40k player, that game might be for you. I'm just going to say it. It feels fast-paced. It feels easy to learn. It feels like it'd be easy to learn. Big thing, I think, is if you're a competitive player who really likes to test your mettle, then the challenge of being able to build a list that can handle any situation, because you need a list that's going to be able to not only handle the different unit types you come across, but you need to be able to take into account, what if I lose the mission? What if I build my list specifically to win on certain missions? What happens if I just don't get the mission that I want because my opponent picks the one that they want? And what happens if I don't get the deployment I want? I think if you're I'm a competitive player, and I'm looking at that and I'm going, how interesting. How interesting indeed. Oh, dearie me. All right. Yeah, that's no beef. I'll tell you what. I'll say this. I've been keeping an eye on this StarCraft game. And up until now, I've been like, it looks interesting. It looks interesting. I'm curious, but that's as far as it goes. Like, I'm curious about it. After that video, I am more than curious. That game, I can envisage in my mind's eye looking out across a gaming hall, and at a place like Adepticon or something like that, and seeing tables of that being played. Target priority is going to be big. I agree, Cosmic. Yeah. Well. I'm just going to keep saying it. Well. I'm very, I think that's kind of interesting. McCon, I'm on Glory, a bit on supply. It's like OC and deployment points combined. Only so many supply from your army can be on the board at any time, so you've got to choose what you deploy. Oh, that's so interesting. Wait, so let's say you've got like a 2,000 point army, but you can, let's say you've got like a 2,000 point army, but you can only have like, it's like you only ever have like 1,000 points on at any time. So you've got to like, once one of your units is like destroyed, you can then bring another one onto the board. Is that what you're saying? So it's like, okay, I'm going to send out my initial like wave, but then as I take casualties, it might mean I get to deploy more units. Or even weaken units lowering their supply. Yeah, so it might be like, let's say you've got three max units of Marines. And then you go down, like each one of those goes down by like half. You could then bring on a 4th unit of Marines, for example. Now that does sound interesting. That sounds so good. You must construct into panels is a game mechanic. I love it. Yeah, this is cool. This is really, really, really cool. I wonder how many turns there are in a game though. But it means that you could get like smashed early on, but then you could pull it back by bringing in certain reinforcements. Yeah. 5 turns. That's why the lethality, interestingly, it's an interesting way to try and counter the lethality problem. It's interesting because, like, oh no, this game's really lethal, but it's all right because, generally speaking, I've always got a little bit in the tank. I've always got another unit I can bring on. So I mean, guys, you can, like, legitimately send out the first wave just to soften the enemy up. And then it doesn't matter if all those guys die, because then you could bring in a second wave that's like actually like your hard hitters. So you could like actually send out like a first wave of like Zerglings to test the enemy. And then when you see where the enemy has like deployed their units to try and like counter your Zerglings and whatnot, you could be like, okay, and now I'm going to bring on the second wave as a counter punch to those Marauders, to those medics, to that Goliath. It's cool. Or do you lead with your best stuff to try and get like an initial advantage? Like, I'm gonna lead, get these objectives locked down, and then I'm gonna like pour like cheap shit onto them after that, which my opponent will struggle to like deal with. You've got 2 different ways of doing it. Yeah. Yeah. It looks good. More strategy, more depth. Yeah. Yeah, well, and this is the thing. I will absolutely send in like an initial wave of completely unupgraded Marines. What is the least upgrade? What is the lowest point cost Marine I can get? All right, we'll send 4 squads of them in first and see what happens. Okay, we know where the enemy is now. Okay, so now send in the good Marines. There you go. No, wait, what do you mean? You send in some of the other Marines? Did I stutter? I think I said exactly what I was going to be sending in every turn. What kind of, I said I played a lot of StarCraft back in the day. What do you think was my strategy every game? Yeah. Yeah. There you go. Mass Marine, baby. Want to throw some more orders in there? I don't think so. Some medics? I don't think so. What I used to do is actually send in. I was always a macro guy, never really a micro guy. So what I would do is like I'd play, me and a few guys would play in like 4v4s, and what I would do is basically just really focus on having like a massive economy and just like spaffing out Marines. And then I would just, because you could do this in StarCraft, you could hand over control of your units to another player. So I would be like, I'm just going to okay, here's another 100 Marines, hand over control to X player. They're yours now. Here's another 50 Marines, hand over, just basically like do that. And if they were like, okay, we need to build something else instead, I just build something else instead. But I never actually, like, if I did any fighting, I'd be like, okay, I'm just going to A-click 100 Marines over here. Like, I'm just going to do that. Yeah. That's it. But like I would say to people, like, I can't do the micro. I can't be like, oh, he's injured, bring him back. He's injured. I can't do that. So it's like either I'm just gonna if you guys want to do micro with them, here you go. If you leave it up to me, I'm just gonna A-click them. Yeah. And like I like in one, obviously on the one hand that like that's not great, but on the other hand, we always had available Marines. We always had that. Yeah. That's it. we always had them. Yeah. So that's the way. And here's the funny thing. I do that in all sorts of games. I'm going off topic now, but in Sins of a Solar Empire, I used to be nicknamed the Iron Bank because I would just like, if someone's like, oh, I'm really low on resources, I'd literally just transfer over to them like 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, 100,000 of credits, of minerals. It didn't matter. Boom. When we used to play Solaris early game, when it was early, when you had the different like warp travel and everything, I would be like, and we were doing like a big like co-op like versus like AI kind of thing. I'd be like, right, who needs a 30-year trade deal for like 100, 200, 300 energy credits a month? Boom, there you go, you've got it. Just I don't need anything in return. Boom, you've got it. Yeah. So yeah, that's that. I'm never the micro guy. I never micro, never will micro. I'm not a micro guy. I'm a yield guy. I've said this again. It transcends all game systems. Doesn't matter what game system it is. I'm a yield guy. Whether it's a video game, whether it's a tabletop game, whether it's a board game, I'm a yield guy. Do you micro Dawn of War? Fuck no. I right-click the reinforcement button so that it always automatically reinforces, and then I just A-click forward. That's it. The only thing I micro is basilisks to do Earthshaker shells. That's it. There you go. That's it. Doesn't matter. Yeah. So that's my style. So going back to this game, it definitely feels like it definitely feels like a really, really cool game. And even though obviously it looks like it's designed for like 1v1, I'd love to see like 2v2, 3v3, 4v4 games for this thing. Because I reckon it could work quite well. It could scale up quite well. And you could really recreate some of those StarCraft battles from the video game. Yeah. There you go. Overall, no beef here. Actually looks sick as fuck. More interested than ever. Sorry, Angel Activity. Sorry, man. All right. What have we got next? We got more super chats coming in here. The lower decks. Thank you for super chat, man. Sir, conditions are terrible. The rations and the Chateau Leblanc 68 is supposed to be served slightly chilled. This is room temperature. I mean, I can't do anything about the room temperature, but I could send up the 58 instead of the 68 if you wanted to. Like it's meant to be better. I'll not have a member of the dynasty drinking any old slop. You will have whilst you mine the turnips, you will be thoroughly well lubricated. There you are. Romaic, thank you for the super chat, man. The beefings will continue until the hype improves. The funny thing is I think we're actually on a bit of a beef break at the moment. I think we actually are, because I did a poll, because we've been doing like 2 weeks of beef, and I did a poll, and the results came back, and the majority of people said they've had enough of the beef now. Like, we need a break from the beef. So I think we are now. We'll cover beef and live streams, but we're going to try and keep the daily videos to being maybe more hype, unless there's earth-shattering beef. Like you'll notice I didn't cover beef on the whole paint situation. Do you know what I mean? Like the rebranding on that or anything. And yeah, I actually do have some updates on beef though. You know the UKTC beef where they like fucked everyone over for like painting requirements. Yeah, they've run another tournament since then. Guess what? Based on community feedback, They have updated their painting requirements, and they weren't so anally retentive this time. See? People think that these organizations, these institutions are the ones that hold the power, but they do not. Tournament organizers have no power except for the power that you choose to give them. Games Workshop has no power. The moment that the people realize it, GW will have to start changing their ways. They'll have to start changing their ways. If GW released, like, if GW releases 11th edition and it is bad, and people just don't buy into it, people just don't just mindlessly consume product and then they get excited for the next product, then GW will change its ways. It's that simple. Like, we, the people, the people's glory, we have the power. Yeah. There you are. What have we got next? Meryl, my boy. Thank you for the gifted membership, sir. Thank you for your support. Thank you for doing your part, man. And as always, I raise my glass to you. You're an officer, a gentleman and a scholar. There we go. We've got Razavari. Thank you for super chat, man. Thank you for 31 months. Xbox, baby. Thoughts on using 10th edition units in 4th edition? Go for it, man. Just homebrew a few data sheets for it. No dramas whatsoever. You know, I mean, it depends. Yeah, if you wanted, like, if you're not sure if you've got some ideas, some units you want to be translated over, I'd happy to give a bit of guidance on it. But, you know, like, yeah, I mean, no, it's pretty easy to look down at a 10th edition unit, compare it to like a 4th edition similar unit, and then extrapolate its possible data sheet from there. Like, for example, like a Land Raider is armor 14 all round. For a Repulsor, I'd be like, give it 13, 12, for example. You know, it's not as tough as a Land Raider by any stretch of the imagination, but it's pretty well armored on the front and sides. Yeah, have the Laser Destroyer, just whatever the Vanquisher kind of rules are, just which in the Guard Codex, just transfer that over. Yeah, I think it's pretty simple. Yeah. Some things could just be counts as, like Venom Crawlers as Chaos Dreadnoughts. Exactly. Yeah. So yeah, I don't think it would be too difficult. And 4th edition, I think 4th edition did have like tank builders and stuff as well. And interestingly, I think points are fairly translatable. Yeah. So yeah, I think you could definitely do it. So the stats aren't the issue, it's the vibes, really. I mean, there is a certain charm to 4th edition being the way that it is. But at the same time, if someone came to me and said, if you could snap your fingers and have Games Workshop go, take Newhammer and basically translate it into the old Hammer way of doing things with all the existing units, I'd probably take that deal. I'd probably be like, yeah, bring weapon skill versus weapon skill, bring armor facings back, bring proper line of sight back, bring proper terrain rules back, all that kind of stuff. I'd probably take that deal. Yeah. I'd rather, but the beauty of what would be my ideal scenario is we get the problem with Newhammer. The problem that Newhammer has now is that even if they translated everything over to the Midhammer core rules, so much has been lost. Like, where is my infantry squad? Where are my hardened veterans? Where are my conscripts? Like, we need to. This is one of the issues that 10th edition has This is one of the issues that 10th edition has created, which is it has done so much lasting damage that it's now no longer possible to just be like, okay, let's just mid-hammer this bitch. We have to actually, like, heal the wounds that have been done and progress the game into a better direction. Yeah. It's not just one or the other now. Yeah. Rastafari, Hellblast is a balk to 4th. No gets hot on normal shooting, lol. Ras, in 4th edition, there was no overcharge. Everything was just gets hot all the time. So all you do is you take the regular you get rid of the overcharge profile. You get rid of that. And you just use the normal profile with gets hot. And honestly, what I would do with Hellblasters, bro, is I wouldn't have them with a special plasma gun. I would just say, just give them a plasma gun. Hellblasters are just equipped with standard plasma guns. That's what I would do. Yeah, just run them as a you can give them 2 wounds if you want with to represent the Primaris effect if you wanted to, but the guns are just plasma guns. Yeah. That's how I would do it. Next super chat. Cosmic, my boy. Cosmic, thank you for super chat, man. Hobby update, stream discussion, and a question. All right, let's have a look. Here we go. Well, I fixed my officer, built and painted this truck, and made this ruin out of the bolt action ruins that I had lying around. I'm at the where we have some fire left, but don't have the project. So kind of just doing what every Cosmic. It makes no sense. Ah! Right, I'm at the. I'm guessing what this is trying to say is I'm at the point where I've got some like passion left, but I don't have anything to work on. So I'm kind of just working on whatever. Also, Super Bazooka Linebacker, or should I use those points for 60 points for Pagos ATRDs and have an auto backer? I mean, I think the auto backer is better than the Bazooka Linebacker in general, so definitely the second option. Hey, Cosmic! They look all right, man. Is that the Studebaker? Nice. That's cool, bro. That's cool. The Tiki Point is real. I have so much bolt action terrain and K47 terrain from like various like starter sets and stuff that I really need to build and paint it. I've got like 3 ruined farmhouses, like 2 sets of the K47 ruins. I probably need to it probably wouldn't be that much to build and paint it. Like just build it, spray it, airbrush it, dry brush it. Yeah, that's probably what it would end up being. Yeah, that's probably it. Big old terrain building day. Yeah, I have a lot of terrain I want to work on, and I think I just need to sit down and just like have a big fucking terrain sesh. Yeah, I'd like to build the farmhouses because I reckon I could use those in Old World and in Bot Action and Conflict because it's just a farmhouse, you know? Yeah. I need to have a look, but I think I've got like a fair bit that I could make use of. I just like painting units, but I think I do need to do a bit of terrain. Yeah. Talzon, thank you for super chat, man. Dear Mordian, asking for a friend. He recently began 40k in 10th and purchased a substantial amount of points. 10 started cool, but now my friend, he hates it. When would someone sell a collection and move to a new game? Talzon, are we talking about a friend or my friend? Well, I I would recommend to your friend that he waits until they wait. Can't presume they that they wait until 11th edition drops, because I feel like your friend would feel terribly foolish if they crashed out of 10th edition only for 11th edition to somehow be absolutely fucking amazing, and then they'd have to buy back in again. Whereas if you hold on to it for the time being, you will fucking, I've got hair on my face, there we go. If you hold on for the time being, if 11th edition drops, it might reinvigorate your love for the game. And if it doesn't, then guess what? Prices for models will be at an all-time high when 11th edition drops because of all the hype. So you'll probably get a better price for your models as well. But my advice would be if just starting a new game system isn't an option. Let's say you wanted to get into Old World or K47, but you can't be like, oh well, if the situation, if you don't have like the spare cash or the spare space to just buy into this game system off that, just off that, savings, whatever it might be, and you're like, I need to sell some of what I've got in order to be able to fund or create space for this new game system, then my advice would be you start with selling stuff you've not used in a while. And I would advise to your friend that if they have like other armies, let's say like, or half finished hobbying projects, like let's say you're like, I'm just going to get into like Space Marines, and you got like halfway through them and then realize they weren't really for you, then that's the place where you start first. But you don't touch the Beloved, the faction that you are head over heels in love with. Like for myself, I wouldn't sell my guard. I wouldn't sell any of my guard. But if push came to shove, I'd sell pretty much everything else in my Warhammer army, my Warhammer collection. Yeah. So yeah, that would be my advice. If you want to start that process, yeah, sell the stuff you're not going to miss. And a good test is, have you used it in a year? If you've not used something, something, especially if it's from the non-beloved faction, if it's from like a side piece, if you've not used it in a year or even 2 years, whatever, so you got in the beginning of 10th, right? If you've not used something in nearly 2 to 3 years, then yeah, it's probably worth getting rid of that. Yeah, but I would say my advice would be try and get into the game, but with available funds first, get a little taste for it, and then if in doubt, 11th edition drops, either you'll be able to dive back into 11th, or if 11th edition isn't good, you'll have more funding for the new game that you now know you love. That's my honest advice, mate. So there you go, man. Hope that helps. And I hope and let me say a big thank you to your friend for the super chat. All right. Maxirian, thank you for the super chat, bro. Took the guard to fight demons. Pictures in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Up against demons at my local game store. The advantage of playing the guy that runs the register is that we could play an hour before the store opened. We agreed on roughly 1200 point game, so he could use all his Nurglings, and I could use the additional arty piece I left in my carrying case. I brought the damned 33rd, Krieg 33rd Siege Army, if you will, with my beloved Vanquishers. Note, Shadow Sword Exterminator in reserve, so I can pick what I delete and pick what I hit with extra AP. He brought Be'lakor, a Great Unclean and Kairos Fateweaver. Needless to say, my pants were brown. Now the damned 33rd earning their name Fighting Demons. These hardened Krieg willingly dove into the Chaos Rift fighting demons and a sorcerer to end a planetary invasion. Think acid dogs without sucking down Exterminatus. They submitted themselves to the Inquisition willingly, which caused political firestorms surrounding them until a single Inquisitor saw the potential and decided they were his now. This led them to becoming said Inquisitor's private demon hunting army, essentially. Yeah, I have never taken on demons until this game. So couldn't be shocked when I fought him to his surrender turn 3. He put the regular demons on the table and kept his big 3 in Deep Strike. I screamed the first time in my life, and Be'lakor popped up directly in front of my front line, failed his charge, and died to 2 Vanquishers and the Rogue Dawn Tank Commander. You remember the Dawnblade named Judge? That one. Just opening up on him. The Great and Clear one popped in behind my line, failed a charge, killed some infantry, and died when I saw the Vanquisher and brought in the Russ Exterminator from reserves, dumping everything they both had into him. Man, your demon killing ability is much greater than mine, because my opponents just always make all their saves and all their feel no pains. Yeah. Kairos popped in on the rooftop, killed some infantry, failed another charge. I'm seeing a pattern here. And then got the mother of all Suntans that I brought in my Shadow Sword Troop Reserve and just deleted him. Extra highlights are the Krieg Blob getting mostly wiped by Bloodletters and Nurglings, yet somehow holding the line. The Emperor True Finest from Krieg 1, Creeper Crawlers from the Warp 0. Hey! Well, congratulations on the victory, man. And the army looks fucking great, bro. Holy shit, man. Wow. The army looks so cool. The board looks great. Yeah. I wish I got to play in this kind of terrain. I literally just don't. Yeah. Cool. Very, very cool. Very, very immersive. Very cinematic. Just feels very right. Yeah. I mean, literally, that's... Do you know what's crazy, guys? That's all I... What you see... Look at this board. That's all I'm asking for. When you hear me go on and on and on and bitch and moan and whine and BMW and beef and beef and beef, all I'm asking for is for like that. Cool terrain. Cool armies. And just something that feels like an actual battlefield. Yeah. That's all. When you think about it, we're really not asking for that much, you know? Just for this to be like viable. For people to be able to play on this and for it to be viable. That's all we're asking for. It's really not that much. Yeah. Crazy. Maxion, very well done your victory, sir, and super jealous. Yeah, man. Leslie Mitchell, thank you, super chat. Have you tried Mortem et Glorium? It comes with 650 army lists covering 3000 BC to 1550 AD, I should say. I have never heard of that game. MEG. Welcome to the... Let's have a look. Welcome to the multi-award-winning Ancients War Game Rules, Mortem et Gloriam, MEG for short. When published in 2020, the rules of the first main battle set ever to win a War Games Illustrated Hobby Award and won a clean sweep in the Historical Wargaming Hobby Awards. For a video introduction on the essence of the game system, click here. The game received high praise for being the most representative set of rules where historical refights work extremely well and armies feel right. See our series of Refight with historical expert Dr. Simon Elliott. This combined with an innovative game system that gives near simultaneous movement and a fast, fun, interactive game have made it increasingly popular. This can be played with any base system as long as both sides are the same. Come and join the Purple Legions. Okay, right. I'll have a look.
Hello.
Right. I'm not going to watch the whole thing.
Welcome. I'm Simon Hall, the author and creator of Mortem et Gloriam. And I'm going to give a series of videos to first introduce you just to the essence of the game, and then gradually to take you through all the different elements and all the different variants. So I hope these videos will be a big help to anybody who's interested.
That's
and
about
anybody who's ready to play.
11k views.
I can actually show you the essence of Meg, as it's generally called, by fighting a little battle with just 2 units, in inverted commas. We don't call them units in the game, there's some specific terminology, but for the sake of this video, we can just treat them as units. So I've here got a set of Greek hoplites who are quite well trained with their long spears as the phalanx, and I've got one of their classic opponents, which are a bunch of Persian infantry with bows and short spears. And I'm going to fight out a little battle of just these 2 against each other, because at the end of the day, that's a microcosm of Meg. All you're doing then is playing on a big board with 10 to 20 different units instead of just 2. The system for Meg, that's the innovation, is driven by a colour system. And the colour system is used to actually manoeuvre your troops and make actions, if you like, and to fight and shoot. For the movement and all of the manoeuvre, generals get a bunch of cards of different colours.
This is weird.
The worst.
Okay.
The red card is always the best, and you have a pack made up of a mix of these different colours. A red card will let troops do all sorts of fancy things.
Oh my god. This is quite specialist. I don't know if my brain is ready for this. Let's have a look.
Almost nothing, and then there's a range as you go. So what I'm going to do is fight a little mini battle. What happens in the game is generals get a certain number of cards. The worst generals get 2, the best generals get 5. I'm going to give each of these units 3 cards to play with each time, just to see what we get. And I'm going to play them out exactly as a game. The game alternates with different sides going first when they make an action in each turn. There's no such thing as your go where you move all your troops and my go where I move all the troops. Instead, it's a joint turn where one side activates something, another side activates something.
Alternating
and
activations.
carries on throughout the game. And that gives it a particular character that feels right for ancient warfare. It also keeps everybody interested all the time. There's no sitting and waiting while somebody does their turn.
No, nudge, nudge, wink, wink.
Engaged. So here we go. So I'm going to give them some cards first, and then I'll talk a little bit about the troop types. So they've both got a black one, which is fairly useless. They've got a green and a yellow. They've got slightly better. They've got 2 yellows. When you manoeuvre troops, we have 4...
I have to say, the colour system is very interesting, but at the same time, I hate it. I hate the idea of like I cut my unit like having like variable like stats each turn. Like I don't know, like if like you draw them from like a deck and it's like, and I got a yellow and a black. Okay, this unit isn't doing that much this turn. I'm like, and the next is like, oh, I got 2 reds. It's like they're amazing. It's like the look of the cards is what the look of the heart of the cards is what allows my army to function. Like, I don't know.
All types of troops. If you've got the rules already, you'll be able to pick up the QRS and you'll find a table like this. This table has 4 types of troops. Skirmishers, and then you have drilled, who are very good at manoeuvring, well trained, classic Romans, these Greek hoplites. Tribal, really don't know how to manoeuvre well, so we're going to need very good cards to do anything clever. Ancient British warband, Gallic warband, and we've one in the middle called formed, which sits neatly in between. This creation of 3 has been a big help in characterising troops. For this game, the Greeks are drilled, the Persians are formed. So I'm going to get started. So these Greeks want to get into combat with those. The Persians want to shoot these up before they get there sufficiently that they can win. First thing that's going to happen is the Greeks here are going to do a wheel to try and get towards the Persians. So they're going to do this. If you look at the chart, you'll find that drilled troops only need a green card or better to do that. They're fine, they've got a yellow. Okay, so I've got the sticks down. So
It's cool.
four
It is
races wide,
cool.
so I'm
It's
using
weird,
4
but it's
sticks
cool.
to the wheel. They move 3, so they're going to play a yellow card and end up here. So they're rapidly approaching the Persians. They want to get within 3, which they're not quite yet because that's their charge distance, movement distance. So at the moment, the Persians have kept them out of that distance, but they're starting to be in bow range, which is 4. So the Persians will then do a move. So they're also going to do a wheel, but they're not going to move the full amount. They're going to go here to get everybody into shooting range, while the Greeks have not yet got close enough to charge.
Okay, it's very
That'll be
simple.
the end of the turn. At the end of a turn, you can
Right.
throw away any cards you haven't used that you don't want. So in this case, they'll keep the yellow. The Persians would throw them all away, and you replenish your cards. Some more cards. They're getting very nice cards on the Greek side. That's a flank march card that's for a different purpose. There we go. Good card.
I really don't like that. I really, 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 really don't like it. Like, I don't get me wrong. I think that it's probably a very good system once you're kind of like used to it. But I don't like that, like, oh, I need to get a green card. Oh, I didn't get one. I'm fucked now. Like, why? Do you know what I mean? Like, why is my unit now just like malingering? like maybe you could have like, you know, why is it like fucking malingering and just like
Infantry, sir.
Good for
it's
you.
just like, oh, I had a great plan. I had a great plan, but then I didn't get the right card, so then my unit just didn't do anything. I'm just there immediately, like immersion broken. Like, it's immediately like my immersion is broken. Yeah, like it's no, not for me. Yeah. Squawk, as opposed to needing to roll something. See, rolling something in my mind is different because it feels like you are taking rolling something. It feels like, I know what you're saying, but it feels way more random if it's just like a card. Yeah. I had a great plan, but I didn't get the right dice roll. It's the same thing. I don't know. It doesn't feel the same. It doesn't feel the same. Like, it feels like, I tell you what the difference is. If you roll the dice, your unit then gets to operate to its predefined parameters. By drawing the cards, your unit is acting completely differently from turn to turn. Like, why is my unit one turn under no duress from the enemy whatsoever? Why is my unit on one turn moving at full speed, and then the next turn it's like, no? And yeah, do you know what I mean? Like, it just feels weird. Like, oh, this turn I'm able to like do the maneuver, do the wheel because I drew the right card, but next turn I just couldn't because I drew 3 shit cards. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's definitely different, because if it wasn't different, it wouldn't feel so jarring. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, you can't be like, oh, it's the same as rolling dice. It clearly isn't, because you draw. I mean, think about it. It clearly isn't, Because it's not got dice. No, it's the same as dice. It's not the same as rolling dice. It's drawing cards. Yeah. Yeah.
Cards here, not so good cards here. Not a huge problem because these are the ones who want to move and these are the ones who want to shoot. So how shooting works in Meg is the sequence, first of all, is different to a lot of them.
Also, what if you want to like have a really cool maneuver where all your units are like moving up in a really cinematic battle line, and then like 3 of them just go like randomly, like that one just doesn't fucking move, and they just go all looks like all higgledy-piggledy and fuck nah, that's bollocks, man.
And that's really important in how the game plays. The sequence of a turn has got phases. The first phase is the charge phase, which includes any shooting at charges. Then the
Great point. A deck can be badly shuffled, exactly.
Phase is shooting, so it comes before movement. So in Meg, you do not move and then shoot. You position yourself to shoot in the next turn. Then after shooting, you get movement, all of the general manoeuvring on the tabletop. Then you get melee, and then you have an end of turn bit, which has got a few bits to tidy things up. So there are 2 fighting parts as well. You'll fight twice. You fight in charge combat, which represents the first 10 seconds of smashing into each other. And in the melee phase, you fight, which represents the 2 or 3 minutes of a longer growing melee. So that's the essence of the way the game works. So in this, when we get to the next phase, there's no charges because they're out of range. So we go to the shooting phase. Shooting. We now introduce the dice. These dice, you'll see, have got exactly the same colours as the cards. So again, you have the red dice are the very best, and the black dice are the worst. And these are nicknamed the death dice or the skull dice, and they're the dice that do damage. If you have a really good chance of damaging the enemy, so if you're a high quality medieval knight fighting somebody in a loincloth, you're going to get a very good dice, and they're going to get a very bad one back. But the good thing about this system that's lovely is once you work out the colour you want to root, you just read the result directly off the dice. We have symbols on the.
I don't like special dice. People are going to get so angry with me. I just want a D6. I don't want. I don't want my special cards. I don't want me special dice. I just want to roll to hit. I like rift dice. That's a good point. It depends. Rift dice, I would say, are slightly different because it's not rolling to hit, rolling to wound. Do you know what I mean? Rift dice is a little bit different, but yeah.
Dice. There's a skull, and that means a base has been killed. We have an X, which is a sword and arrow, and that's a half kill, which you recall by just putting a temporary marker on any unit. We have an S that stands for special effect, which we'll come back to later, because they will cut in.
The problem is with a game like this is that it's just too different. No, like on like a serious note, I'm going to say something now. I am fully willing to accept, 100% willing to accept, this is a fantastic game, ton of fun, and quite quickly, like not even like that many games, like quite quickly, like maybe even in the first few turns, you start really getting into like, oh, I need the cards, oh, I need the special dice. Like I can really I can feel like I can see quite clearly that this has the potential to be amazing and epic and really cool. I can, right? I can. But it's the problem with games like this is that it's just too different. And there's a certain, and that just creates, and in many ways, it just creates too high a barrier to entry. Now, sometimes people talk about barrier to entry, like complexity of rules and all that kind of stuff. And I know I've said barrier to entry, paint, there should be certain barriers, like you should paint your miniatures. Games should, when you're playing a war game, there should be a certain amount of depth and complexity that you should be expected. It shouldn't constantly like dumbed down and stuff like that. But at the same time, there are also what I would say is like, there are some Here's a great example. There are some preconceived notions that people should have, preconceived expectations that should be met when going into a game. And sometimes introducing a new mechanic, no matter how novel, doesn't actually make the game, no matter how novel, and even arguably could make the game better, actually just puts people off. And a great example of this is High Guard, the video game, right? So High Guard was an arena shooter that introduced some interesting concepts, like it was 3v3, introduced some interesting concepts like mining and resource gathering and all this kind of stuff. And you know, on paper, these were like actually interesting concepts that shook up the traditional arena shooter formula. But the problem was that they were so jarring that it basically instantly put off a huge swathe of players. A huge swathe of players. Like so it's a very fine line between. It's a very fine line between being innovative and straying too far from preconceived expectations. That's what I'm talking about. So I will say this. Mortem et Gloriam, I don't want anyone to get twisted. I do not think this is a bad game. Based purely on what I've seen, I do not think it's a bad game. I think I can really see the potential. I can see people who play this game really getting into it. I think it is in so many ways a proper war game. Like I think it really does have some of that. But at the same time, I think it's just in the first few moments of me looking at it, we're drawing from a card, we're drawing from cards, we've got special dice. It's not like just D6s or anything like that. It's too far a departure for me. For many others, I'm sure it's a good game. Genuinely, I'm not slagging it off. For many others, it could be a 10 out of 10 game. But for me, it just departs too much from what I personally have come to expect from like a war game. Similar, you know, it's this, and before anyone thinks I'm being a ball washer or being unfair, it's the very same things that I said about Warlords of Nowhere from Warlord Games. You guys know I love Warlord Games, but I looked at Warlords of Nowhere and it took me one moment. I took a couple of looks at it and I went, it's just trying to be too different. It's going too far from the core formula that should work. And that's why, you know, I used to wonder why Warlords of Nowhere never really took off. And I can look at it now and be like, I 100% understand now why it went peak tongue, why it went squiffy. Same a little bit with Gates of Antares. A little bit. Yeah. 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 So I think it is potentially a great game, but it's just not for me. Yeah. All right. And I don't mind. Here's the thing. You guys know I'm not some stick in the mud who won't try other games out. I'd happily give that a go. Like if there was like a demo day, a demo of it, like Adepticon or something, I'd try it out. But I probably wouldn't buy into it. I'd try it once and that would be enough. Do you know what I mean? I'd try it once, that'd be enough. Yeah. It's just that simple. When I come into a war game, there's certain baseline. Like you guys know, I'm not sat here being like, oh, I only play 40k. I won't ever try anything else. I've tried so many different games. So many. It's not like that at all. It's genuinely like, that's just too different for me. Yeah. All right, what do we got next? What do we got next here? The Legend. Thank you for super chat, man. StarCraft prices in stream discussion if you haven't seen them. I think we have seen them, but I'll take another look at them. No, the image quality seems fine, man. I don't know why you're saying low image quality. Looks good to me. Here we go. So, StarCraft Tabletop Miniatures Founders Edition. I mean, I'm so tempted to pick it up for 149. I'm so tempted to pick it up for 149, man. Yeah, I'm not as bothered by the Protoss one. But yeah. I'd love to split that. I'd love to split that set. That'd be great. Yeah. It does look very cool. It does look very, very cool, man. Yeah, I love it. Thank you, Legend. Isaiah's Experiment, thank you, Super Chat, man. Catching up on your bot action and K47 videos. For crying out loud, man. Do you even sleep? Sleep is for the weak. I don't get... I mean, I get a reasonable amount of sleep. Like, I get... Like, to be fair, I do... Sometimes I don't get a lot of sleep. Like, a couple of weeks ago, I basically kept going, like, off, like, 2 to 4 hours sleep, like, for, like, 3 nights in a row. And I got, like, a really weird... It was really fucked up. It felt like I had, like, a dead brain, like a strip of dead brain here. I was like, wow, this feels weird. So then I slept for 14 hours, and that went away. But yeah, no, I do typically get enough sleep. I don't get enough sleep when I'm doing events and stuff, which is why I've been taking it a little easier on the events, because I always get too excited for like tournaments and stuff. So yeah, I try. One of the reasons I've been taking a bit easier is because I went so hard on events the last couple of years that, like, beginning of this, like, end of last year, beginning of this year, like, I need to take it a bit easier. Yeah, yeah. So I do sleep, but just I get more sleep now than I used to. Yeah, yeah. There we are. But I hope you've been enjoying the videos, Azaleus. There we go. Chris K, thank you for super chat, man. Hey, Mordian, hobby update in Discord. Nice. There we go. Hey, you got it all sorted then, because I know you had a bit of a problem with this model. This is like the xylophone launcher or something, isn't it? Hey, it came out really good, man. It might have been a bit of a pig, but you got it there in the end. Nice. Yeah. That looks cool, man. That one looks really nice. That Wolverine. Yeah, I love that. Really, really cool. Yeah, really, really, really beautiful. Nice. Dude, excellent work, sir. Excellent work indeed. All right. Let's have a look. We've got Chris K again. Thank you for the super chat and also the gifted memberships. Hey, thank you for the gifted membership, bro. Spriggs, thank you for super chat, man. Not enough bolt action in here. Should I take Volks Grenadiers with 5 assault rifles or with LMG for back marker duty? Both are good choices. Can you take... Spriggs, can you take 2 LMGs or only 1? If you can take, like, a 6 or 7 man Volks Grenadier squad with double LMG, do that. If you can't take 1, if you can only take 1 LMG, then definitely you want Volks with assault rifles. I think you want to go for the classic Alex loadout, which is 10 blokes, 5 ARs, job done. That's been my go-to on Volt's Grenadiers forever. Yeah. Yeah. There we go. All right, 1 second, dear. There we go. All right. Yeah, so I'd definitely go 10 blokes with 5 assault rifles. That'd be the way I would do it. I do. Yeah, it's funny you say not enough bolt action, but look at what I've been painting this. Look at what I've been painting this weekend. Literally, I've been working on some American infantry, and I have to say, I really, really, really like these winter infantry. I do really like the way the way they look. Yeah. They're really, really cool models, man. Like, here's one of them, like, finished with, like, the basing and everything done. Yeah. Oh, I'm going to try and get the camera to not be a bastard. Yeah, I'm really happy with them. Yeah. So, yeah, I've painted up, I painted up 10 more infantry. I've got 5 rifles, 2 BARs, 2 SMGs. What did I use for the coat? I just used Army Painted Dark Wood. Yeah. So the color scheme is dark wood for the coat, desolate brown for the helmet and straps, grim black for the metallic bits and the boots, and then I use warrior skin for the skin. And then I used hardened leather for the Garans, because I quite like the Garans in the lighter wood color. I don't know if it's historical, but it feels better to me. Yeah. Doesn't take long at all. I painted I mean, it's like an hour and a half to paint 5 guys, maybe. It's like 50. It's like 10 to 15 minutes per guy, I think. No. Yeah, it's about 15 minutes per guy. And I wasn't. Let me be clear. I wasn't painting particularly quickly. I wasn't painting particularly quickly at all. I was painting at a very slow, steady, relaxed pace. I reckon I could probably knock out a squad of like 10 guys in a couple of hours if I was really pushing for the burn. Yeah. Yeah, easy peasy. Not including basing. Basing probably adds a little bit longer onto that, but still, not that long. Yeah. So yeah, I am working a bit. I'm umming and ahhing over this National Guard K47 list. I can't really decide how vibes to go on it. Because I was thinking I should have like, I mean, I'm really thinking I need like 4 big infantry squads. But then I'm thinking, do I go inexperienced on them or do I go regular? I'm not going veteran on them. The veterans can go. I was thinking what I should do is have the officers at regular experience. The basic infantry should be inexperienced, and the power armor guys should be veteran, because it kind of represents like the veterans are because they're based on the 30th Infantry Division, so the veterans are going to be like World War I veterans who get to be in the power armor, and then all of the inexperienced guys are like the guys that have been called up for the National Guard. Yeah, but I'm not sure. Maybe I should just have everyone as like regular or something. I also can't quite decide what weapons to give them. Like, there's some, on the one hand, I feel like the 30th Infantry Division, that's the You're in the 30th. Oh, nice one, Jacob. What the old that's the old Hickories, right? That's the one I based them off. Yeah. So it's the ones that were in World War One and then World War Two as well. Yeah, that's why they got called Old Hickory. Yeah, yeah. I did my research, Fun Jacob. Yeah. I did my research on them. So, because I googled like famous National Guard units from World War Two, and it came up with a number of them, and that's the one that I decided to go with after looking into their history and everything. So yeah. Yeah, like I did, like I think they make sense. They make the most sense for K-47. Yeah, 100%. Like Old Hickory for President Andrew. Is it Naxon or Jackson? I feel like it's Jackson. Yeah, but yeah, I don't know for sure. That's awesome as fuck. Yeah, like dude, it's cool, man. It's crazy. Like, it's crazy. Like, it's almost like a small world, right? Like in a funny sort of way. Yeah, that's cool, man. Yeah, like I just googled it. They seem like the ones that would make the most sense because they actually did like a lot of fighting and everything. Because I wanted to pick a division that had actually done a lot of fighting. Because there was another one that I was going to pick, which was like I think it's the 77th, but they were only like mostly involved in clearing obstacles on like D-Day. I think I might be getting the numbers mixed up. So I was like, no, I want them to have done like more than that. So they did a lot of fighting in the Pacific. Oh, that's 32nd. So did Hacksaw Ridge. It must be something else then. It must be something else. Like there was one that did a lot of like a lot of like obstacle clearance on D-Day that came up as well. But yeah, I ended up choosing the 30th because it just seemed like the best one. Yeah. I think so. I was thinking of the 77th Infantry Division of the U.S. Army. I mean, there might be multiple things called the 77th. That might be, yeah. Yeah, I definitely think I'm thinking of the wrong thing though. Yeah, famous National Guard units, World War II. Oh, maybe I was thinking of the 29th. I think I was thinking of the 29th. Oh no, maybe not. No, because they did lots as well. No, they did lots as well. Hey, I recognized the 29th Infantry Division insignia. That's cool. I wonder if I feel like I've seen that before now. I want to have a look now. I think I think it used to be in Day of Infamy when I used to play that. I'm just having a look now. So I'm looking at dice bags now. You guys know I love my dice bags. I wonder if I can get an appropriate dice bag for my old hickories. I mean, you could just get the generic one, but it'd be kind of cool if they had a slightly more focused one. U.S. Armored Division. What do we think? I'm tempted by the K47 US dice bag. I've got the big red one dice bag. I don't think they sell that one anymore. Oh, yeah, they don't. So I've got the big red one. But I think that's a bit different. I am tempted by just like the US flag. I am tempted by it. If you get a dice bag with Velcro slot, I'll send you some 30th OCP patches. I mean, I could maybe put Velcro on it. You know? Maybe we could customize it. Yeah. Maybe we could customize it. Yeah. So we'll think. I really want the Fallschirmjäger one for my German Fallschirmjäger. But I love all the dice bags. I collect dice bags like a fucking maniac. I've got 6 of the fucking things now. I really don't need that many. I just like them. I could also do some color patch, but you have to sew it on. I mean, I could try sewing some on. Yeah. Or more accurately, I could try and get Mrs. Mordian to sew them on for me. Yeah. There are some cool dice bags though. Yeah. I do I have to say though, I do love collecting the different dice bags. Yeah. So yeah. All right. But yeah, dude, yeah, my guys are based after the 30th Infantry Division, and it's kind of crazy, Jacob, that you're in the 30th, man. I never even thought about that. All right, let's have a look here. What have we got? What have we got next? Chicken Detonator, thank you for super chat, man. Soon, the siege of the Citadel of Myrmidia in stream discussion. All right, let's have a look. The forces of the cloister are assembled for a deadly match tomorrow. Soon, the siege of the Citadel of Myrmidia will begin. Some pictures and the muster roll below. Nice. That's cool, man. Let's have a look. We got some handgunners. Got some big guns. Got some knights and some infantry. The whole army together. Set 1, 2, 3 big bricks of infantry, knights, and lots of firepower. Hey, it works. It absolutely works, man. Sometimes all you need is just lots of infantry, lots of guns, and a bit of fire and a bit of maneuverability. That's cool, man. That's really cool. God, I'm nervous, man. I'm nervous for the game. I'm actually nervous. Let's have a look. To Chicken Detonator, first apostle of Saint Chicken. I write to you from our encampment before the Citadel of Myrmidia, where the forces of the cloister you have so gloriously entrusted to my command stand in good order and high spirit. The men are well supplied, their arms maintained, and their faith strong. At first light tomorrow we shall commence preparations for the siege. Fortune has favoured us in our gathering. The road wardens of the yoked host have arrived and taken position along the forward approaches. Their champion Ibram Gaunt standing vigilant among them. Their presence alone has already stiffened the resolve of many. Soon after, Mr. Lackey marched into camp with the stalwart soldiers of the 4th Whispering Pikes, their ranks disciplined and eager for the coming struggle. Not long thereafter, Commander HHL completed the assembly of the 1st Crimson Bruce Phalanx, whose planks now form a proud wall within our mustering grounds. As dust settled over the campfires, we were further honoured by the arrival of Mad Larkin with the 3rd Emerald Time Strikes Cavalry Regiment, whose swift riders shall prove invaluable in breaking the foe once the siege begins. Our battle standard flies proudly above the camp in the steady hands of Dustin Polos, and beneath its crimson banner the men gather with renewed courage. The wizard Dam Liege has also recovered from his earlier trials and now prepares to lend us the strange but welcome powers granted him from beyond this world. We are further strengthened by the presence of the master of the long hook, Helens Jedi, whose reputation alone commands respect among the ranks. Our artillery train is prepared as well. 2 bombards and a mortar, along with 2 detachments of handgunners, their black powder stores blessed with the name of Saint Chicken. These engines of thunder will soon speak against the walls of Myrmidia. Thus assembled, our host stands ready. Tomorrow we march beneath the crimson rooster, and with faith in our hearts, we shall bring the righteous wrath of Saint Chicken upon our sworn enemies. May the saints' wings shelter us in the coming storm. Cool German dude, commander of the host before Myrmidia, Deus Cluck. Deus Cluck! Deus Cluck! Oh my god, man. I love it. I'm ready. I really hope you win. It's been such a build up to this moment. Win or lose, it's going to be epic. Win or lose, it's going to be epic. But, yeah, one way or another. One way or another, it should be a good game and a good battle. Take lots of pictures, and I look forward to hearing how the men do on the field of battle. Nice. Nice, man. Deus Cluck. There we are. I'm excited, Chicken Detonator. Like, genuinely, I am. Mud Dog, my boy. Mud Dog coming in the super chat here. Hail Mordian. K47 list review in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Planning my first K47 game this weekend. We decided to start at 1k points and optional advance/riff units. The teams will be USA versus Axis. I have no idea what he's bringing, but he loves artillery and tanks. I have a lot of spare US airborne and tanks/light vehicles available, plus a Coyote and Postcode if you think this could be better. I mean, you say it's your first game? It's your first game. I wouldn't worry too much in your first game. 7 order dice, 4 rift dice. Platoon Commander, Firefly Squad with a Flamer, yeah. Paragon Squad with heavy Tesla rifles, yeah. Rifle Squad, just a couple of assault rifles and automatic rifle. Another Rifle Squad, yeah, that's fine. Sherman, and then a Stuart. The only thing I probably wouldn't bother making the Sherman like a veteran. I mean, I suppose you get gyro stabilizers, but I think it's quite expensive. Like, I can't quite remember how many points it is, but it feels like it's like 60 or 70 points to go up to veteran, which is a lot. Which is a lot, to be fair. It's not the worst decision in the world to go veteran. But I feel like there might be a better place to spend those points. 55 points for vet. Ugh, that is a lot. The big question is, what could you get instead? That's like, it's not much, you know, like, there's not much point in, like, what do you say you had else instead? You had a Koji and a Pond Skater? I mean, I think you'd be better off with a mech. Now, I reckon if you saved 55 points and you went regular, and then you took the slightly cheaper Stuart tank variant, because there's one that costs more than the other, so you can save like 10 or 20. I think you can save 20 points going for the cheaper Stuart light tank. Like, it's slightly more vulnerable, but it really doesn't matter. So go for the cheaper Tesla Stuart, go for a regular Sherman, and that'll save you like that'll save you like, I think that's like 75 points. And then if you drop the ATRDs the officer, if you're going to take a basic platoon commander, he should be as cheap as possible. Like, really, him having ATRDs and assault rifles does literally nothing for him in Konflikt. He's going to get swatted like a fly the moment he comes out anyway. But the rule of thumb with Konflikt, if you're trying to like make a list better, is officers should either be 3-man, strong, power armor, veteran, as hard as possible, or they should be inexperienced platoon commanders with the point of guts. Anything in between is... I just find like there's no point in taking this officer at 73 points when he can do exactly the same job at like 31 points. Do you know what I mean? So my advice would be take the platoon. The platoon commander's job in this list is really to like provide 2 points of guts, and then you don't care about him. That's it. Like just hide him behind the tank. So my advice would be save a sufficient amount of points to either get a pond skater with double HMG or a coyote with an HMG and an MMG. That would be my advice. The pond skater with double HMG is going to be like 100 points. The coyote is going to be about 135, something like that. So you might not need, if you might not need to save all of the points I'm talking about. I'm just saying that those are the 3 areas where you can safely cut points to get that extra mech in. Yeah, to get your extra mech. All right, there you go. I hope that helps, Mutt Dog. But don't worry too much. Have fun, and it's your first game, so if it goes horribly wrong, it doesn't matter. You're just getting a vibe for the game. Yeah. All right. There you go. I don't really think you need transports at this point. Transports are really like better for assault units. Your rifle squads, there's nothing in here that really needs to go in a transport. Like the Paragons. Actually, your Paragons could do with being 6 strong as well. Okay, let me work out some points here. Okay, so we want a 31 point platoon commander, a Firefly squad the way you've done it. We want the Paragon squad the way you've done it. Rifle squad 84, rifle squad 84. And then you're looking at and then we're looking at I'm sure the just confirm it for me, Mutt Dog, but I'm sure the shittier Stuart light tank is 130 points. Now that gives you, if you take a shitty Stuart, it's not actually shitty. It does exactly the same damage output. It's just not as durable, but it doesn't matter because it's a light tank anyway. If you take that, M3 Tesla is 130, perfect. So if you take the M3 Tesla, your Sherman at regular, a minute, and your rifle squad at your 2 rifle squads the way they are, your Paragons the way they are, your Fireflies the way they are, your platoon commander the way they are, you can save your platoon commander, taken as inexperienced 1 point of guts, you can save you'll have 108 points left over. Let me double check that, doesn't feel quite right. 31 plus 188 plus 140 plus 84 plus 84 plus 280 but minus 55 plus 130. Oh yeah, it's alright. It's 118 points left over.
Day in the Marine Corps is like a day on the farm. Every meal's a banquet. Every paycheck a fortune. every formation and parade. I love the cause.
See, what I was hoping for was the ability to get, like, a pond skater and 2 paragons, but that doesn't seem like it's going to happen. Not at 1,000 points, anyway. You could go down to the Wolverine, I suppose. That would get you the points that you needed, but it's quite light. It's too quite light. 2 what, damage 8 vehicles? But I guess the Sherman's only damage 9, right? It's not that big a difference. Yeah. So Wolverine 160 plus command vehicle. Stuart light tank 130. Rifle squad 84. Rifle squad 84. Paragon squad 140. Fireflies 188. Bullshit officer 31. That gets us 827 points. Now, how much is it? How much is it per Paragon with Paragon close combat weapon? Because we want to try and fit 2 more of them in and a mech, if possible. That would be... Now, I know the price of the mechs is 30 points per Paragon with melee weapon. And then Pond Skater at 100. I mean, that works for me. If you took a Pond Skater with 2 HMGs on it, I think that's 100 points. And then you took 2 Paragons. 2 more Paragons, you would be on 987. Give you 13 points left over. I kind of want the Guardian. I want the Coyote. But I don't see where I can get 35 more points. You've got 13 left over. I don't see where I'm going to get 22 more points out of the list. So I think you just use those remaining 13 points to... I mean, you could literally... I know it kind of goes against what I said before, but you could probably use them to... to make your platoon commander slightly more durable. Maybe you give him like an extra guy. Maybe you upgrade him to like regular or something. But yeah, that's what I would do. So yeah, I'd have a platoon commander, Firefly squad, maxed out Paragon squad, a couple of Shipmuncher rifle squads, Wolverine for the heavy anti-tank gun, Stuart light tank for a bit of Tesla, and Pond Skater for a bit of mobile, like HMG goodness. That's probably what I would do. Because 6 HMG shots is all right. Yeah. On a mobile platform. It's not bad at all. Yeah. And the Pond Skater is cool as fuck as well. It's really cool. If you can somehow find a way to squeeze the points you need for... The only way you could do it, man, is to drop those assault rifles. Just have 5 rifles and a BAR on each rifle squad. And then you could get the Coyote. So there's your 2 options. There are your 2 options. Either you keep the assault rifles and you go for the Pond Skater, or you ditch the assault rifles and you go for the and you go for the coyote. It just depends on like what you want out of those units and how you want. Do you want your rifle squads to just feel like a couple of bloke, just fairly basic, or do you want them to feel like they're a bit tooled up? To me, personally, I think they're probably better off being a bit basic, because they're just there to grab some objectives and be a cheap objective holding unit one way or another. Yeah. So cheaper is probably better. Yeah. Like the thing is with the American basic infantry, there's this like temptation to be like, oh, I'm gonna load them up, because I want, when I was running them, I was like, I'm gonna give them like 2 assault rifles, I'm gonna give them 2 SMGs, I'm gonna give them 2 BARs, and I'm gonna give them like an LMG, and that way they'll be like, think of all of the arsenal of democracy that I can get. And then I'm just looking at them and I'm like, this is like, I mean, if you do that on like let's say you take like an 8-man squad, and you give them, so it's 80 points, and then you give them 2 SMGs, 2 ARs, 2 BARs, and an LMG. It's 127 points, and you've got no shitty riflemen in there to eat wounds. So you're like, oh, well, I better put a couple of the shitty riflemen in there. You're like, I'm on 147 points. So I actually think your basic infantry are best. Like, I think they are literally best. Just give them a couple of BARs. I think you almost stick to the bolt action loadout with them, which is just a couple of bars. Yeah. Couple of bars. Yeah. Otherwise, you're getting close to the point of you might as well have taken a veteran power armor squad all with LMGs. That literally like 150 points for those 10 blokes, which or I could take, well, between four I could take 4.5. I could take 5 power armor guys with LMGs. It's like, yeah, I should be taking the cheap. Yeah. I mean, I think if you're gonna if you're going to make basic squads effective, there is basically like one way of doing it. 6-man squad, 3 rifle grenades and a flamethrower. That's the, if you want to give them guns, that's the way you do it. But even then, I'm not convinced. I think your basic infantry should do basic jobs. Your basic infantry should be doing basic jobs. Your firepower should be coming from elsewhere. I mean, think about it this way. When you're playing, when back in the day in 8th edition, any edition before 10th edition, what was the go-to loadout for your basic guardsman squad? Just lasguns. Just lasguns. Because you kept them cheap, so they were efficient, so that you could then take you took them because you needed them, but you kept them cheap because you want them to be efficient. And then you took your firepower elsewhere because you knew that's where your firepower had to be. There you go. That's it. So that's kind of like my approach with basic squads in K47. Keep them cheap. Keep them cheap. Take a fair amount of them. And but have your main punch come from other units. Yeah. There you are. All right. Let's have a look here. So I hope that helps, Mutt Dog. We've got some more support coming in here. Big shout out to Simple Logic. Simple Logic, thank you for the gift of membership. Thank you for your support. Thank you for doing your part, man. And we've also got Anthony Williams. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Bro, amazing, man. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you for keeping us freshly stocked with new conscripts. Thank you for doing your part, sir. And we've also got Wise Old Worm. Wise Old Worm, thank you for the big super chat, man. Hobby update in Discord. Also, if you could genie wish any new factions into Konflikt, what would they be? I'd like to see both red and blue Chinese. If I was to genie wish anything, a new faction to Konflikt, it would be standalone Italians. Or Italian Civil War. That's where personally, I think that's where the first expansion should be. And then, after that, I'd say, let's find out why Turkey is on the side of the Axis. That's what I would do. Yeah. That's what I would do. Good question, though, Wise Old Worm. Good question indeed. Let's have a look what you've been working on. I'll be using these as proxy to British Grenadiers. LMG equals Tesla rifle. Molotovs equal rifle grenades. Sounds good to me, man. I'm going through my army around a bit of alt history, imagining that the Palatine of Durham is still a thing, but instead of slapping Scots around, they're focusing on the defense of the northeast coastland and industrial heartlands. Hey, that's really cool, man. I love the Rift-powered Vickers, Lewis gun, sorry. Rift powers Lewis gun. That's really, really cool. Yeah, and the Molotovs being rifle grenades makes sense as well. That's great, bro. Yeah. Really, really cool. Love those minis. Love those minis. Those are absolutely inspired. Hey, you've got a couple of squads in them. Not one squad, but 2. Amazing. Amazing, bro. That's amazing. I love that. Cool as fuck. I love the basing as well. Is that the Geek Gaming's Mediterranean? Or is it... Oh, no, it looks like it might be a custom blend. Either way, mate. Looks fantastic. Really good effort. All right. Oh, my God. It's popping up, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Oh, my days. Fun Jacob coming in with not 1, not 2, but 50 gifted memberships, baby! Yes! Oh, that's a big stretch. Oh, it started off as a like a celebration. It became a big stretch. Oh, holy shit, man! Can we get everyone to do an 07 down in the chat? It's popping off. It's going above and beyond the Call of Duty. He's going above and beyond the Call of Duty. He's absolutely smashing it, bro. Oh, my God. I was not expecting that. We're just like chat away. A little bit of bow action, a little bit of conflict. Oh, my God. This makes me want to paint up some more of those 30th Infantry Division guys, man. You know, maybe we should become I said I want to do a hobby stream today. Maybe we make the second half a hobby stream. Oh, my God. Dude, that's absolutely awesome, man. Thank you so much for your incredible generosity. Thank you for your amazing support. 07, you magnificent bastard. From the tip of my toes to the end of my big rubbery nose. Thank you, thank you, thank you for your just amazing support, bro. Holy shit, man. Literally, we're just like pooling along, just chilling out. And then Fun Jacob was just like, trying to spice things up a little bit. Nice. More jackals for the 30th and more beef for the more. I don't know if I've got any more beef. It's actually like I still have my jackal. I haven't built and painted him yet, but he's next. He's on the list. Don't worry. But yeah, it's I don't know if I've got any more beef, man. Like, it's crazy. It's been fairly beefless the last couple of days. I don't know what's going on. I think the balanced data slate was like it's kind of like what we said when the balanced data slate happened. It was like, this feels like it was the culmination of the beef. Like, all of the beef that we've been talking about, all of the like problems in the game that have been like building up, all of the like the hope and the cope just ran out. Yeah. Like the hope and the cope just ran out after that. Like there was, and it was just like a massive like beef catalyst. It was a beef singularity, and like afterwards, it just felt like we had reached peak beef. You know, we every it was just like it was the beef singularity. It was BeefCon 1. Like there's nothing above BeefCon 1. Do you know what I mean? Like we're not really talking about beef, specific beef right now, but just beef in general. I think so much had been building up to that moment. Codex sleep instead of Codex creep. Legends after legends. Data slate after data slate being lackluster. New busted thing being released after new busted thing being released. Things coming out that invalidated old collections. It had all been building up. It had all been building up. Not even, some things not even making it to Legends exactly. It had all been over the last 12 to 8, that's over the last sort of 12 months. It had all been building up to this one moment. It had all been building up, not to the specific one moment, building up, where, you know, more and more people were, you know, were getting frustrated. More and more people were coping harder and hoping harder. And then like, suddenly it all just, this one update, I think it was genuine. I kid you not, guys. Actually, this is actually quite an important moment. I kid you not. In over a decade, I've been doing Warhammer content for about 11 years now, roughly speaking. Well, I've been doing YouTube about 11 years, but let's say a decade of Warhammer content, right? I've been doing Warhammer content for a long time. I've been playing Warhammer competitively for like 15 years at this point, right? I've played through the end of 6th, the end of 7th, the end of 8th, the end of 9th, and I've never seen the community just as a whole universally just turn like that. What I've seen in the past is people quiet quit 40k. People just walk away from 40k quietly. Like, numbers at the gaming club decrease. And if they go up again, it's because a bunch of people have come back, but not to play 40k, to play something like AOS or something. I saw that a lot at the end of like 7th, where suddenly AOS was like the most popular game because people were just desperate to play anything that wasn't 7th edition 40k. So like the last time this happened was in 7th, when we had people like crash out this degree, but it was a quiet crash out. This was a really public, loud, vocal crash out from like the entire community. It was crazy. Never seen that happen before. So it wasn't like that. It's not like there's any new beef to talk about, but it is absolutely worth commenting on the fact that this is the first time I've seen something like this happen, and this was like this was a moment in, like, it's going to sound strange. This is going to be a moment in wargaming history, in Warhammer history, where people, like, where old beards, like, even if you joined at the beginning of 10th, you know, you'll still be able to point to this moment, like many other people point to other moments in Warhammer history and go, I was there for like the end of 10th when GW completely like dropped the ball and like the game just basically just like died with a whimper. Like, you know, like it not like died. People get upset when I use the term dead game. I mean, like, they're not updating anymore. When the end of the edition just like went out with like in such a shitty way. Yeah. Like, and you'll be there. It's like when, you know, I'm able to point to things like unkillable chaplain dreadnoughts at the end of 8th edition. When I was able to point to sort of Riptide Wing, end of like 7th edition. When I'm able to point to, I mean, what was the big one in 9th edition? I mean, it's not really an end of game moment, but end of 9th edition was actually pretty good. But like, it's kind of like being able to point to like a moment, like when the Votan dropped towards the end of 9th and everyone crashed out over it. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's these historical drama moments, these historical beef moments that like happen in every, sometimes multiple times, but there's at least one in like every edition. And this here, this is going to be known as like the infamous data slate. That's what we're going to call it. Like, it's good. We're going to call it now. I'm coining the phrase now. Okay. I'm coining the phrase now. This moment, we've got unkillable Chaplain Dreadnoughts. That was one historical moment. We've got Riptide, Invisible Death Star Riptide Wing. That was another historical moment. This is one, I'm going to coin this now. This is going to be known as the infamous the infamous data slate. The data slate that killed 10th edition and basically meant that everyone was just like not fucked about the game. Not fucked about any updates to the game. We're just sort of waiting for 11th edition. Yeah. So there's no beef really. There's no like new beef here. There's nothing. I just thought it's worth noting. Like, this will, when if in like a few months' time, we people, or maybe in like a year's time, people will be like, oh, what was like a bad moment that happened in 10th, and I can say the infamous data slate. Yeah. All right, I'm going to grab a quick... Fun Jacob, thank you so much for the support, man. I'm going to grab a quick drink, and then we'll be back. All right, give me 1 minute. I am back, but I need a wee, so I'm going to be a second. I'm back. There we are. Thank you all for your patience. I just needed a little break. Now, I'm gonna have my midstream snack now, and then I can power on the second half. But I can still chat. I heard a rumor today from the Master of Whispers, Valrak, that the new orcs are getting a new boy kit. So the ones in the starter box aren't going to be the current new boys. They're getting another new boy kit. If that's true, that's huge. Might actually dive into that a little bit, actually. I've not seen it yet, Surier, but I might take a look at it. I have a snack first. There might be a couple of topics to get into. Got a super chat from the John as well. Don't worry, I've not missed you, mate. Catch you later, Reddit, dude. Alright. I know you guys all thought it looked disgusting yesterday, but I actually quite liked it. So I'm having another one of these protein flapjacks. They were quite tasty. There's only 3 of them in the packet, and this is my second one. So the plan is to eat all 3 before Mrs. Mordian notices without rushing. Don't have it. Why? It's nice. White chocolate and raspberry. It's probably full of bad stuff, though, isn't it? It's probably like some sort of like hyper manufactured food, whatever they call it. Yeah, it might be turning me. I might be becoming a soy boy. It contains 24% gluten-free oats and 15% soya protein crispies. I'm going to be... gonna be... I can't say what I was going to say. I'm gonna end up signing up to grind by the end of the stream. There you go. What's more slop? 10th edition all these bars is eating? Probably 10th edition. So, it has gluten-free oats, 24%, rice syrup, soya protein crispies, 15%. These consist of soya protein isolate, tapioca starch, and salt. White chocolate flavouring 14%, which is sugar and vegetable fats, palm kernel, palm and shea, rice powder, dried rice syrup, rice starch, rice flour, natural flavourings, I'm sure, emulsifier, vegetable oils, rapeseed and palm, soya flour, sugar, freeze-dried raspberries 1%, salt, and then at the end, natural flavourings. But don't worry, all the palm oil is from sustainable and certified plantations, so it's all right. It's made in Belgium. Right, it's not the first or second time that the Belgians have got a bunch of British people killed, so it's fine. I want my palm oil instead of fuck them orangutans. Well, so you can eat something like that, or you can go in a very different direction and eat something which has only one ingredient: the banana. There we are. So we're going to eat my banana. And then we're going to be good. This is just to balance out the protein bar. There we are. Someone's now going to tell me that bananas are now, like, bad for me as well. I think... every time I read about a food and to check if it's good for me, 50% of the sources I read tell me it's a superfood that's going to make my bollocks grow. And there's 50% of the foods people say it's going to cause my cock to blow off and find a new owner. So I don't know what to do anymore. I just go with what feels right. What do you eat that banana? Please don't want my jackal to jump in. I mean, I'm not going to eat banana sexually on stream. I'm just going to eat it normally. Me when I eat 2.6 billion bananas and die of radiation poisoning. What time frame is that over? Like, is that like cumulatively in my lifetime? Because I'll fucking try it. I will try and die of radiation poisoning from bananas before old age. I'll try it. All at once. In one... It's not possible. I'll give you, like, 30 years. Best I can do. No more than bananas contain potassium, which is used to make alkaline batteries. Why would you eat a battery? I don't know, man. It seemed like the thing to do at the time. Potassium does have you pissing rocks. So, right. Chat. Rate Mordian's diet. Alright. My diet basically consists of, like, eggs on various forms of bread. Sometimes I'll have them on a barm, like a bun. Sometimes I'll have them on toast. Sometimes I'll have them on, like, bread. But basically, eggs and bread of some variety. And then I'll have, like, cereal for, like, breakfast. With milk. Normal milk. And then dinner, I tend to have... Like, snacks, I tend to have, like, a small bag of crisps and, like, a banana like that. And then for dinner, I tend to have basically meat with some form of potatoes with some form... with two types of, like, veg and or salad. So, like a typical day for me would be, like... But I have my breakfast at the end of the day. So, a typical day for me, wake up, I'll either have 2 poached eggs on toast, or I'll have 2 fried eggs, 2 slices of bacon, and 2 slices of toast. Then I'll go to dinner, and I'll have, like, tonight, for example, I had, like, chicken fajitas. So it's, like, chicken with mushrooms and, like, peppers, bit of salad on the side, kind of thing. Oh, orange juice with the breakfast, by the way. And then midstream snack. And then after the stream, I'll be hungry, so I'll have a bowl of cereal. And then that's it. That's like a typical day for me. Obviously, it varies massively from, like, day to day, but that's, like, really boiled down. Nothing frozen. Only fresh food. So I don't eat anything frozen. I don't really eat fast food. Like, if I have fast food, it'll be once. I used to have a takeaway once a week, and now I have a takeaway maybe once a month, if that. I've basically cut it out. Yeah. When do you eat the beans on the Weetabix? So if Mrs. Mordian is off, she'll make me a breakfast typically, and that will have baked beans in it. If I have anything frozen, the only frozen thing I have is fish, which is typically frozen. It's smoked haddock fillets. Yeah. Meat can be anything from chicken, lamb, beef, gammon. Yeah. So, what do you rate the Mordian diet? Am I going to die by the time I'm 50? Or do you reckon I'll be all right? There you go. Oh, and I used to drink a lot of fizzy pop, but I don't drink fizzy pop. I might have like a little bit. It's a perfect 7 out of 10. I appreciate that, Denzel Panther. That's kind of what I was aiming for. I probably don't get 5 fruit and veg a day. Brutally honest, I probably get 3. You need to eat more frozen food. They freeze in the good stuff. I don't think that's how it works. Yeah. Yeah. A very 10th edition diet, nutrition that needs more flavor. I think your diet is concerning. I prescribe a Big Mac a day to fix it. Nah, I don't. I can't eat McDonald's anymore, man. I used to eat it all the time. Basically, didn't eat McDonald's for like 2 months. And now, me and Mrs. Mordian ate it literally for the first time this year. We ate it like last week, and it's when we were coming back from, Commando James's house because we'd just seen his newborn daughter, and she's really, really cute. And we were desperate for food. We all were desperate for food. They actually offered us some dinner, and we weren't hungry at the time. We were like, no, all right, we'll get out of your hair because obviously they've got to try and put the baby down and everything. And we were on the way back, and we both sort of just got a pang of hunger at the same time, about halfway back. So we're like, oh well, we're kind of desperate. We've got nothing in the house. It's kind of late, so we'll get Mac. Mrs. Mordian twisted my arm. I said, I really don't want to do this. And she went, well, I'm hungry and I'll be grumpy all the way home, so we should get something. I was like, fine. And I ate it. And honestly, I was just like, gross. I did not like it. I felt like weird after eating it. Yeah. 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 So yeah, I try not to sign you low on freedom. Just eat some semen. Recycling is good. Full of protein, apparently. McDonald's not taste good as it used to. Yeah, I don't think so either. Yeah, but if we get a takeaway now, we typically try and get like it's like I said, it's like once a month if that. But the last takeaway we got was a curry, but it was made by made by there's a local Indian restaurant near us, which is really, it's actually quite nice. Like, it's nice on the outside, nice on the inside. All the staff are really nice. It's quite fancy. But during COVID, they basically started doing takeaway deliveries, and then they've just kept it up because it's been really good for them. So we get it from there, and it feels, I mean, a takeaway is a takeaway at the end of the day, but it feels like you don't get that like weird like grease ball feeling you get after eating like a pizza or something like that from like a takeaway pizza. You get like you just feel like you've just eaten a meal afterwards. Oh yeah, and I had one other takeaway. That's true, Tom. I had a takeaway. I had half takeaway pizza at Warlord. Warlord provide you with a pizza for your lunch, which is really, really cool. But even then, Tom, I only ate half my pizza. I only ate like 4 slices of pizza, and I was like, I can't eat anymore. Yeah. When you eat mostly normal food, your gut biome doesn't reward eating fast food as much. Yeah. So yeah, I've just tried to be a bit better. I'm not gonna big myself up. I definitely have my moments of weakness. Like, if I'm out, I'll get like a Greg's pasty. I try, instead, for example, for my lunch. I definitely don't hit my 5 fruit and veg a day. I'd probably, I get 3. And I'm definitely not, I'm definitely not like anti-takeaway. If you get a lot of takeaway, fucking go for it. Do you know what I mean?
When it comes to fighting crime,
Like, don't get me wrong. I'm not here judging anyone else's diet. I've just tried to improve mine. Yeah. I've just tried to improve mine recently, and I've been trying to do exercise like 3 times a week, and I've been achieving that as well. So yeah, I'm trying to do better, but I don't think I'm trying to do better for myself. I just felt like I was becoming really, I don't know, man. I felt like I was just becoming really lethargic. I felt like I felt like my food was making me lethargic, so I've tried to mix it up, and I feel like I've got a lot more energy now. Yeah, which is good. Yeah. Glenn Lee, personal question, Morty. How old are you? I'm 33. I had to work that out then for a second. I'm like, am I 32? Am I 33? I'm 33. Yeah. Because I started doing this job when I was... Job's a loose term for this. When I was like 29, and I remember doing a like birthday stream when I was 30. Yeah. Yeah, so I tried to... so yeah, I've been doing this like 4 years now. It'll be in 2 months' time, guys. In 2 months' time, it'll be 4 years. Crazy that, innit? Yeah, properly crazy. But no, I do like to... I've tried to present quite an honest description of my diet. And yeah, I hope... more, and I do appreciate any feedback people have. Yeah, I'm doing a lot better this year. I definitely was cashing in on my, 20s until this year, and then I was like, I need to fucking start looking after myself. Yeah. All right, let's have a look. We got some super chats here. So John, thank you for the super chat, bro. Thank you for the Bane Blade. Yes, thank you for the Bane Blade chat, mate. Thank you for the very generous support. Honored Japanese commander, I need tactical advice against a foe. The dishonorable American Thunderbirds Rapid Force Regiment has proven an issue. Their army is all Fireflies and Firefly officers with tons of guts. I mean, I'll be real with you. Okay, so John, it's not really the answer you want to get off a $20 super chat, because it's like not exactly great tactical advice. But my advice is wait until the next balance patch for K47. So my understanding is that, I don't know, my understanding is that, okay, I know for sure that Warlord is very aware of the current situation with the Japanese. They definitely know that the faction's been a little undercooked and needs a bit of a big step up. So my understanding is that the first pass will contain points changes. I don't know if it will contain more than that, But the first pass, I think, is going to contain points changes. And then it might also contain rules changes, but it'll be on the army list. I wouldn't expect any core rules changes. Warlord want to try and avoid that. So that would be, but until then, so John, it's kind of hard to give any advice because we don't know what they're gonna do. We don't know what's gonna change. But if you need some advice right here, right now, the thing I would, I don't think they're gonna hurt you, Cosmic. They are not gonna hurt your Fireflies. In fact, you might be getting more things that are related to Fireflies soon. I've said too much. I don't think anyone needs to worry about Fireflies, is all I'm going to say. But yeah, no, it's more, they're not about nerfing Fireflies, they're about buffing the Japanese. Yeah. So yeah, so John, I think if you want to deal with the if it's all Fireflies all the way, then what you want to recognize is
Glory for the first man
what you want to
die!
recognize is
Charge!
ambush is your friend. Because Fireflies aren't that scary unless they're in point blank. If they're in point blank, they're terrifying. Because they're hitting you on 2s at like pen +1 against power armor like pen +2 with the fucking M1X1s, right? So, and if they drop in behind your tanks, then they're ripping your tanks, your walkers apart. Yeah. So, if they're not in point blank, they're hitting on like 4s without the +1 pen against armored targets. It's not that bad, truth be told. So what you want to try and do is keep them out of... If they're taking all Fireflies, you want to keep them out of point-blank range. So the way you do that is basically like mass ambush. The thing is, you might then say to yourself, but Mordian, I won't be able to move around the board then. And my answer to you is, you don't need to. You can infiltrate your entire army. As far as I'm aware, someone in chat correct me about this, but you can infiltrate your entire army. So, infiltrate on all the objectives, infiltrate everywhere you need to be, and then just go on ambush. If he drops down early, then you get to shoot him on the way down for free. If he can't drop down turn 1 anyway. So after turn 1, you should be able to have everyone on ambush that needs to be an ambush. And remember, Japanese can ambush. You can ambush charge in this game. So like if the amount, let's say a unit of Fireflies drops down, ready to fill you in within point blank. Well, if they're in point blank, guess what? They're in ambush charge range. So you just go, okay, well, I'll charge you. Your charge happens before they then get to shoot. So at that point, you just get into melee with them and beat the shit out of them. Like, Fireflies are quite good in melee, but you're fanatical and they're not. Like, they're quite good in melee, don't get me wrong, but, you know, I'd put my money on the assault frame blokes. You know, if you've got, like, 6 assault frame blokes versus like 6 Fireflies, I put my money on the assault frame blokes every single time. Because like the Fireflies get you're probably going to strike at the same time. The Fireflies are going to strike you with 6 attacks, killing on 5s. Okay, so they kill 2 guys, and then your assault frame guys strike back, killing on 4s, and if you've got 6 blokes, that's 18 attacks. They're all dead. Even if they get to strike first for some reason, they get strike first for some reason. If you still get 12 attacks, killing on 4s, 6 Fireflies dead. Fanatic only works if I don't get Lightning Gun overwatched. They can't overwatch you if you're within point blank range. That's very important to know. It's called a surprise charge. So, and they can't overwatch you if they can't overwatch you on an ambush charge. Because the way Overwatch... So because what happens is they deploy their unit and put the advanced order dice next to their unit. At that point, they can't overwatch you. Because you can only do reactive fire. That's the real term for it. If they can only do reactive fire if they haven't already been assigned an order that turn. So if they've already been assigned an order that turn, they can't overwatch you. There's no way for them to do it. So they don't get to drop in, shoot you, and then when you charge them, shoot you again. It doesn't work like that. And then if they reactive fire, that counts as their order for that turn. Yeah. They don't drop that close knowing that. Well, then that's totally okay because then they're not in point blank range. If they're not in point blank range, the flamethrowers aren't fucking you up. They're only hitting on fucking 4s. If you're infiltrated into cover, and 6 Fireflies drop down, not in point blank range. Okay, so let's assume they've got a flamethrower. That's 8 shots hitting on 4s, so that's 4 hits. Arsenal Democracy, let's say 5. Be nice to the Fireflies. Then they're wounding you even if it's Ghost Warriors. Let's say it's Ghost Warriors. They're wounding you on 4s. Okay, 3 wounds. And then you're on a 2-up hard to kill save. Because you've got Infiltrator. Because you've got hard to kill. No flamers, just Tesla. What, just the Tesla Thompsons? The Tesla Thompsons don't have the Tesla keyword, just to be clear. They're nicknamed Tesla Thompsons, but they don't actually have the Tesla keyword, just to be clear. So he doesn't get to surge them or anything like that. I hope that's just a lost in translation thing. You're saying Teslas are drawn, but you don't actually mean Tesla. You just mean the standard M1X1 Thompson submachine gun. So they've got 12. Okay, still they've got 12 shots against you, man. Hitting on 4s. It's like 6 hits with a reroll. That's like 7 hits. Then they wound you on 4s. That's like 4 wounds. The Tesla rifles, they don't have any Tesla. Dude, they don't have any Tesla rifles. What are you talking about? The only unit in the game which has Tesla rifles is Paragons. The only unit in the game that can take... The only unit on the max that can take Tesla rifles is Paragons. They can get 2 of them. That's it. Now, they're often nicknamed like Tesla Thompsons, but they don't have the Tesla keyword, and you can't use a Rift Dice to make them fire better. They can't ignore cover with their Thompsons. Do Paragons have jump packs? No. Paragons are fast and can infiltrate, but they don't have jump packs. I feel like we're getting to the heart of the issue now. That your opponent has misread his data sheets. Yeah. I feel like we're getting to the heart of the issue now. Now, I would not assume your opponent has done anything malicious. Konflikt 47 is a new game. There's going to be a lot of stuff that people are getting wrong. You've probably been jibbed, but I wouldn't assume malice. So John, let's make it clear here. The standard weapon of the Fireflies is the M1X1 submachine gun. It's an advanced small arm, not a rift weapon. It fires 2 shots at pen +1 at a 12-inch range and is assault. It's basically a standard SMG with +1 pen. It does have an alternative firing mode for E-slugs, but no one uses it, so don't worry about it. It's not a rift weapon. You cannot expend a rift dice to make it get more shots like you can with a Tesla weapon. You cannot expend a Rift Dice to make it ignores cover. Can't do any of those things. It's not a Tesla rifle. Yeah. Because what was happening is they would drop 8 inches, guts the dice back in the bag. So if I charge them, they shoot me. If I don't, they shoot me. I mean, he can do that. And getting chained lightning by it. You can't get chained lightning. No, I think there's been a mistake being made there. Yeah. Like, so he can only spend a point of guts on... He can only spend a point of guts when the officer activates. Chain Lightning is version 1 in it. Yeah, but I don't know if Zedron is just using it's just using terminology, just using flavorful language rather than actual rules. Yeah, because Chain Lightning was a rule in version 1, but it's not a rule in version 2. It's just called. It's just you get extra shots. So Zedron, when but I just call the extra shot as Chain Lightning. Okay, well, he can't use... There's no unit with a jump pack that has a heavy Tesla rifle, apart from Roberta Wells, who's a special character, and she's not out yet. She doesn't exist yet. So I feel quite strongly like what's happened is your opponent has misunderstood what weapon his guys are armed with. I think he thinks that they're armed with Tesla rifles, and they're not. They're armed with M1, X1, advanced small arms. So he can't get extra shots from a Rift Dice, and he can't ignores cover. Like, let me get my rulebook. Let me get my rulebook. So you can point to this as well if you need to. All right. Let me... Like I said, I wouldn't presume malice in any way, shape, or form. Okay? I would presume that your opponent has just very simply misunderstood the weapon that his guys are armed with. Because they are blue. So, you know, you might look at them and just go, well, it's blue, so it's Tesla, right? But it's not. Yeah. So. Right. So, Konflikt 47 rulebook. So. So this is the weapon your opponent... This is the weapon that Fireflies are equipped with. Okay? Page 192. Rules summary. So page 192, rules summary. Weapons chart. Advanced small arms. Thompson M1 X1/2. You can see it has 2 firing modes. And it has... the normal firing mode, 12-inch range, 2 shots, pen +1. It's basically like a submachine gun, except for it's got pen +1. It can also, alternatively, not at the same time, you have to choose between these two, fire an E-slug, which is only 1 shot at pen +2. But no one ever really uses it, okay? So, this is the this is the weapon that they're equipped with. The weapon that your opponent seems to be using is the heavy... 1 minute. Come on, camera. The heavy Tesla rifle. You can see that's a rift weapon. You can see that's got a charge mode or a pulse mode. The charge mode being the one that has the Tesla arc ability. So Tesla arc ability means that he can spend a rift dice to give it that many extra shots. So if he spends a rift dice, he can take it from 1 shot to 2 shots. Sorry, one shot to 2 shots, and it ignores cover. Okay, but this is the weapon he seems to be using, but this isn't available on Fireflies. There's no way to give Fireflies this weapon. Okay. Yeah. So Tesla Thompson is just a nickname because they're blue and they're glowy. Do you know what I mean? They've got like the coils on them, but they're not actually Tesla weapons. Yeah. Yeah. Like if we look at like so if we look at the Fireflies, you can see they are equipped with Thompson M1X1s. They are not equipped with heavy Tesla rifles. That's it. That's it. The only unit in the US that can get them is Paragons. And you can see here, it's very clear. You can take 2 heavy Tesla rifles. So I think the problem that you guys have been having is he's been dropping in. I mean, let me say, let's see if this situation sounds familiar. And I bear in mind, I've never been at your table. Your opponent's dropping in. He's gutsing the dice back into the bag. If you charge him, he goes, I'm going to reactive fire, expend a rift dice, fire on like a 6-man squad, 12 Tesla shots, hit it on 4s, re-rolling 1 dice, by the way, not all of them, 1 dice. And I'm going to be wounding you on pen +1, ignoring cover. And then you just die. Yeah. If that's the chain of events that's been happening, that's not possible from Fireflies. Yeah. It's not Tesla, it's Teslic, but my mum says it's just as good. Also, it's important to understand, Macon. It's also important to understand, John, that the FAQ clarified that you can't use guts at any time. You have to use guts when the officer activates. So he can't drop down and then go, and I'm going to use that officer to put that dice back in the bag. He can drop down, and then if he draws the next dice, that officer can then do an activation, and as part of that activation, use the guts point. But he can't drop down and then have the officer who's either already activated or not activated yet just willy-nilly go guts back in the bag. You can't do that anymore. Used to be able to. You can't do that anymore. What he should be doing is dropping down, shooting, and with his Tesla Thompsons, and then expending a rift dice to then regroup in hell. That's what he should be doing. But it sounds like that's not what he's doing. Yeah. So John, hey, you know, yeah. You know, hey, maybe it was worth $20 getting that. Maybe it was. Because you know, if he's been ignoring cover, then obviously that fucks your Ghost Warriors up, because suddenly you go from being on like potentially a 2-up save to like you know, a fucking 5-up save. Like, this is the sequence of events that should happen. This Ghost Warriors on ambush fuck up Fireflies. Like, easily. Because basically, one of two things happens. Either he drops down in point blank range, at which point you trigger your ambush and you spend one of your rift dice on your Shiburu rifles. And you're like, okay, I get to fire first on the ambush. So let's say I've got like 5 Shiburu rifles. I'm in point blank range. I've not moved. So I'm going to hit you on 2s. Oh, look. I'm going to hit with every one. And that's going to mean that I get 10 hits off my 5 shots because I've used my crush rifle and the rift dice. And then I'm going to wound you on 4s because I'm pen +1 and you're a 5-up. So then I'm going to kill you on fucking 4s unless you're in cover. At which point, I'm going to kill... At which point, you kill 5 of the Fireflies and there's like 1 bloke left alive who at that point immediately has to take a morale test to see if he sticks around with a pin on as well. So that's the one scenario that happens. Or you charge him. But I don't know if charging him's the right call with Ghost Warriors because you'll only have 1 attack per guy wounding him on 5s. He'll have 2 attacks per guy wounding you on 4s. But you'll have hard to kill. He won't. But you know what I mean. Like it's squiffy. Or he drops away over. Or he drops away outside of point blank to avoid that from happening. At which point, maybe you charge him because he's already got an advanced dice next to his unit, so he can't reactive fire. You can do a ambush charge up to 12 inches away, and Ghost Warriors have got Fieldcraft, so they're not slowed down by any terrain. At which point you could charge him, or you still just shoot him, and you go, okay, I've got 5. You know, I'm assuming you're taking a minimum size squad. You might have more, but let's assume you've got a 5-man squad, right? You go, okay, I'm going to shoot you 5 times. Let's say I hit you twice. You should hit between 2 and 3 times. Let's be mean to you and say you only hit twice. That becomes 4 hits. That translates at pen +1 to 2 kills. Okay, well, now you've killed 2 Fireflies. So his 6-man squad's become a 4-man squad. And then he's only hitting you with 8 shots now instead of 12. And then he's not in point blank range. So he's hitting on 4s. But then he's got a pin on him. So he's actually hitting on 5s. So suddenly it's like, wait, he's hitting on 5s with 8 shots. Okay, generously he gets 3 hits. He probably at that point doesn't translate the reroll. And then he wounds you on like 4s. Let's be generous, say he gets 2 wounds. And then you're on a 2-up save in heavy cover or a 3-up save not in heavy cover. At which point you then pass both your saves and you're like, oh, I'm fine. If Ghost Warriors are deadly too, it's worth maybe the charge then. Maybe. Or maybe you literally just go, hang on, I can literally on ambush outshoot Fireflies. I'll take 2 kills and basically gimp his shooting. Now you might charge him because if you can kill him, that's great, right? like if you can kill him, that's really good. But, you know, charging might mean your Ghost Warriors end up being out of position and might mean they end up exposing themselves to like to some other kind of drop or whatever. But yeah, like you can do that no problem. And remember, like, you don't even need to be on ambush to be able to do this. You don't even need to sound like you don't even need to be on ambush to do this. You can literally just, if you haven't activated a unit and he drops down within 12 inches of you, you get to shoot at him for free. Deadly 2 is just surging. Fair enough, 458. Laser Lad, okay, do this stop sounding like war game and sounds like D&D character metagaming. Laser Lad, what the fuck are you even on, man? We're literally talking deep tactics. Get out of here! Get out of here! What the fuck are you even on about? D&D character metagaming. We're literally talking about how do you handle getting dropped by American mass fireflies. What are you on, man? Fucking hell. Fucking hell, bro. Literally the definition of, like, going through the tactics on how to beat something. Yeah. Fucking hell, bro. What have we got here? 158th, have you seen Luck, Guts, and Riff Mastery? I mean, Luck, I think, is really good for the Japanese. I think the Japanese can take it. I'm just going to double check now. I think Luck is really good for the Japanese. I actually think Japanese players should be taking Luck on all their officers, not Guts. I think Guts is a trap. Massively so. The reason I think you want Luck on your officers is for when you want a Ghost Warrior. Because then if you fuck up the Ghost Warrior roll, you can be like, I'm going to Luck one of those dice. Woo! It gives you a chance, right? Everyone's like, Guts, Guts, Guts. Guts is free, though. Wood Imp. Not on the Japanese. What are you even on about? What are you even... Wood Imp? What's happened? I feel like Ripley in this... I feel like Ripley in the meeting in Aliens when she's like, did IQs drop sharply whilst I was away? Like, I got, you know... Fucking Laser Lad, what if coming in here? What's going on here, man? What's going on here? What if? I know exactly what's happened here. You've dropped in halfway through a point and you've been like, I'm just going to contribute without thinking. That's what's fucking happened, isn't it? I'm calling you out. I'm calling you out. See, I knew it! Laser Lad, I'll be honest, I dropped in on +1 this and rolling on 5s that. I knew it! Laser Lad, props to you for admitting it, though. Props to you for owning it, because you basically came in halfway through a point. And we're like, I don't know what's going on here, but I'm going to give an opinion. Dude, I've done it as well, man. I think everyone on the internet has done that at some point. You know what, man? I actually respect you more for owning it, bro. What if everyone plays the best faction? America, surely? No, bro. No one. Only the decadent barbarians play Americans. The true honorable warriors play Japan. Banzai! 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 There you are. Yeah. There you are. So, I mean, I'm heavily investing in Japan. By the way, I'm heavily investing in Japan. And I want to make something abundantly clear. I'm not doing this based on any information. I have no idea what is coming in the Japanese update. Could be a few minor points tweaks. Could be a lot more. I have no idea. I am blindly investing in Japan because I like a challenge. I like a challenge. And so I am investing heavily in Japan just because I want to go to a tournament and win one game. Just one. Because it's never been done. That's all I'm aiming for, baby. All I'm aiming for. I'm aiming for a round 3 submarine. That's what I'm aiming for. So that's why I am now the proud owner of 31 Japanese assault frame, Japanese frame infantry, exoskeleton infantry. So I've got 10 battle frame, 21 assault frame. And I also have 21 Ghost Warriors and 17 Shibito. So I am, and I've got, a few mechs and stuff. 2 mechs, 2 tanks. But I am investing heavily in the Japanese. And I'm gonna, there's 2 approaches that I'm taking to this game. Okay, Dos Approachio. The first approach is I'm going to take lots of good stuff, like Assault Frame Infantry and Ghost Warriors, and try and basically make that work. And the other option is I'm going to take as many inexperienced infantry as I can, give each sergeant a power sword, and then basically just recreate the bamboo spear fighter spam of old. Because I can get 6 12-man squads. Bear in mind, they'll have engineers, so it's 8 points per bloke. For 588 points. This will give me 72 infantry. I then need to buy some, like, mandatory rift units for the assault platoon. But that's where I'm starting. And then we'll see where we go from there. Then I might go over to a armored walker platoon and get an inexperienced old Japanese mech, the Kai He, whatever it is, which comes with just 2 MMGs. And that also then unlocks me 2 more basic infantry squads, which would be another 24 infantry. For cheaper than getting an assault platoon. This would give me 96 infantry for 784 points. All fanatics. All able to kill vehicles in combat. Or literally every single squad. Because of the sergeant with the power sword. Now, I don't mean to alarm you. But I think that's got legs. I think that's got legs. And that's where... So, I'm going down the power armor route first on the assumption that Warlord is going to fix the Japanese properly, but I have a backup plan, and I'm not afraid to use it. And bear in mind, I have all of the infantry I need to enact the backup plan. I have every model. So, your move, Warlord. All right. Now we've got some super chats coming in here. I've been kind of bad on them. I do just, but John, I hope that helps a little bit. I've got to say a massive thank you to Glenn Lee. Glenn Lee, thank you for the Death Strike chat, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Holy shit, Glenn Lee. This one snuck in. Can everyone spam an 07 down the chat? Can we show some love and some appreciation for Glenn Lee coming in with the big old super chat, baby? Yes. Oh, my days. Woo! It's popping up, boys. Glenn, I'm so sorry it took me a little while to get to you. You know I like to make sure I answer every super chat completely before I move on, man. So, dude, thank you very much for your generosity. And thank you very much for your patience as well, sir. You're an absolute officer and a gentleman. You're an absolute gentleman and scholar. You're a good sir and you're a kind sir. And I raise my glass to you, buddy. Thank you very, very much for... I mean, Glenn Lee, you're dropping death strikes all the fucking time, man. You're an absolute mental bastard. I love you, buddy. Thank you, man. Holy shit, bro. Thank you so fucking much for the epic support, man. Good, man. Keep it up. Health is wealth. When you hit your 30s, you got to start looking after yourself, and you seem to be doing it. As always, love what you do, and all the mad guys and girls in stream. Glenn Lee, thank you so much. Yeah, it's one of those things that, like, it's not something I've really done. I appreciate the kind words, and I genuinely do find that, like comforting and like motivating. It's always nice when you sort of you try and do a little bit of something and people sort of people hype people a little bit. It's nice. So yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where like it just sort of I often listen. I do it in wargaming and I do it in life. I just kind of like listen to my gut instinct. I'm not a big thinker. I'm not a big thinker. I go off instincts and I just go off like what just seems right. What seems sensible, common sense, somewhat logical. And I'm in my, I'm 32, 33 now. I'm 32. I'm 33 now. I was 32. But it was when I saw sort of beginning of this year, I was like, when I was 32, I was like, I really feel like it's time to start looking after myself a little bit. A big part of it as well is, I needed a lot of dentistry work doing, as you guys know. That was a bit of a wake up call to me as well. Like I need, if my teeth are getting a bit fucked up, I need to be making sure that, if that's happening here, what's happening in here kind of thing. So yeah, I just thought it just seemed like the thing to do. It just seemed right. It seemed sensible. It seemed logical. So yeah, that's it basically, man. I just thought it just felt my body was telling me, hey man, we need to be doing more exercise here. And I was like, okay, let's do it. And that's it. Yeah. So Glenn Lee, thank you so much, man. And I'm just trying to, I did a lot of exercise when I was when I was a teenager. I did a lot of exercise when I was a kid, a lot of exercise when I was a teenager, a lot of exercise when I was in my early 20s. Kind of just fell out of it a little bit. And then it sort of got to my early 30s and I'm like, I need to be back on the exercise. Yeah. So there you go. Just seemed like the right thing to do, man. But thank you so much. I hope you're looking after yourself as well, mate. Thank you so much for generous support, bro. And 07, you magnificent bastard. Sorry, not the microphone there. Thank you for the bottom of my heart, man. You're a good lad. Oh, my God. There we go. It's popping off. It's fucking popping off. We've got some more super chats here. Florida Eccentric. Thank you, man. Question in stream discussion toward the end. Let's have a look, mate. Does Gross's Relentless allow a target to change the order, or are they repeating their previous order? My reading of the rule is they are repeating their previous order. So, for example, let's say you have Gross next to a Rail Panther. You give that Rail Panther a fire order, and then you can use, when you use Gross's ability, you can give that Rail Panther another fire order, but you couldn't change that order. Guts allows you to potentially change orders. Relentless allows you to repeat the dice that's already next to the unit. That's the best way of looking at it. So Gross is a lot of people think about using Gross in terms of like, hey, why don't we like get this unit to do like 3 things in one turn? And whilst there's like an element of doing that, I actually think the sort of the better way, I want to do like 3 bits of damage. I think the better way is basically, you use if you want this, you use Relentless when you want to just do the same order again. You use Guts when you need to change that unit's order. And if you were to use like both in one turn, how I would typically see it is, let's take aforementioned like Rail Panther, or maybe it could be with a Surging Dice, or maybe it could be like maybe it could be like a Puma with like the big grav cannon which starts with a Surging Dice. Well, one of them does if you use your army rule. You can be like, okay, I'm going to fire this, go from surging down to active, and then what you could do is then use Gross's Relentless to fire it again, and then you could use Guts to put that dice back in the bag. And the reason you might want to do that is because then you might go, now I'm going to move. I don't want to shoot it a third time without an active dice, but now I'll move it. Or now I've got like a defense. Or another great way of thinking about it is, the difference between the Guts is when you think about Recce. Hey, if I use fire again, I might get hit by an enemy shot. But if I use Guts and my opponent goes to shoot me, then I can Recce away. So you can use it defensively. So yeah, it's but Gross Relentless allows them to repeat an order. Guts allows you to put the dice back into the bag to potentially do a different order. Yeah, there you go. Amon Glory, the way I read it, and it was ruled at a previous world event, he was allowed to change the dice as existing order die relates to the dice next to them rather than the order on it. That's very strange if that's how it's been ruled, because it's very clear cut to me. It's very, very, very clear cut to me. When using Snap to Action, Gross can issue orders to units in 6 inches that have already been assigned order dice. If each user attempts to Snap to Action this way, he must have an active Surging or Rift dice. Each unit nominated must pass an order test, even though they are not pinned. If they succeed, they may execute another order using their existing order dice. It's the existing order dice. If they fail, their order dice is changed to down instead. If Gross uses the Relentless Enhancement after he and all affected units have executed their orders, exhaust one of the Rift dice, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so to me it says you use their existing order dice. So, I mean, that's gonna have to be FAQ'd if Warlord want to change what the meaning around that is. Does existing order dice merely mean the one that is on the board? Or does it mean the order that exists next to the unit? Yeah. So, I mean, that's, I can, now that you've said it, I can see it both ways. But how I would play it, until it is officially FAQ'd, how I would play it is they had to continue the existing order. Yeah. Like that's how I would play it. And that needs to be FAQ to do that. Because I always say, until if you're ever not sure, you should play the rule in the less powerful format. And then if the FAQ comes out and you get to play it in the more powerful format, then great, you got a boost. And if you and then if it doesn't get changed and it turns out that actually it was only meant to be the existing order that's next to them, then you've not been gaming it. Yeah. So that's what I would do, man. Like until it's in the FAQ, I that's how I would play it, because it's the safest way of doing it. Because to me, it's just very clear cut. Like you just use the existing order dice that's next to them. You just repeat the order. Yeah. But hey, if it gets changed, that'll be good. Yeah. What do we got next? Fun Jacob, Beans meme video in stream discussion. All right. Why are we getting Beans? Actual clip of MG whenever he talks about Beans. It's better. Is this going to be more British racism?
You eat like a pig. Try the floor.
I was eating those beans. Are you fucking insane? I was eating those beans!
Why though? Why would he slip on the beans, man? Why? Modern video games have got a big problem. Oh, man. All right. A Silent Warrior, thank you so much, man. Had a lovely package arrive on my doorstep today, courtesy of Warlord Games. Pictures in Discord. Hey! Holy shit, man. Woohoo, baby. That is a lovely package. Shit, man. Wait. And Soviets? My God. Oh, man. The Ursus look so good, don't they? I'm so jealous of all these people with their really good Ursus. Yeah. Oh, man. The Empire Japan, the way of the Rising Wang. I love that you've got the Japanese and the Soviets, though. And the fact that you've got Vestorians up there as well. Hey, you could use those Vestorians as like basic infantry in K-47. You actually could, man. They would look cool. Yeah. Ah, cool. Yeah, that's cool as fuck, bro. Nice. Good time to be getting into the Japanese as well, because they should be getting a big buff soon. Hopefully. Yeah, hopefully. Nice, Silent Warrior. I love it, man. Tight. Yeah, awesome. Starbucks Meg, thank you so much for the super chat, man. Firstly, just want to shout out love for the stream as always. And second, a little hobby update and stream discussion. Nothing special, but I do love my terrain. Terrain is special. Terrain is special. It may not be Arnhem Bridge or Astophan Bridge, but I'm finally close to getting these ready to add to my river-based games. Dual purpose of both Old World, Northern Borders versus Wolves of the Sea theme. And K-47, Rhine or Ardennes theaters. Nice. Dude, they look great, man. Like, they actually look genuinely great. I love the where you got that river from. Is that the, like, the Gale Force 9 river, is it? Yeah. I'm hoping to... I want to get another big terrain injection for the channel. Yeah, some battle mats and stuff. I need at least one battle mat with snow on it. At least one, right? Yeah. Yeah, that looks great, man. Cool. I love terrain, mate. Terrain is good. Yeah. Terrain is great. This one is Warlord 2. What do you mean? Oh, wait, is that all Warlord terrain, is it? Interesting. Or is it a Warlord battle mat or something? What do you mean, man? Indeed. I'm always up for a bit of the battle mat. The battle mats from Warlord? I didn't even fucking know they did battle mats, man. I'll have to have a look at that. They fucking sell everything, Warlord. Jesus. It's almost like they're a wargaming company. Paints and hobby. Gaming mats. Huh. Oh, they're out of stock. Boo! Alright, well, hopefully they'll come back at some point. I do need some more of their terrain, though. They have, yeah, I do need to do a big terrain injection. Yeah. FOMO! I think they're just out of stock. I think that's all it is, man. Goddamn FOMO battle mats. God damn it. Alright, what have we got next? Cosmic Drew, thank you for the super chat, man. How should the US best crush the Axis? Asking for a friend. Wait, are you Axis? No, you're playing the US, crushing the Axis. I mean, the meta choice is Paragons and Fireflies. But the Giga Chad choice is get on that 50! Someone get on that 50! There you go, Cosmic. There you are. It's for a friend! Well, I would recommend that your friend gets lots of paragons and fireflies. Yeah. And jackals are quite good as well. Yeah. Linebackers are... Tell your friend that linebackers are pretty decent, but jackals are pretty good as well. Yeah. Thank you so much for the super chat. Buster Rift is Project Paragon coming soon? I think I'm gonna do it soon. Yeah. I want to. I kind of want to take it to like an event. And what I'm trying to do with my after action reports is have like one more like try hard report and then one more like vibe report and sort of bounce back and forth between them, kind of thing. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm doing. Or I'll just do it in a battle report. Yeah, I kind of do want to try out like mass paragons. I kind of want to try like mass paragons with like mass muscle mummies. I think that would be kind of cool because I do have the ability to run obviously 4 squads of paragons, and I also have the ability to run 4 squads of muscle mummies. So yeah, I'm kind of able to do it a couple of different ways. Yeah. Tim, can I have some spruce so I can make some 50s? Yeah, mate, sure. Just check your local landfill. You should find some of my sprues in there, mate. There you are, man. All right. There we go. Let's have a look here. What was the topic I wanted to dive into, actually? I said I was going to dive into it. I was having my snack and I can't remember. I think it was maybe beef. I can just go back and check the stream, to be fair. Like, if I need to. When was I eating? Come on, you... Aha! Aha! 1 minute. Or... I'm not seen it yet, sorry, but I might take a look at it. I have my snack first. There might be a couple of topics to get into. Aha, it was after this, before this. Whilst I'm stuffing my fat face full of crisps. That's huge. 1 minute. The current new boys, they're getting another new boy kit. Oh yeah, that was it. It was only a little. Yeah, that was it. Talk about the new up boys potentially. Okay. The Orc Boy kit, that was it. It was it was just some like thoughts on the implications behind that. So yeah, I think it would be a good topic to discuss because, well, it's kind of like a victory for the people in many ways. So yeah, I think it's worth just a little. Oh yeah, we're a 40k channel. I mean, apparently, Jenny, I think we're a wargaming channel now. Yeah, I think we're a wargaming channel now before anything else. Yeah. Cosmic Drew, thank you for Super Chat, man. Tim, real question. Super Bazooka versus ATRD on heavies. Very different role for each weapon, man. The Super Bazooka is if you want to reach out and take pot shots at like pen 6, I think. But the ATRDs are there for if you want to be up close and personal. Yeah. It comes down to range, man. Like, think about this. If you have like if you have like a squad of heavy infantry with a Super Bazooka, and they're like veteran in a nice bit of like heavy cover with the LMGs and the Super Bazooka, you've got a genuinely flexible unit that can take on most threats. Any infantry, hose them down with the LMGs. Something bigger and nastier comes along, twat it with the Super Bazooka. I mean, how much? This is kind of an interesting question. How much is a Super Bazooka in a heavy infantry squad? Just having a look now. 55. It's kind of expensive, but if you take 33 times 5 and then give them a Super Bazooka, it's 220 points. It's cheaper than a lot of other. I mean, fuck it. At that point, I'd throw on the stubborn just to because it's worth the extra 5 points to make sure they don't shit themselves and run away. So yeah, at that point, you have a unit which is damage value 6, ensconced in some heavy cover. You got a 4-up cover save, and it actually has if anything comes at it, it has the ability to deal with it. I mean, what's the range on a Super Bazooka? Is it 24? Is it further? $24, but pen 6? That is quite nice. Obviously, it's not as good against... It's not as good against mechs. But I feel like if you have ATRDs... So, it's interesting because obviously the points difference... This Super Bazooka is there if you're going to be sitting back and blasting. Or even marching across the board a little bit and blasting. ATRDs are kind of traditionally used either... If they're going to be used offensively, then they're typically used on units that are going to drop down or move quickly across the board and blast in the face. But it is important to note that ATRDs can be used defensively. Like, oh shit, here come the Schreckwolfen. We need to have something that can deal with them. Well, we're all going to die anyway, so we might as well let off our ATRDs and hope we kill them on the way in. Yeah, that's the difference. Like, I would say on heavy infantry, ATRDs are a defensive choice. On Fireflies, they're an offensive choice. On heavy infantry, they're a defensive choice. Which is a great showcase of how you can have the same piece of equipment work very differently on two different units. It's almost like it's a war game. Yeah. Can reaction fire wait till point blank fire? I don't know, you know. I always thought you couldn't because I didn't think you could reactive fire with a flamethrower. I'm gonna look now though because it has come up a few times. It's gonna be under close quarters, isn't it? So it says, note that this reaction fire is resolved immediately before assaulting models are moved. However, even weapons that are out of range count as being in range and can shoot. This represents the fire waiting for the assaulting unit to be in range before firing. Surprise charge. If the assaulting unit is within 6 inches or less from its target, when the assault is declared, then the target cannot react. The enemy is just too close and there is not enough time to bring weapons to bear. The exception is if the target is on an ambush order, as noted above. So, flamethrowers. $75. No. I don't know. Maybe flamethrowers can be used. I don't know, maybe you can. A flamethrower only has a 6-inch range. But if someone makes the charge from outside, it's quite serious. It says weapons that aren't in range count as being in range. It's quite clear. Even weapons that are out of range count as being in range and can shoot. So I think you can, yeah. Which I think is different from bot action. Or maybe they changed it from bot action version 2 to bot action version 3. Dexian probably knows this better than me. And Woodimp if he's still here. But yeah, I think you can reactive fire with a flamethrower. Which is very interesting. So on a preview battle from Warlord? That's pretty good then. I mean, if it's on a preview battle port from Warlord, then I think you can do it. Well, 58th. Can reaction fire wait till point blank, though? I don't think so. I don't think so. I feel like it says, note that this reaction fire is resolved immediately before any assaulting models are moved. So no. Because if you were within, if the enemy is, if you are within point blank range when the enemy starts their assault move, then they're within 6 inches, which means it's a surprise charge. So yeah, so no, you can't shoot within point blank, but you can shoot a flamethrower further than it normally could do. If that makes sense. So yeah, not point blank, but yes, on flamethrowers. Yeah. That would be my reading of it. Unless it's been clarified. I'll see if the bot actually FAQ has anything. Nothing there. I'll check the bot action rulebook. Can a flamethrower make enemies flee during a charge? I think so, yeah. I think so. They have to meet it, but obviously if they're fanatic or fearless, they wouldn't care. Yeah, I don't see why not. I'm checking bot action. It's always good to check both because even though bot action is a separate game, it's obviously there's a lot of spirit of the law versus letter of the law kind of stuff where bot action can be helpful. Close quarters. If the assault is determined to be successful and the target unit has not taken an action that turn, the target unit can react by opening fire against the assaulters. The opposing player takes an order die from the dice bag and instructs the unit to fire. No order test needed. Sometimes this reaction fire may be enough to wipe the assaulters out before they can even reach their target. Note that this reaction shooting is resolved immediately before any assaulting models are moved. However, even weapons that are out of range count as in range and can shoot. This represents the firer waiting for the assaulting model to be in range before firing. No, it's the same. Yeah. Yeah. I don't see anything on the flamethrower rules which says it can't be done. So I feel like it must have been maybe a second edition rule where you couldn't do it. Yeah. So yeah, I don't think so. There we go. So it's a cool example though. Yeah, it's a cross-reference. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there we go. Interesting. All right. What have we got? What have we got next? I think that was actually. Oh no, that was it. You bloody distracted me, Cosmic. You bloody distracted me. Right. So I might have something to talk about here. I don't know. Well, we'll talk about it and then you guys can decide whether you think it's worthy of beef. We might... Beef? Beef? Beef! Maybe beef. Maybe beef, okay? Because we might have an example here of the people bending Games Workshop to their will. Possibly. Maybe. Maybe. Okay, hold on to your butts. Let me explain. There's a rumor going around. Well, this might not be beef. This might be hype. It depends on your perspective. It's like a beef hype hybrid. There's a rumor going around that the new 11th edition starter box is going to have new boys in it. Now, when I first heard this rumor, I presumed that it meant that we were going to have the new boys in it. For those of you that don't know, there is actually 2 boys kits that is sold by Games Workshop right now. The old ones and the new ones. And I will bring those up for you to see now because I think it's important. We've got boys. And then, ooh, are they still selling the old ones? Ooh, yeah, they are. And then we've got boys. So these are the old Orc boys. And I'm going to be honest with you, they're amazing. Sometimes Games Workshop just smashes it on the first try. And these Orc boys, they remind me of the old Cadians. They remind me of things like Tactical Marines. They remind me of just a design that they got so right the first time. And anytime they've tried to sort of change it or move past it or mess with it, it's just been inferior. It's just been inferior. So these Orc boys, I mean, they're literally, they aren't exactly the same, but they are essentially very similar to the Orc boys that were, Plastic boys that were released in 3rd edition, because you had the Armageddon Codex, which featured these guys. Now, they have been slightly updated. So back in 3rd edition, you just got Slugger boys or Shooter boys. And I think they were on like a couple of different sprues. And if you wanted things like big shooters and rockets to upgrade the squads, you had to get like metal blisters that contained like 2 metal big shooters, or you had to get metal blisters that contained like a couple of the metal rocket boys, which I actually think those models look really, really cool, but that's by the by. But this is the old Orc boy kit. But one of the best bits about this kit is it's completely cross-compatible with nearly every other Orc kit of the same era. So you get, in this box set, you get 10 Orc boys and a knob. It's actually an 11 model kit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and the knob. So you get 10 Orc boys and you get the knob. The knob basically, I think, could only be built with like Power Claw and Slugger, but you don't really care. And you can build all of these guys with all shooters, or you can build all of them with all sluggers, and choppers. You get like a rocket and a big shooter per in the sprue as well. At least one, maybe more, but at least one. And what's also interesting is you can build them as stick bombers, because that was a kind of Orc boy back in the day. There was actually a specific unit that got to throw grenades at people, which is very different to how grenades work now. Also, these Orc boys came with all the bits that you needed to make Ard boys, which were a thing as well. That's why you'll notice some of them have got armor panels. Those were the Ard boys. And some of them don't have armor panels. They were your basic boys. So this is all stuff that existed sort of back in the day when the kit was basically designed, and then it's sort of been brought along over various iterations. But long story short, this Orc boy kit is absolutely ancient. And like I said, one of the best bits about it is it's very cross-compatible. It's cross-compatible with looters. It's cross-compatible with burner boys. I mean, they've changed a lot of bits now, but, you know, it's cross-compatible with all sorts of kits. There's not that many still rocking around, but it was cross-compatible with basically every Orc kit. Storm Boys it was cross-compatible with. I think it was even cross-compatible with things like knobs. You could literally use it with basically back at some of the old like commandos. Obviously, Games Workshop over time has replaced a lot of these kits. And so the cross-compatibility has gone down like a little bit. So, for example, the new Tank Busters, it can't be cross-compatible with them. The new Commandos, it's not cross-compatible with them, for example. But it's still got a lot of cross-compatibility. And the reason why that's so important, especially if you're looking at things like looters and you're looking at things like burner boys, is that it meant that in many ways this Orc kit could be used to make all sorts of different orc models. So, like, for example, you could buy tank busters, or you could buy a bunch of orc boys, make a bunch of them into boys, and then take all the rockets that come in the kit, as you can see, all the rockets that come in the kit, and then just make tank busters out of that. I mean, if you've got 5 spare, if you've got 5, think about it this way. If you are buying a bunch of orc boys, let's say you want like three mobs of like 20, you'll have like 6 rockets left over and 6 big shooters left over. Now, in days gone by, obviously it's a bit different now with free war gear, but in days gone by, this was a big advantage because that meant that you could, rather than like, you know, buy a unit of looters, £27 for 5, and a unit of orc burners, £27 for 5, or tank busters, which is like £27 for 5. What you could do instead is just buy another unit of orcs, which is, you know, £29 now, and that's 10 guys. So you build 5 with rockets, 5 with big shooters. Oh look, the 5 with big shooters are looters, the 5 with rockets are tank busters. So it's a really, really, really good kit. It's kind of similar in many ways to like what it's kind of similar in many ways to like what like people used to do with like tactical marines, for example. Like if you had like a bunch of tactical marines, and then you wanted to like make like a devastator squad, well, you could buy 5 devastators, or maybe you could buy like a single squad of tactical marines and use your spare heavy bolter bits and your spare missile launcher bits to, oh look, now you've got 10 devastators. So it's a great way of basically like, once you got to like a certain kit density, you are able to make a bunch of extra units for half price. So it was really, really, really good. So this kit is very, very venerable. It's been around a long time. And it's really, really, really popular with the orc community. But one of the reasons it's really popular with the orc community is not just its cross compatibility, not just its ability to make things like burner boys. And by the way, the cross compatibility thing is really important because it meant that if you, because back in the day, war gear was very different. So it was like, hey, I want to put a bunch of burners into my orc boy squad. Well, what I can do is basically buy 1 box of like burners, and I can like, use various bits from the orc boy kit to constantly kit bash and make things look different and all that kind of stuff. So, because, you had burner boys and you had basic orc squads that could take burners, all this kind of stuff. Now, it all just came down to the bits box, right? Because I think burners and looters come in the same box. So if you buy like a box of like looters and build them as looters, you're left with a bunch of burners left over. What do you do? Well, if you buy 2 boxes of looters, then you've got a squad of looters and you've got 10 burners left over. Well, rather than buying burner boys, you just buy a single squad of orc boys and then turn them into 10 burner boys. Like that's what's important about the cross compatibility. I don't think I was really explaining that very well before. I apologize. So not only has it got good cross compatibility, but the other reason what's so good about it is this kit itself comes with the ability to build everyone with the same weapon. If you want everyone to be built with shooters, it comes with enough bits to build shooters. If you want to build everyone with slugger and chopper, it comes with the bits to build everyone with slugger and chopper. So this was a really, really good kit. Then a few years ago, I think it was during 9th edition, a few years ago, GW came out with this kit, which is not called Orc Boys, it's just called Boys. This kit, when it was first revealed, was people were pretty happy for it. I mean, the old venerable Orc Boys had been around a long time. One of the problems with the Orc Boys, even though they're great, if I can find an example for you, is that they are all dummy thick. You can see they've got their big booties sticking out here. Slightly strange, sort of like ass going out, chest going out kind of like vibe. But you don't really think about it if you've seen the models for so long. But when you actually look at them, it is a strange sort of like cheek clapping pose that they kind of have. And so you look at the new Orc boys, I feel like they had fixed that. Like if we look at this guy, look, his ass is not sticking out an abnormal amount. It's actually just running in a normal sort of pose. So they fixed the twerking Orc problem. So a lot of people were, the twerks. A lot of people were really happy when this kit was announced. And then people started getting their hands on the sprues. And basically, instantly, overnight, this kit kind of died. And the reason it kind of died, and you might see a few people that, I mean, I'll tell you what, for the first time ever the other day, I saw someone who ran these Orcs. Literally, first time ever. It was the last tournament I was at. The one when I took like 120 guardsmen and 6 vehicles, right? It was that tournament when I played against that guy's Orcs. It was the first time I'd seen anyone running these Orc boys. Because even though they fix the ass cheek situation, even though they are arguably way better detailed, way more posability, way more dynamic, they are like really good sculpts and everything. The problem is that this kit is not cross-compatible, and this kit is everything an Orc kit shouldn't be for an Orc player. Because what are Orc players? Kit bashers. They're all mad creative geniuses. They don't want to buy a kit and only build the options that come with it. They want to buy a kit and combine it with 3 other kits and create some kind of mental concoction which blows everyone's nips off. That's what they want to do. Yeah, they're mad geniuses. They're creative geniuses. And, they want to be taking old world Orcs and combining them with 40k Orcs. They could make like a snake bite sort of like clan or this kind. That's what they want to be doing. The problem with this kit is not only was it completely and utterly uncross compatible with, I don't know if we've got an example of the sprues here, but you can see where the connect, look at that body there, guys. Look at the way the leg is there. These Orcs can only be built one way. So even though individually there's more posability, this guy is always going to be built in this pose. Always. This guy is always going to be in this pose. This guy is always going to be in this pose. And so, especially if you're, an Orc player who's running Green Tide, that's going to have a bit of a problem because it's very quickly going to stand out. It's not so bad in Space Marines if you've got, one box of Intercessors, which basically have got 2 5-man squads with the same poses. That's not the end of the world because they're just going to sit on home objectives anyway. When you're running 60 or more boys, it jumps out immediately. Like, this guy is always going to be in this pose, but this stick bomber, you can mix that up all sorts of different ways. You can have, you can cut that arm off at the wrist there and stick it on this guy here. You've got the guy who's got them on his backpack. You can have a guy with a shooter in one hand. You can have a guy who's holding a shooter in one hand, stick bomb in another, chopper in one hand, stick bomb in another. You can have, different stick bomb backpacks, all sorts of it. You can really, really mix it up. This one, it only goes in one place and it only ever goes in one place. Yeah. But that isn't even the big kicker. The real kicker is that this kit, I said they can only be built one way. That comes down to the models themselves. When you build this kit, there's no option to build all of them with Slugger and Choppers. You get 5 Slugger boys and you get 3 shooter boys. And then you get the knob, and you get the big shooter. There's no way... Oh, sorry, you can also get the rocket guy, fair enough. But there's no way of building this in the optimized loadout of I'm going to give all my boys Slugger and Chopper because that's the better weapon. Or I'm going to give them all shooters because I'm a bit weird. Like, there's no way of doing that. So if you... And also, what you've got to remember is that, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think in a 20-man orc squad, you still only get one knob, right? So if you buy 2 boxes of this, you still only got the one knob leading the squad. So you can't even build a 20-man squad from 2 of these boxes. Like, you can't even do that. And even if you did build this, you're going to end up with, like, 6 shooters and, like, 10 choppers. And then, like, 2 big shooters and a knob. Yeah, it's 1 boss knob for a 20-man. So, like, it just doesn't even... It literally doesn't work on any level. You can't kit bash it. You can't buy them en masse. You can't do anything with it. So this kit... Oh, also combine it with some people got very shirty about the some people got really shirty about the color scheme that GW did. These orcs are very, very, very bright green. If you compare them to these ones, I mean, think about it. If you've been seeing orc green in this color for like 30 years, and then some bozo comes along and gives you fucking like this is like green skin. This is like algae. Or like lichen. Or lime. It's not even lime. It's just like bioluminescent jellyfish color. Yeah, it's a generational fuck up. So, generational fuck up. So this kit was resoundingly rejected. And this is the kit that I thought... Oh, also, by the way, it's £35.50 versus £29.50. So you get to pay GW... what was that, like £6? You get to pay GW £6 for the privilege of getting a worse kit in every single way. Except for the models look a bit prettier. Yeah. It's shit. It's utterly shit. So, now, I've heard a rumor. Now, when the 11th edition box set rumors started flying around, one of the rumors is that it was going to have 20 orc boys in that kit. And I thought, okay, well, what they're going to do is sack off the old, really good orc boys, and then this will be their opportunity to force everyone to come over to the new inferior orc boys, which contain 1 model less, and yet they charge you £6 more. And then what they'll do is they'll go classic, like 10th edition, even though it's 11th, they'll go classic modern GW and say, okay, orc boys now only come in 10-man squads, which have to take, 3 shooters and 5 sluggers, and the only weapon option you get is the choice between a big shooter and a rocket launcher. So that's what I presumed it meant. And that's what I will admit, I dropped a little bit of beef saying that. I was like, that's what they're going to make you do. And to be clear, that's still possibly what's going to happen. We're not out of the woods yet. There's still a very, very strong chance that 11th edition comes along, GW scraps the beloved orc boys and leaves everyone with these shithead orc boys. All right? But I've heard a new rumor. And if it's true, this is beef for GW, but hype for we the people. Because I have heard, as Siriade has just said, that they are going to be bringing out an entirely new Orc Boy kit that replaces the shitty Orc Boys. Now, it will probably also replace the beloved Orc Boys. But if that is true, that is a massive, massive win. Potentially, obviously, we haven't seen the kit yet. But that's potentially a massive, massive win for us, the consumer. And it shows that voting with your wallet does work. Because these new Orc Boys, we'll just call them the shithead orcs, because we'll refer to the new orcs as the ones that are coming in 11th edition, right? So these shithead orcs will have been so unpopular that GW will have basically been forced to re-release a new Orc Boy kit. That's what they would have been forced to do. Because the Orc... despite the fact that GW wanted everyone to buy these new Orc Boys, they have been forced to keep the old ones around. Because nobody bought the new ones. And they have been forced to now get rid of these shithead orcs. And we might actually be getting a new and improved Orc Boy kit that is actually better. We might be getting orcs that actually come with all of the good weapon options. Like you can build them all with sluggers and all with choppers, right? Sorry, all with sluggers, choppers, or all with shooters. And they fixed the twerking problem. If that happens, it is basic. In my opinion, it is an example of voting with your wallet, forcing GW to bend to our will. And it go to everyone that says voting with your wallet never changed anything, to all of the chuds who are like nothing ever changes. This could possibly be an example of it working. And if it works here, it could work in other areas. It could work in other places. Orcs together strong. Exactly. The orc community has shown it can be, well, possibly. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. It may be the new orc kit comes out and it's actually somehow even worse, and GW get rid of all of the existing Orc Boys kits, and we end up with somehow an even worse situation. It could happen. Okay, it could happen. But I choose to believe, I'm trying to be less beefy, I'm trying to be more hypey, and I choose to believe the hype that a new Orc Boy kit's going to come out, and it is going to be legit, it's going to be good. It's going to be like when we got new Termagants and we got new Hormagaunts. Those were genuine, like, improvements. Like, I like the old Hormagaunts, and I have a lot of them, but the new ones are way better. The old ones always fall over and get caught on themselves and all this kind of stuff. Yeah. I wouldn't even, Joseph Vigley, I wouldn't even mind if they split it into separate kits, like Slugger and Chopper and Shooter Boys. Like, I am a reasonable person, GW. Just give me... If I want to buy Slugger and Chopper only, give me that option. If I want to buy Shooter only, give me that option. I'll meet you halfway, motherfuckers. I mean, it's better for you if you make one good kit, but fuck it. Yeah. Yeah. So I think, I choose to hope that this is an example of victory. This is an example of our votes working. This is an example of democracy. The people's orcs. I hope, anyway. Yeah, I hope so. Maybe not. But I choose to believe. Because the thing is, Games Workshop has released some quite shit orc kits. But that new orc war boss actually does look pretty good. Like, if you have a look, one of the things I don't understand about Games Workshop is, I don't understand why they've gone for, like, the weird light. I mean, is the new orc bozo like this? 1 minute. Is the new orc boss in the light? No, he's not. Look. The new orc boss is not in the lime, not in the bioluminescent green. He's not quite as dark as the old orc boys, but he's not as light. He's not as light as the new ones either. He's kind of in between the two. He's kind of in between the two. So, if you look, though, at some of the stuff that GW's put out, like, it's really weird. Like, I never understood why they went full send into Beast Snaggers. Beast Snaggers are basically snake bites. And snake bites were never, ever the most popular kind of orc tribe. They never were. The only reason I can think they went all in on it is because snake bites are more copyrightable because they're all about squigs. Yeah. But I've never really understood why they went full send on Beast Snaggers. Like, they just look a bit, I don't know, man. Like, I don't mind the Beast Snagger models. Like, I actually think they look perfectly okay as, like, orc boys. You know, I kind of like how they're like a mixture of, they've got furs, but then they've got, like, scrap metal. I think they're scrap metal plates. Maybe it's bone. I'm not sure. But, you know, it's a mixture of sort of like, I don't really mind the idea of basically, like, savage orcs from, like, Warhammer Fantasy, but being in 40k. I'm not overly against it. But I've never seen snake bites as, like, the most popular orc. As the most popular orc tribe. I think Goths are pretty popular, but I feel like the most popular orc tribe has always been, like, is it Bad Moons with all the Daka? Like, I see more people with Bad Moons because, you know, yellow can look so striking on the tabletops. Goth is pretty basic, but I don't actually see all that many people with, like, Goth armies. Yeah. I think if I look back, cast my mind back to all the orc armies that I've faced over the years, I know, like, you know, one, is it Death Skulls guy, like, one Blood Axe guy, like, I've never actually met anyone that likes snake bites, just never come across that. You know, most people just painted them. Most people just painted them in their own colors. And then, if there was one, like, orc tribe that stood out amongst the rest, I know, like, maybe half a dozen people that went, like, dedicated Bad Moons. But yeah, having, like, dedicated orc tribes, like the way GW's tried to do it. Like, we're gonna have the Beast Snaggers, and then we're gonna have, like, like the Beast Snaggers, for example, and then you know, you've got, like, regular orcs, you've got Beast Snaggers. It doesn't really work because orc players aren't out there looking to collect Beast Snaggers. Orc players are out there looking to collect their boys. So, what the best way to, like, the best thing that GW can really do is actually release some much more, like, not generic looking orcs, but a lot less like, oh, these are, like, definitely, like, These are like definitely like beast snaggers. These are like definitely like blood axes. Like just release the kits and then let people imprint their own tribe on top of it. Yeah. Yeah. Most people aren't going to collect speed freaks or anything. They're going to collect their tribe and then just use speed freak rules. And there's a big difference between the two. If they're going to collect speed freaks, you know what I mean. So yeah, like overall, long story short, I'm hoping that what we get, my hope, my hypium is that the new, if orcs are going to be at the start of the edition, that what we're going to get is a bunch of much more flexible orc kits, and we're going to get a bunch of more generic orc kits that orc players can just... We need to get orc... Because orcs, I said this before, orcs as a faction do not fit into the modern GW policy. Why have orc players for 2 editions now felt a bit miffed? 9th and 10th? Because the last 2 editions have been the most New Hammer editions. And orcs just don't fit into the, if we don't have a box for it, you don't get rules for it policy. They don't fit into that. Orc players just need basically, you could release a box o' bits, which comes with like, it's like 100 quid for 150. It's like £200 worth of models, but for £100. But it's literally random sprues. Like £200 of random sprues from the Orc range. Now, this would have worked back in the day when everything was cross-compatible, right? Like random infantry sprues, maybe. Do you know what I mean? Like, it wouldn't work so much now, because if you got like half of a new orc boy, a shithead orc boy sprue, and half a burner boy sprue, you couldn't put them together. But that's an example of like how you could make like an orcs bits box. They could literally call it that. Hey, it's 200. You get £200 worth of orc infantry sprues for 100 quid. You don't know what you're going to end up with, but you know it's all cross-compatible. And have like some sort of like minimum guaranteed you're going to be able to build like 40, 50 boys from it. 40 or 50 infantry models from it. Do you know what I mean? Like, it'd be great. Yeah, it'd be awesome. But that's what I mean. The orcs don't fit into new GW. Orcs don't fit into New Hammer. They don't fit into Corpo Land. They don't fit into the dreaded policy. And all that's happened by Games Workshop trying to make them fit into this unnatural state. They're trying, you know, orcs live to be free. Like, literally, I've been watching a lot of Firefly recently. And, like, the Firefly theme song is, like, almost... I mean, you could definitely parody it for orcs. It's like, take my love, take my land, take me where I cannot stand. I don't care. I'm still free. You can't take the sky from me. Like, you could, like, literally, you could make an orky version of that song, and it would perfectly encapsulate the orky mindset. And that's what we need. That's what GW needs to realize. Because all they are doing by trying to make the orcs fit into this like box, like chain them down, all they're doing, it's like when you put like it's like when whales go into like an aquarium and the fucking flipper falls over and all that kind of shit. It's not natural for them. You know, you got to get them out in the open ocean. You know, you got to let the orcs be orcs. And all that's going to happen by GW trying to cram them into these boxes is that they're just going to cut, they're literally just going to like, really, they're going to leave a lot of money on the table. Because orc players, no matter how much GW's tried to like reprogram them, they don't change. What makes an orc player is very unique. If GW doesn't provide kit bashing opportunities from their model range? Do you think Orc players just go, ah, shit, well, can't kit bash then, can I? Obviously not. They'll go and kit bash things from other places. Like the other day, I saw someone that had taken one of the old Star Wars AT-ATs, the big old plastic ones used to get back in the 90s, and he'd converted that into like some sort of mega gargant. It was insane. It was actually insane. It was awesome. And so what GW needs to realize is that the more they try, what they need, what I hope Games Workshop does with 11th edition is they realize that they need to get Orc kits back to feeling orky. And that's what I hope is going to happen with these new Orc boys. I fucking hope, man. Like I am crossing all my fingers and toes and everything on all 3 arms that I've got. I'm hoping that they go, okay, you guys want fucking proper Orc boys? Here's some proper Orc boys. And here's the thing. If GW, I'm going to say this right now, as someone who owns a lot of eBay Orcs. If GW comes out with a new Orc boy kit that encapsulates the spirit of the proper Orky kits, I'll buy some. I will absolutely buy some. You can clip it. I will buy. I have no issue with buying them. Because the whole point is you have to vote with your wallet. I'll have no issue. It might not be like a huge amount, but like I would happily make like a 500 point like combat patrol. Do you know what I mean? Something like that. I would happily buy them. I would vote with my wallet. I'd throw my weight behind it. Because you guys know, I believe voting with your wallet means you don't buy the slop, but you do buy it when they do a right job. Because that is how you show GW via their metrics what they should be doing. Like, I buy old models for like Old World because I'm buying them like literally no issues because I'm like, I want GW to see that Old World deserves support and that they're doing the right thing with these OG models. Yeah. Like that's what voting with your wallet requires not buying stuff, but it also requires buying stuff. If they release something good and you don't buy it, you're actually hurting your cause. Yeah. So yeah, I will happily get New Orc boys, feature them on like battle reports and all this kind of shit if GW releases a good and proper Orc boy kit. But if it comes out and it's basically shithead orcs or shithead orcs 2.0, no, man. No. Like, you can clip this as well if you want, chat. You know what? You can actually clip this. If GW, this is the last thing I'm going to say. If Games Workshop comes out with new intercessors for Space Marines that have got the ability for every single model to be built with proper Space Marine helmets, either Beaky or the Mark 7 Vox grills. Like, ideally all with the Mark 7, but maybe like 1 or 2 guys with Beakies, right? If I need to. I'll buy some. Not only that, as long as they're not a pig to build, I might even get a Primaris army. Because I'm going to vote with my wallet and I'm going to show you guys, like, I had never had an issue. Like, this is how you should have done it from the beginning. This is how you should have done it from the beginning. I'll literally have no issue with that. But if the new intercessors come out and the legs are bullshit, and they're all and they're a nightmare to build. Nah, I'm all right. Yeah. There you go. So there you are. Long story short, Orc Boys used to be great. Now they're shit, and hopefully they're going to make them great again. And I choose to believe that this will be an example of voting with your wallet working. Because if it works here, guys, imagine how else we could use our power as the consumers. Everyone thinks GW has the power. GW has no power. They only have the power that we give them. There you go. There you are. All right. But all of this is just like my opinion, man. What do you guys think? Let me know. We've got some stuff coming in here. We've got super chats that are related to what we're talking about. Ishmael, thank you for super chat, bro. Bro, I've learned my lesson. Come Black Friday, I'm dropping 2.5k on my mini, and GW ain't seeing another dime from me again unless they really turn things around. Trying to force out creativity equals no money. I agree. I have successfully boycotted Warhammer 40k for 3 years. At the beginning of 10th edition, I said in a video, I'm done with GW, and I've stuck to that. There's only 2 points where you could say that I've failed. The first one was when I got a Baneblade, but I got that Baneblade entirely on store credit because I basically won 3 tournaments in a row. So I didn't pay a penny for it. I didn't buy it, but that still probably goes down as... It was from the local friendly gaming store as well. And the other... If you get a Baneblade for free, boys, you're going to take it, right? And the other one is when I got the... the 10th edition Guard Codex. Yeah. Yeah. That's the only other one. But again, I was very lucky. That was how to put this. Remember, I leaked it. So how should we say this? Games Workshop didn't see a penny. No law was broken, to be clear. No law was broken, but GW didn't see a penny. I can say that for sure. All right, yeah, that's the only time. Admittedly, I have had a little bit of help from the Wall Ario. Admittedly, but if I had never received the Wall Ario, I still wouldn't that allowed me to for example, try out artillery teams. But if I'd never received the Wall Ario, I would have 3D printed those artillery teams. So again, I personally haven't spent any money with them. Yeah. And yeah, the Wall Ario didn't really stop me from it just meant that I didn't have the 3D print stuff instead. That's all it really did. Yeah. It's obviously I'm very grateful for the Wall Ario, don't get me wrong. But in the context of this conversation, it didn't affect the boycott. Yeah. So there you go. There you are. Not the boycott. It didn't affect me voting wallet because I have spent money with GW. I have bought lots of Orcs and Goblins off them for Old World because I wanted to support Old World. I can't be I love Old World and then never spend a penny on it, especially after because I 3D printed my entire Empire army when Empire wasn't available, and then when Orcs and Goblins, then when Empire came available, I was like, well, I feel like I should do something to support this game. So I was like, I should buy my Orcs and Goblins. So I did. I mean, I used a lot of stuff I already had, but for every model that I mean, at this point, my Orc and Goblin army is the existing models I had for it make up a quarter of it. Yeah. And I bought things like Bretonians and stuff as well. So yeah, there you go. For every army that I have 3D printed for Old World, I bought one in the end as well. Yeah, because dwarves weren't available as well, and I 3D printed a bunch of dwarves. Yeah. But yeah, there we go. But yeah, Ishmael, I totally agree, man. Like until GW turns the franchise around, until GW shows with Warhammer 40k that they have changed their tune, I won't be buying anything from them. Yeah. Yeah. Like if 11th edition is bad, Simon the other day said, "Do you want to split the 11th edition starter set?" And I was like, "No." He was like, "Why not?" And I went, "Well, I'm not going to need the rulebook because I've literally never opened my 10th edition rulebook, so I don't need that. I'm not going to need my codex because it'll be carrying over. I don't need any of the models in it. Like, why would I? Like, I was like, if you want, I said, you're gonna have to find someone else to split it with, man. Like, I'm not interested in it. Yeah. So I'm probably not gonna, unless it's a very good deal, or like I said, GW has really, really turned the franchise. I'll say this: if GW's turned the franchise around on 11th edition, I'll buy the starter box. Like, if 11th edition drops and it's like Midhammer remastered, fuck it, I'll buy 2 myself. You know, I'll throw my fucking money behind it. Yeah. How can you play a game on that rulebook? But yeah, until they've proven that they've changed their business practices and stuff, and they've made the you know what, man, I actually don't. It sounds crazy. I don't massively care about GW business practices in many ways. Like, I care about bad GW business practices if then the game is also fucking terrible. Because I'm a war gamer first. I'm a gameplay guy first. Always have been. Never made any bones about that. But if the game is then terrible, I'm like, well, you can't fuck me and, like, fist me. Okay, you get to do one or the other, GW. You either get to have, like, shitty business practices, but your game is immaculate, or you get to have a bit of a shit game, but really, like, consumer-friendly business practices. But you don't get to fucking phone in the game and then basically just fuck me off constantly on the prices front and on the FOMO front. You can't have both. You just can't. Like, I'll give you a 1. Like, I don't want either. Ideally, GW, I'd wish you would sort your fucking prices out and your FOMO bullshit out and make a good game. All right? But I'm reasonable, so I'll give you a 1. But you have to, yeah, and ideally, I wish you'd fucking make the game better. But you can't have both. That's my whole beef with GW. That's my beef with GW. You can't make a shit game and then charge people out the nose for it. You should have. I mean, fuck's sake. This is the weird thing, right? How can you be? How can you, like?
You heard me.
Here's the fucked up thing, right? Look at the last balanced data slate. There is an entire team at Games Workshop whose full-time job, it's not just one guy, it's a whole team. Like, it must be like at least 10 people. Okay? An entire team whose full-time job, 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, is to play and balance the game. After 3 months of hard work, that's the balanced data set they came up with. How is that acceptable? How is GW okay with that? If I was the GW exec and I'd seen that, I'd be like, what the fuck have you guys been doing for 3 months? Like, I honestly would expect someone to get fired over that. If I had phoned in to that fucking extent, not just 3 months, but like 9 months. The last like 3 balanced data sets have been shite, right? Even if we just say the last 2, but it's been longer than that. But like, even if we just say the last 2, but 6 months, you've been paying these people full time. Even if like most of the team is working on 11th edition now, someone, even if you got one guy, 1 or 2 guys that get to play against each other, right? Even if you got 2 guys, 6 months of work, and those are the balanced data slates they can produce. Bro, if you paid me, GW, I'm like, look at me right now. If you paid me for 6 months worth of work and you paid me full time, I would produce 2 amazing data sheets. Data slates. I'd probably produce, 1 month. Give me one. The amount of work that they've done, I could have done it in 1 month. I kid you not. 8 hours a day playing Warhammer, making notes, I'd be communicating with, I'd be like, if you had a full team doing this, why haven't you got people like, why is there like a GW like community Discord where like, you know, people can like the Helldivers Discord and all this kind of stuff. Do you know what I mean? And other games, like, why can't you like? It doesn't have to be like necessarily with the public, but maybe it could be like, you know that you've got the playtesters in there, and then there are certain people in the community. It's more, how to put this? Why can't they just like communicate? Like, okay, okay, guys, this month we're working on this. Send us in what you think. Blah 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 blah. You know, like all this kind of stuff. But it's just like 6 months of work to produce 2 dogshit data slates. Yeah, it's bad, man. Yeah. It's just like if someone had done that, if I had done that work, I would have expected to get fired. And I have. You can hate me, but don't forget, I was a manager. I worked my way up. I've had to hire people and I've had to fire people. And let me fucking tell you, I've had to let people go for doing work like that. It's unacceptable. You know? It's fucking unacceptable. When you just like, you say, you know, you have to have the whole like fucking meeting. Like, what have you done? What have you done this week? Oh, well, I've done this. Okay, well, that takes 5 minutes. That takes 5 minutes. What have you done? You let bullshitters get away with it. They're just going to bullshit you. Yeah. They need to put me on marketing and new boxes to be released. 6 months, I could turn this franchise around. Bro, Mad Larkin, I shit you not, man. You and I could turn this around in like 3 months. I kid you not. We'd just be like, let's fucking live stream every fucking day. Let's fucking just bang out the ideas. What does the chat want? Polls, all that kind of stuff. Just bang it out. GW's marketing is so old school, man. It's so like outdated. Yeah. 3 months, 11 be out. Bro, I mean, if I had the time, I have no doubt. I have no doubt. Okay, I could turn it around in 36 months. Hey, I love it from Jacob. I have no doubt. Okay, I kid you not. That our community, full of absolute degenerates, could fix 40k 10th edition in, like, collectively in a matter of weeks and months. Just by doing, like, live streams, live battle reports, all this kind of stuff, just taking feedback on. Yeah. It could be done. It could be so easily done. Yeah. You don't have to perfectly balance the game. You don't have to perfectly balance the game, but you could literally, like, go through each, like, I could have produced a better end of edition balanced data slate single-handedly. Even if I got a bunch of shit wrong, I still could have produced a better. Like, you know what? Fuck it. Fuck it. You know what? Fuck it. Let's do it. Last bit of the stream. Let's make a better balanced data slate. We've got a couple of super chats, and then let's fucking do it. Yeah. Why the fuck not? Let's make a better balanced data slate. All right, what have we got here? So, John, thank you for super chat, man. The monkey paw curls and the new kit has no arms, and you buy them separately. Like, Horus Heresy Dreadnoughts. No. Wait. Nah, man. Don't you put that shit on me, man. Don't you do that, Ricky Bobby. Don't you do that, man. Oh, my God. I love it, John. Full Metal Owl, thank you for super chat, man. Boycott GW until they retcon the end times. I mean, dude, they basically have. Warhammer the Old World is GW retconning the old times. Why didn't they set it like 300 years back? Warhammer, right. There's a very, very simple reason why Warhammer the Old World was set 300 years prior. It's because they fucked it so hard with the end times that they looked at the situation and went, we can't fix this. It's so beyond gigafucked. We can't fix it. So it's actually easier for us to go like a couple of 100 years back, which is like close enough that everyone's existing units can still be used, but far enough away that, you know, we're never going to advance the timeline that far forward in, you know, in like 10 editions. So yeah, cool. Like even if they had was like each edition like represents like 10 years of the old world timeline, it'd still be okay. You'd still be like, you'd be 30 editions later before you had to worry about it. Do you know what I mean? So they literally went back far enough where they were like, okay, this is close enough, and we're basically just gonna sack off the end times. So they've actually, Old World coming back was basically them retconning the end times, just without saying the quiet part out loud. Yeah. There you are. All right. I'm fucking ready, boys. I don't know about you guys. I'm fucking pumped. Right. Right. Are you guys ready for the Mordian data slate? All right, well, fuck the balanced data slate. It's all about the Minotaur and Field Manual, okay? So here we go. Let's do it. In a fit of madness, I'm going to do it live. Sucks. Fucking thing sucks. Do it live. We are going to create a better balanced data slate / Minotaur and Field Manual than Games Workshop. And the aim of this, let me set out the parameters. The aim of this is not necessarily to get everything right. The aim of this is to create a really good blowout balanced data slate / Minotaur and Field Manual that would have completely shaken the meta up. And even if it causes some balance problems, it will be a completely different meta for every single faction. And so the idea is we go out with a bang and we just give 10th edition a good old send-off. Now, I would say this could represent the last balanced data slate, the one we've just had, or even the one like 3 months before that, because the last two have been kind of shit. But the first thing I would have done is I would have communicated this on Warhammer Community. I would have been like, we're just going to go for a big blowout at the end of the edition. Nothing here is necessarily indicative of what's coming in the new edition, but this is just so we can see out 10th edition with a bang. I would actually have that in the article. But here we go. This is what I would do. So, firstly, we've got the Adeptus Sororitas. So the problem with the Adeptus Sororitas that I am aware of is that they're boring and overpriced and shit. And there are certain units which you just don't see. Like, again, correct me if in chat, you're here to correct me and to bring me on the right path. But I feel like I never see anyone running Repentia. I never see anyone running Arcoflagellants. I never see anyone running Exorcists. I never see anyone running, like, Dominions. Or, I mean, the only thing I ever see anyone, like, run is, like, Paragon Warsuits with Morven Val, and then, like, some Castigators, and, like, Zephyrim or Seraphim, whichever one, the fucking flying ones. So, I'd be like, okay, we're going to leave that. We're gonna leave those guys where they are. The point of this is not to, like, nerf anyone. The point of this is just to... Big buffs are the best. That's what we're going for. So, Repentia, I'm like, boom. 25 points off a 5-man squad. Straight up. They're going down to 50 points. And 10 models, we're going to make 100 points. We're going to go, like, let's just fucking see 30 Repentia fucking smash it out. Let's do it. Arcoflagellants, I think 3 is 45 points fine. Fuck it. Let's take them down to, if no one ever uses them, let's take them down to 12 points a model. Let's fucking do it. 12 points a model, and you can take them in 3, 5s, and 10s. That's what I would do, straight up. I think we need... No, I never see anyone running fucking immolators, man. Boom, take them down to 100 points. Let's go. And Penitent Engines, let's take 15 points off those. Let's take 15 points. If that's, tell me if that's not enough or too much. Let's take 15 points off those. I'd also, if this doesn't already exist, I would release a new detachment for them, which would be like, it would be called like Repentance of the Damned or something like that. And the whole point is that, like, it's all for Repentia squads, and it's all for Arcoflagellants, and it's all for like what do you call it, Penitent Engines and Mortifiers and all that kind of stuff. And the and maybe it just gives you maybe it gives you what would be like, I like the idea that, like, the more they're like, they want to die but gloriously. Maybe, I mean, I'd hate to play against this personally, but just give it every Repentia squad and Arcoflagellant squad and whatnot in the detachment gets a blood surge. Like, if they have the penitent hose, it's just not that good. Well, I don't know what it does, but give them all a blood surge. Give them all a blood surge, or give them all, like, advance and charge. And I don't fucking know, but that, you know, give them that, or, you know, give them a more generic detachment. I don't know, but I'd be like, you know what, we never see the mad side of the sisters. We never see the fucking Arcoflagellants. We never see the nuns with chainswords or anything like that. Let's go in a completely different direction. I mean, I don't even know what the Celestine incidents are, man. What even is a Celestine incident? Like, I'm actually gonna have to find this. I've never seen this unit. Oh, you bastard! That's not what I wanted. What the fuck is a Celestine incident? Is it a kill team or something? Apparently, this is it. What the fuck? What even is this? Do they fly? Okay, well, they need... I'd give them... I've never seen them used, so fuck it. How much are they right now? 120 points? Clearly, that's too much. Let's make them 80. Let's make them 80, and let's make the Sisters of the Vitiates, like... I mean, these guys are basically just shitty guardsmen, right? So, fucking 65 points? That's what I'd do. Anyway, point is, like, let's just give some models that we just never see used some big points cuts. Boom. There we are. Okay, Adeptus Custodes. Right. Okay, the problem with Adeptus Custodes is that that they're doing the whole, like, shield wall bollocks. Now, I'm not actually against the shield wall bollocks. What I would actually do, two things I would do. Firstly, I'd be like, we're going to make Adeptus Custodes Imperial agents. So any Imperial army can include them. Like 1 to 2 squads of them. Again, it's just, hey, you know what? Let's just try this out. Do you want to have a squad of like 4 to 5 Custodian Guard in your Imperial Guard army? Boom. That's what I would do. That's the first thing I'd do. Now, the second thing is, it's you know, would you make the Sisters of Silence better? You know what you don't see? Jet bike spam. I mean, I hated it when it existed, but you never see jet bike spam. You never see the Sagittarium anymore. That might be where I focused my efforts. I think you, even with the best one in the world, I think you could be like, let's cut the points on Sisters of Silence by like 20% across the board. I think even if you did that, I'm not certain that's why people get into Custodians. People get into Custodians to play the Custodians. Let's not kid ourselves. Let's not beat around the bush. Let's not pretend like Sisters of Silence are like a really big faction. They're not. They're cool, but they're a niche sub-faction. All right? So I don't, even though Sisters of Silence spam is like an obvious low-hanging fruit, I don't think that's how you mix the Custodians meta up. I think I would probably, how I would do it, if it doesn't already exist, is I would have it where Dreadnoughts hand out buffs to Custodians. Like the whole point is like, take a squad of Custodians or two, put them next to like one of the cool ass fucking Contempt of Dreadnoughts, and like it's like the wisdom of the ancients. That's how because I haven't seen Custodians Dreadnoughts basically most of 10th. And I haven't seen, no, that's the main thing. And I haven't seen the Sagittarium either. And I haven't, like, and the jetbacks. That's where I would focus on mixing things up. But the real thing I think would be, hey, let's let Custodes be taken as like Imperial agents or something. Like, I think that would be cool. And maybe they could buff Imperial units around them because they're like the words of the Emperor. That would be where I would focus. Yeah. Custodian's a bit of a funny one, but that's where I'd go. Admech. All right. Let's make Electro Priests cool. I don't think they've ever been good. Like, literally, I don't think they've ever been good. So let's just fucking, I don't know what you need to do to them, but I mean, I'd say 10 points per model. That's what I'd cut them down to. Since Silence is the answer. I mean, okay, if you guys want to say Sister Silence, then fuck it. We literally cut Sister Silence by 20% across the board. But I just don't know if that's what the Custodians players want. You know, I'm thinking about this from like the Custodians players' point of view. But correct me if I'm wrong. Admech, I think we need to get Electro Priests like 10 points per model. And I haven't seen the Lance Chicken Walkers in a hot minute. So let's fucking, how much are they right now? Taser Lance. 65 points, not enough. 50 points a model. Not too much, I mean. 50 points a model. And maybe we give something to like Skutari in like Dune Striders or something. Where like, if a Skutari unit jumps out of a Dune Strider, maybe just make the Dune Strider a bit cheaper, bring it down to 75. There's so much you could do. Skutari have literally just been like shit for so long. I would go go cheap electro priests. I would go cheap taser land. Is that the right one, or is it a different one actually? Maybe I'm looking at the wrong one. I thought it was these guys are the taser lances. Or radium Giselles. Which are the ones that come with the auto cannons and stuff and the las cannons? Where the fuck even are they? Or are those the ones, but they also get las cannons and stuff? Yeah. Anyway, whichever the chickens with the lances are, those would be the ones that I'd bring down to like 50 points per model. I'd make these guys 10 points per model. And Castellan robots are really cool as fuck. So let's give them like 90 points is too much. Let's say 75. Is it Iron Striders? Is that why I'm looking at the wrong thing, is it? Oh, here you go. Is it the Iron Striders? Oh, so these are also Chicken Walkers. So there's 3 kind of Chicken Walker. Okay, fair enough. But yeah, that's what I would do. Eldari. So this is obviously like a really controversial one. Because Eldari have got like some really... Like they can be... Obviously Eldari could be really powerful. So obviously, naturally, if I was memeing, I'd be like, so we'd squat them. But if I wasn't being a dickhead, I'd be like, you know what? One change I'd make is you can have double-sized Guardian squads. I don't know if anyone would even go for it. But I'd be like, let's make 9 points per model. And you can take them in double squads, double size, like Guardsman squads. Instead of 11, you can have 22 in there if you want to. Like big fuck off Guardian squads. Like Guardian squads shouldn't be limited to 10. They should be like in 20s. 100%. Also, I'd probably we don't really see the bikes that much. So I'd probably give the all the bikes a big discount as well. Like let's get like what was it, Sime Ham? Let's see those motherfuckers scooting all over the place. Yeah. That's what I would do. Let's we've had wraiths. Wraiths have been a thing in 10th edition already. Obviously, aspect warriors have been a big thing in 10th edition for a while. I'd be like, let's have big cuts to bikes and guardian adjacent units like war walkers and stuff like that. The idea that you could have like a more, because the guardian attachment is kind of cool, but no one ever runs it. Yeah. That's what I would do. Yeah. Like I'm trying to think, because again, for people like Eldar players might listen to this and go, I don't want that. I'm trying to think of a meta you've not yet already had. Like, you've had Fire Prisms. You've had all the different aspect warriors bimbling all over the place, right? Dark Reapers, Fire Prism, not Fire Prisms, Fire Dragons, Fuegan, all that kind of stuff. You've had all that shit. So either we go hard on Corsairs with like the Maelstrom. Okay, fine. You can have a big Corsair vibe if you want to. Or we go hard on Guardians, or we go hard on bikes, or we give you all 3. That's what I'm talking about. Like we're gonna give you a totally different meta to what you've had to see out. Like I said, I do this from 6 months ago, so you've got 6 months of just a totally new Eldari meta. That's what I'd go for. Yeah. Guard. Okay, man. I mean, obviously, I'm fairly well versed on guard. Let's just go through this. So, armor sentinels go down to 50 points a man, like, and go up to 3 for 50 points per model. Go up to squads of 3, because obviously, like, they need to actually contend with Lehman Russes, because right now they can't. Right. I think most of the super heavies are in a good place. I think the Basilisk and the Bulgarians are in a good place. I wish the Commissar was better at it. I would change the Commissar so he can like actually protect orders, but that doesn't really change the meta much. Death Riders I dropped down to 10 points per model. Field Horse batteries I dropped down to be equal to artillery teams, maybe even 90 points, making 5 points cheaper. Hydras I dropped down to 80 points. Krieg heavy weapon squads I drop all heavy weapon squads I drop down to 50 points. I would make the Eradicator 130, which is very, very spicy, but I'd do it. Dreer, I would allow him to... I drop him to 80 points, allow him to join Krieg infantry units, so he can become a Supreme Command Blob for them. Aquilans, I'd probably drop Aquilans down to like 80 points. Yeah, for sure. And Lima Russ Tank Commanders, I drop down to 215 to make them... we basically want to usher in a Russ meta rather than a Dawn meta. And we basically want to usher in a Krieg meta as well, like a Krieg Russ meta, rather than like Akkadian Dawn meta. So that's how. So guard players still get to take lots of tanks, and they still get to take lots of infantry, but now they get to take different tanks and different infantry. Like Krieg Combat Engineers, I'd just undo the nerfs to them completely. I'd put them back to their original point cost. Like I don't care, it's 35 points. Like, let people run 3 squads of 5 engineers. They're cool as fuck. I don't give a fuck about them doing too many mortal wounds. It's fine. Like that's what I would change. Black Templars. Okay, so there's like so much here, but I would just make Black Tide great again. I would make it so that in a 2,000 point army, you can run 6 20-man Crusader squads, and each one can be led by a character. Even if it's a cheap one, a character. Okay? That's the meta I would usher in. Like, it is possible for you to do this. That's the meta that I would usher in. That's the one. Yeah, that's what Black Templar should be all about. Blood Angels. I mean, let's get a Death Company meta going, man. Like, this is like, although to be fair, I'm not actually against Blood Angels. To be honest, I probably wouldn't make that many changes to Blood Angels because I feel like they got the Blood Tricks Guard, you know, the sanguinary priest with the blade guard. So the only thing I would do on top of that is maybe just big cuts to Death Company. Just let people fucking, just let people succumb to the Black Rage, man. Just do it. Yeah. Chaos Demons. I mean, I am sick and fucking tired of Monster Mash. I don't know about you guys, but I've been playing Monster Mash what feels like all of 9th and all of 10th. It's been like 6 years of Monster Mash. I don't care what it would take. I would make Horde. I would make it so you take Horde, lesser demons and middling demons. Things like, you know, demonettes and like fiends. I'd be like, let's bring in fucking Horde demons. Monster Mash has just been like, let them take 20-man bricks again. You know, give them some points cuts and let them take 20-man bricks. That's where I would go with it. And, you know, maybe, you know, a detachment where the little demons get buffed by like the middling demons. Like, that would be kind of cool. Like, blood letters get boosted by blood crushers, stuff like that. Like, flamers make screamers better and stuff like that. Do you know what I mean? Like, the fucking plague drones make the plague bearers better. Like, something like that. Yeah, like, just a big fucking horde of demons, man. Yeah. Let's not... Monster Mash is so soulless and so bullshit. Chaos Knights. I mean, I don't want War Dog spam to come back. Like, I really don't want War Dog spam to come back. Honestly, I don't know what I'd do with Chaos Knights. I would defer to chat. In the bin? I mean, I'd probably just try and... What is the Chaos Knight which has all the close combat weapons? And what... And what is the chaos? What are the big chaos knights? So I'd make the chaos knight with all the close combat weapons like cheap. And I'd make maybe the big chaos knights a bit cheaper as well. Because you never see the big ones, right? But honestly, I think, yeah, Chaos Knights and Imperial Knights, they're like Custodes. I know it sounds bad, but like the less they're involved in the meta, the better the meta is for everyone else. Sorry. I know that sounds kind of mean, but I'm like, I don't want to make, here's the thing, I don't want to make Chaos Knights and Imperial Knights better, and then it just becomes a knight meta again because everyone's got a spec on how to kill them. So, I'm sorry, Chaos Knight fans. I'm sorry, Imperial Knight fans. But for the good of the meta, if anything, I'd nerf you. Like, I feel like you guys sit out the next 6 months. I'm sorry. We all know that no one mains these factions. We all know that everyone just has them on the shelf and just pulls them off the shelf for 3 months when they're broken, then puts them back on the shelf. Like, everyone knows this. It's been the same way forever. Like, for the good of the meta, I got to put you down, boys. I'm sorry. You don't get to play. Codex Chaos Space Marines. You know what? I think Chaos Space Marine fans are pretty happy with where they are. Like, Chaos Space Marines have got one of the best codexes. They've got lots of different stuff which is pretty viable. They've got the Red Corsair stuff which is coming out. Like, I don't think we need a new Chaos Space Marine meta. I think we just let Red Corsairs come in and people run like Hurons, Marauders. And if anything, I just undo the nerf to the new Raiders detachment. Yeah, that's all I'd do. So that because what was great about the Raiders versus Hurons Marauders detachment was that there was a discussion on which one was better, and then GW killed that discussion. So I'd be like, no, just keep having the discussion, guys. This is great. Dark Angels. So Dark Angels have been just the Lion. That's all they've been. And when it's not been the Lion, it's been Deathwing Knights. I'm going to be honest. I'd go and do two things. I would either make the standard Deathwing Terminators like cheap, because people fucking love Deathwing. I would then buff Belial, of course. Good shout, Snowpiece T. And buff Asmodai. Yeah, like, Lion is going to... I'm going to nerf the Lion. How many points is he now? 315? 400. Soz. He's 400 now. If I was in charge. You might not like it, but that's what I'm going to do. And then Belial, I'd either rework his datasheet, or I'd be like, if he's really that bad, fuck it. Let's make him auto-include 50 points. Maybe 60. Like I said, I really want to shake things up here. Like, I'm not trying to be safe. I really want to shake things up. So I'd be like, 50 points for Belial. Asmodai, 50 points. Azrael, 200. Lazarus, 50 points. Ezekiel, 50 points. Deathwing Terminators, 30 points off, 30 points and 60 points off respectively. And then what I'd do, I'd be like, you know what? I've not seen Ravenwing in a hot minute. So let's bring Ravenwing Black Knights. Let's make them like battle line. And make them like dirt cheap. Yeah. That's what I would do. Or I'd bring a Ravenwing and regular Deathwing. Yeah, like, I want a detachment that makes regular Deathwing Terminators battle line. And I want a detachment that makes Ravenwing Black Knights battle line. And then I want to give them big points cuts. That's what I want to do. Death Guard. So Death Guard are in a bit of a funny one because, like, they do have a variety of interesting builds when they did when they were first released, and then over time it feels like they've sort of become a bit constricted. like, I still don't think anyone uses Blight Lords when they should do. So I'd probably give Blight Lords like a 5-point per model point buff. There's a lot of characters in here which you never see. Like, no one takes the Plague Surgeon. Let's give him a points buff. Do you know what I mean? I'd go through and be like, what are units that people just don't seem to use? No, people always choose Death Strand over Blight Lords. Okay, let's give Blight Lords a buff. No one ever seems to take these, like, various characters. Let's give them all buffs. You know? And we never see the fucking Demon Engines anymore, man. Like, you never see, like, Mephitic Blight Haulers just don't seem worth, like, 100 points. You always see the Bloat Drones over the Blight Launchers. So let's give the fucking Mephitic Blight Haulers, like, 10-point cut, maybe 20-point cut. Typhus is too good. He's too much of an auto-include. I'd put Typhus up, frankly. Yeah. So I'd probably be like, let's get some Blight Lords out here. Let's get some characters down, the ones you don't really see. And I'd probably give Plague Marines a little buff because I'm just biased. I'd give them a 5 points cut as well. So yeah, Blight Lords down 5 points, maybe 10 points per model. Plague Marines down. You know what? I'd make Blight Lords down 7 points per model. And Plague Marines. I'd make everything go down. Everything that I wanted to buff, I'd put it down by 7 points per model. Because why not? Memes. All right. But on a serious note, yeah, I would definitely. Those are the areas I think I would focus. Death Watch. I mean, just because I would give. Do we still have the old Death Watch veterans? We don't, do we? Such a shame. I would have given the old Death Watch veterans a last death ride. Yeah, you do. What are they called? Are they called Death Watch veterans, or is it a different kill team? If it's Death Watch veterans, I'd give them one last fucking death ride. Honestly, I'd make them intercessor prices. I'd be like, boys, it's been an honor serving with you. We know you're going. We know you're going. So I'd make the Corvus Black Star like 150. Death Watch Terminators I'd bring down to like 160 for 5. Do the same for make these like 320 or something like that. Death Watch, all the Firstborn Death Watch stuff. I'd be like big points cuts, and I'd be like, this is the death ride of the Death Watch. That's what I'd do. Drukhari. I don't know what's good for Drukhari right now. Like, if is a witch is good. Nothing. I mean, people like witches, right? Either or might do both. I might just be like, let's just make how much are witches right now? 90 points for 10 models is like way too much. I'd be like 7 points. And how much are Cabalite Warriors? 150 points, obviously way too much. I'd make them like 90. Yeah, I think I'd just be like, let's just make people in boats great again. But then there's that really annoying detachment where they jump in and out of the boat. So I just kill that because I don't want that bullshit coming back. I'm talking like, well, you guys have already had that meta though. You know what you guys haven't had? Reaver jet bike meta. Okay. Scrap that. You've already had witches and Cabalites bumming around the place. You fuck that off. You're not getting that again. You're getting the Eldar. You're getting a jet bike meta. GW apparently wants to make everything a fast attack meta for 11th. You guys can get early access to that. So I'm gonna make Reaver's battle line, and I'm gonna make them cost like 20 points per model. That's like a 10-point cut. I mean, I'm tempted to make you 15 points per model. I'm tempted. But I would go for a very tantalizing points cut on Reaver jet bikes and make them battle line. But then at the same time, I would also give you like some kind of character that could join them and keep up. Like a succubus on jet bike. Because I'm pretty certain Reavers are part of the witch cults. So I'd give you a succubus on jet bike datasheet. And then I would give you, and then I'd make them battle line. Yeah. So the idea would be, you want to fucking spam, like, how many could you get? 36 jet bikes? You go for it. Yeah. Emperor's Children. I mean, fuck's sake, guys. Anything I do here isn't going to stop you from spamming 3 Demon Princes with wings. Is it? I know it. You know it. You know it that I know it. I would probably give you access to more data sheets. That would be what I would do. I don't know what data sheets. I would let the Emperor's Children players tell me, even if they like misled me and told me to give them some really bullshit broken stuff that would make them OP as fuck. Like, I don't care. Like, I will take recommendations from the Emperor's Children players on what data sheets they want from CSM, and you can have them. Because I don't think points cuts are going to make a difference to the about 2 fucking data sheets you guys have got to rub together. I think what makes a difference is let's give you more data sheets. There you are. Cultists, Fiend of Plasma, sure. Yeah. Cheated occults. I mean, I'd rewrite your rule again. I would just basically bring back 8th edition Genes Occult with all the like hive cult detachments and all that kind of stuff. And your blip rules and all that kind of shit. Yeah, that's what I'd do. Or I'd just, if that's too complicated and you guys don't want that, I would be like, you know what we've not had? Rock grinders, trucks, and neophyte hybrids. Let's just big old discounts and maybe a detachment to encourage you down that route. Like rock grinders, let's go for 100 points on a rock grinder. That seems legit. How much is a truck? I can't even see it. Is it called a Goliath truck? 85? That's too much. 70. Maybe 65 if you're really nice to me. Neophyte hybrids. You shouldn't be paying 5 points for. You shouldn't be paying more than 5 points per model for neophyte hybrids. Yeah, that's what I'd do. And I would give you a better detachment rule. I'd give you a way fucking better detachment rule than that dog shit get some free units bollocks you guys have had all edition. That's boring as fuck. I like I said, my main thing would be I'd want to give you a new detachment rule. I'd want a new not detachment army rule. I'd want to be like, let's bring the blips back. That's where I'd go with it. Grey Knights. So the problem with Grey Knights. So I actually agree with making Terminators cheap. I'd make them cheaper though. I'd take another 10 points off every level. Minus 20, minus 30, minus 40, minus 50. That's what I'd do. Yeah. I'd make this Grey Knight Terminator spam should obviously be a thing. Like, I'm always reminded about that. The first war for Armageddon when like 100 Grey Knight Terminators dropped in to fight fucking Angron. That was cool. I'm not saying I'm going to give you 100 of them, but I'll give you a lot of Terminators. If they're not already battle line, I'll make them battle line. I would give you a detachment that encouraged you to take battle line Brotherhood Terminator squads, and the big thing would be it would help you with your damage output. Like, the problem you guys have is that Strength 6 just isn't really enough. Is it? It's not really enough. So there's not a good break point there. I'd give you your hammers back. I would give you... You need damage output. You can't have mortal wound spam back. I'm sorry, I can't give it to you. I don't want to make you a stat check, because one thing I could do is be like, oh, I'll make you -1 to wound when the weapon is higher than your toughness. Strength higher than your toughness. I could give you that, but then you become a massive stat check. I don't really want to do that. I don't want to just make you silver Custodes. I want to make you better than Custodes. I want to make you the more fun Custodes, right? So I think you'd have to get Cybolt ammo back. I'm thinking Stormbolter's AP1 ignores cover. Well, I think I make Stormbolter's AP1, and then I make all of you. This is in your special detachment, all right? This is in your Mordians recreating that childhood moment when he was reading that White Dwarf of the First War for Armageddon under the covers by his Game Boy Torchlight. You know when you have the attachment on top of the Game Boy Torchlight, reading that, reading about how 100 paladins defeated Angron. That's the name of the detachment, and it's going to be, you get battle line on Brotherhood Terminator squads if you've not already got it. Brotherhood Terminator squads get Cybolt ammo, which like +1 strength, +1 AP, ignores cover on any ranged weapon equipped by Brotherhood Terminator squads. And then how many hammers? Does everyone get a hammer? Do you want +1 to wound when you charge? Or +1 to wound in the first round of combat? Like, or do you just really, really want the hammers back? If you just want the hammers back, I'll just give you the ability to give everyone a fucking thunder hammer. If that's what you want, I'll give it to you. I don't really mind. Okay? The point is, I'm not going to make you a stat check. Right? I'm not going to make you a stat check. You're not getting any durability buffs. You're not becoming Custodian stat check. Okay? I want it to be that you drop down, you fuck a bunch of people up with Cybolt ammo, and then if you make some charges, you twat the fuck out of people. If you don't make the charges, someone charges you, you get the chance to twat the fuck out of people. That's what I'm thinking about here. All right? Like, I'm happy to give you hammers in this, specifically in this detachment, or you know, again, Brotherhood Terminator squads only. Or I'm happy to give you basically an ability that represents hammers in this. But that's what we're going for. We're going for Brotherhood Terminators with fucking big hammers and better ranged output. Because Grey Knights, their problem isn't maneuverability. Their problem isn't even really durability in many ways. Their problem is they have no fucking damage output. That's it. Oh, and I'd bring Drago back, obvs. I'd make him better, though. I'd bring Drago back. Because Drago going away is bollocks. Imperial agents. So obviously, I'd give like sweeping points cuts. I'd give a 20% point cut across the board, and then I would add in loads of data sheets from like they should be able to take like Lehman Russes and Predators and Land Raiders and all that kind of stuff. Like, I'd basically, what this faction is missing is a bunch of armor. So massive point, 10% point cut, if not more, across the board, and loads of armor choices. Just make you a proper army, goddammit. Easy fix. Imperial Knights, have already spoken on this. Leagues of Votann, I think people are happy with where Votann is. Like, I do think, I never see people run the Ironkin, but I think that's because they're really expensive. How I would change the Leagues of Votann meta is I would double the amount of Ironkin you get in a box when you buy it. That's what I would do. Yeah, that's what I would do. I think you guys, you've had your Sagittar meta. You've had your Land Fortress meta. I mean, you know, you've had your Hearthguard meta. You've had your Exosuit meta. You guys have had a lot of metas. Like, I'm not making them like the 9th edition vote ad. No fucking way. I think I'd just make the Ironkin better. I think I'd literally just be like, have more Ironkin in the box. I'll stop price gouging you. There you go. But overall, I think Leagues of Votann, my understanding is that most players are like fairly happy with the Leagues of Votann, and I've not really heard any grumblings. They got, was it brand fast fix? Everyone's kind of okay with that now. So, yeah. Necrons. So, obviously, I'd pile drive the Catan into the... I'd do one or two things to Catan. 0 to 1, any Catan. So, you could take a Deceiver, or a Nightbringer, or a Void Dragon, or a Transcendent. Like, you're getting either you can have one Catan, or every Catan goes up by 70 points. That's what I would do. You can pick. Pick your death. Pick your poison. I've not seen anyone run Konflikt Spiders this edition. I would make them great. I'd make them like give them like 15 point cut, and because I don't just want to pile Necron into the ground and leave them. I want to give them something interesting. So you never see anyone take spiders. Let's give them a buff. You never see anyone take wraiths are fucked. Wraiths, I'm giving a 70-point increase. I'm fucking sick of facing wraiths every fucking day. Wraiths are getting turbo shat on. Deceivers are getting turbo shat on. I'm going to give you Scarab Swarms are going to be good. I'm going to give you Tomb Spiders are going to be good. I'm going to give you probably good Flayed ones, probably good Death Marks, probably good Lich Guard. Out of spite, I'd rename them to fucking Pariahs. Yeah, that's where I'd go with it, man. Let's get some and Immortals. We never see Immortals anywhere. Yeah. Let's make Immortals good as well. I haven't seen Triarch Praetorians in about a decade. Let's make them good. So yeah, just big points cuts across all that kind of shit. Like whatever points cut you think is necessary, that's the point cut I would give. Okay. Like, let's make Praetorians, I don't know exactly, like, Praetorians, 90 points seems a lot for 5 models. Let's make them 25 points, not 25 points. Let's make them 15 points per model, something like that, or 25 point, no, how much are they right now? I can't even fucking work out, I'm so tired. But 15 points model would make that 60 points, right? Or 75 points? 75 points. Yeah, that's what I'm going for. Do you want battle line flayed ones? Maybe. But yeah, that's where I'd focus. I've not seen Praetorians in a very long time. I've not seen Lich Guard in a very long time. I've not seen Immortals in a very long time. I've not seen Spiders in a very long time. And I don't even know what the Convergence of Dominion is. And then I haven't seen Death Marks in a long time. Not seen Ghost Arcs in a long time. Yeah. So that's where I would focus. Yeah. That's where I would focus. Orcs, well, I mean, I'd just let you loot people's stuff. First thing I'd do is bring back looted vehicles. Straight up. Second thing I would do is I would fill in like a lot. There seems to be like a lot of gaps in like the orc roster from things that have been lost from Forge World. I mean, orcs, I'd do a massive overhaul. Boys are free. Yeah, I do a man. I think honestly, I'd probably just make Green Tide great again, because I don't think any awkward player would really complain about being able to run. Yeah, you know what? I'd make Green Tide great again. I don't care if it's a stat check. I'd be like, boys, 6 points per model, 30 boys. You can take 30 boys in a squad if you want to. Yeah, something like that. And then I'd give them looted vehicles. But there's so much stuff. Like, let me just go through. Like, there's so much I would change. Like, Big Mech and Mega Armor. Big Man with Shock Attack Gun, all the buggies, the boys, the Breaker Boys, the Burner Boys. When was the last time you saw Burner Boys? Like, you could literally halve the points cost of these guys. Like, when was the last time you saw any of the bikes or anything like that? It's all just been. When was the last time you saw like mass Storm Boys? Like 20. Let's make people take 20 Storm Boy mobs again. Like, I would go through every single model in the Orc roster and I would change every single points, and everything that you see getting taken that's been basically just been taken for like the last like 6 years, it feels like would just go up, and things that I just haven't seen in forever, I would just go down by like 10-20%. Yeah. Like, I just let them be fucking weird, man. Yeah. Boys' internal balance is fucked, where literally the fact that there are no points changes here is a crime. If I had been in charge of your datasheet, Orc players, for better or for worse, every single unit here would either be red or green. Every single one. That's what I would have done for you. Space Marines. Can I be massively biased and just make can I just give Firstborn a death ride? I think they deserve it. I think we all know they're on the way out. I think I'd basically just make Firstborn have one last hurrah. It'd be a very personal thing, a very biased thing, but I'm talking like, you know, let's get Tactical Marines and Devastators. I'd bring Assault Marines out of Legends. I'd maybe rework some Scout squads a little bit. I'd bring the old bike squads out of Legends. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, I don't know. At the very least, I agree with Aldeus. At the very least, I'd just create the Tactical Marines. How much are Tactical Marines right now? Where are they? Tactical Squad, I'd just make them like 100 points. Do you know what I mean? 10 points per model. 100 points. Do the same for like do this, you know, maybe do the same for rhinos. Maybe make rhinos like 50 points or something insane. But I'm worried that people would then take the rhinos and put something else inside them. Yeah. So yeah, maybe it would just simply have been Tactical Squad down and give them a death ride. Do it for the Tactical Squads. Do it for the Devastator Squads. Bring the Assault Marines out of retirement. Give them a fucking death ride. That's what I'd do. Space Wolves. You guys just need a bit of points, love. Like, I feel like, Space Wolves just aren't in a good place right now. I'm not going to give you Thunderwolf Cavalry. I mean, I'm not going to give you Thunderwolf Cavalry. You get that every fucking edition, and it's fucking boring as shit, man. I think I'd want to make Grey Hunters good. Grey Hunters are cool as fuck, and you never see anyone run them. I mean, I like a lot of battle line choices. I'd probably end up making a battle line meta. You know what I mean? I would probably end up making a battle line meta. Maybe I'll give you Bloodclaw spam. Do you guys want Bloodclaw Tide? I'll give you Bloodclaw Tide if you want. I'll make it where you can run 120 Bloodclaws with a character to lead each one. If you want that, you can have it. I'm not quite sure what to do with Space Wolves. I'm not quite sure what to do with pure Space Wolves. Because it feels like pure Space Wolves just... I don't know, man. Like, unlike Emperor's Children, you have access to all this shit. But if it was up to me, I'd either give you a big Bloodclaw Tide, or I'd give Grey Hunters some much better equipment to make them like worth taking. Like, I'd give them like plasma guns and metal guns and power weapons and stuff back. Yeah. I think the backbone of a Space Wolf detachment should be the Grey Hunter. And the fact that like you just don't see them Like, people take fucking intercessors over them because intercessors are just like, well, they only need a 5-man squad to do this job, so why would I pay for a 10-man squad? Do you know what I mean? Like, we need to make Grey Hunters. I'd do a big rework of the Grey Hunters. Yeah. Tau. So I'd take the Twin Lance and I'd make it 300 points and then I'd leave it. I've already, that's it. Yeah. Thousand Suns. You see, I want to say Zangor meta, but I don't think Thousand Suns actually want Zangors. Thousand Suns just want a psychic phase. That's all they want. They just want to do magic, bro. Yeah. They just want to do some magic. I don't know. What would I do? Like, I'd love to be like, hey, have like a detachment that have, you know, one direction I might be tempted to go in is like, we don't see enough of like the fucked up shit from Tzeentch. Like, Thousand Suns is just basically all about the different like Space Marines, which is cool, but you know, it's not like there's a lot of tentacles on display. Like, Tzeentch should kind of be about change and all that. So I don't know. It's not possible with the data sheets you guys have, but if I was in charge of your faction, what I would do is I'd give you all sorts of like tentacle shit going on. Like all sorts of like spawn and greater spawn and all sorts of like fucked up cultists and shit like that. Maybe the best way to fix maybe the best Thousand Suns meta is to do an Emperor Children and just give you access to more shit. Yeah. Like, just give you, like, hey, what Chaos Space Marine datasheets do you want? You can have them. That's what I would do. Because you've, thinking of Thousand Suns, you've kind of been through all your flavors, right? You've had Magnus meta. You've had Mutileth Vortex Beast meta. You've had Rubric Marine meta. You've had even like had Big Scarab Occult meta. Like, the only thing you guys haven't had is the Zangor meta, and you guys don't want the Zangor meta. Like, maybe, yeah. I mean, the only meta you haven't got with your existing datasheets is Zangor Horde. I know you don't want it, but I would give it to you because it's the one thing left on your bucket list for the edition. That's what I would do. Tyranids. Oh, God. Like, I mean, obviously, let me start off with I'd make Unending Swarm actually unending. I would just say that each time you lost a Tyranid unit, it comes back from your board edge. But only like Hormagaunts and Termagants and stuff like that. But Tyranids are in a very similar place to Orcs, where I would go through every single line and change the points on every single thing, because your internal balance has been so static for so long that every single one, what I would do is every single one of these would either be red or green. Every single one. Barb Gaunts, green. Biovores, green. Broodlord, green. Carnifexes, green. Deathleaper, green. Exocrine. You can't have your fun with Exocrine. He can go red. Gargoyles, green. Gene Stealers, green, and a detachment that makes them battle line. Harpy, like halve its points. Horror Specs, 100 points. Hive Crone. In fact, let's just go through, yeah. Barb Gaunts, take them down. They're 5.5 points per model now. 4 points per model. Biovores, 40 points. Broodlord, 70 points. Carnifex is 70 points. Deathleaper, 70 points. Exocrine, 150. Gargoyles, 75. And can go up to squads of 30. Gene Stealers, 70. Is that enough? 65. Harpy, 100. Horror Specs, 100. Hive Crone, 100. Hive Guard, not seen you guys in ages, 75. Hive Tyrant, 180. Hormagaunts, 55. Hive Adapted Raveners, not no. See, I don't take you guys. 150. Lictor, 50. Maliceptor, people take the Maliceptor. 180. Morlock, 100. Euclid Spores, 10. 20. I don't know. Neurogods, 30 points. Neurolictor, 50. No, everyone takes Neurolictor. He can go up to 80. Neurotyrant, 100. Norn Assimilator, whichever one's the shit version. So there's one good Norn and one bad Norn. The good Norn I'd put up by 20 points. The bad Norn I'd bring down by like 40. Old One Eye, 120. Parasite Mortrex, never see anyone take him, 60. Sagaphage, 80. Pyrovores, 30. Raveners, 100. River Swarms, 20, 50, 15. Screamer Killer, fucking bring that bad boy down to like 100 points. I don't give a fuck. No one takes him, and he should be taken. He's a poster child of the edition for Tyranids. Spore Mines, 30. Spore Assist, don't even know what it does. Termagants, 50. Tervigun, 130. Swarmlord, like he's so expensive, the Swarmlord, like 175. Toxicrene, that one with all the fucking tentacles? I don't see anyone run him. 100. Trigon, 100. Tyraniprone Lash Whip, free with each warrior squad with ranged weapons or bioweapons. Okay, I'm being a bit facetious, but I'd give all of this points cut so that he ended up basically being a free upgrade from where these warrior squads are like now, kind of thing. Roughly. Maybe like 50 points. 50 points or 40 points and bring these guys down to like 20 points per model. Tranocite, I don't even know. Tranofex, he's too good. He's going up to like 220. If not like higher. Tyrant Guard, you never see anyone take Tyrant Guard and a Hive Tyrant. Like 20 points per model. Venomthropes, 20 points per models. Von Van Leapers, 20 points per model. Wing Turned Prime, 50 points. Zonothropes, you see people take those. They can go up by like 20, 30, 40 points. Yeah. There you go. That's what I would do to your Tyranids. I'll do the same for the Orcs. I actually just sort of brushed past the Orcs, but I'm going to do the same for the Orcs. What would I give the Orcs? Battle Wagon, you don't see... You see, no one takes the... Well, you maybe like... People do take like one. I'd leave you at... I said everything would change. 150. Beast Snagger Boys. Apparently people take Beast Snaggers, so I'd put them up to like 110. Beast Boss, he can go up. Let's say 90. Beast Boss and Squigosaur, you've had his meta. He can be 130. Big Mech, I don't see anyone take a Big Mech. 50. Big Mech and Mega Armor, 70. Big Mech Shock Attack Gun, 60. Big Head Boss Bunker, no one ever takes it, so like 75. Blitzer Bomber, let's just make all the flyers like down 25 points. Boomdagger Snaz Wagon, 60 points. Snickerot, you see people take him, so I'm going to say like 90 for him. Boys, as I said, I put you down to 6 points per model and let you take squads of 30. So basically what you pay for 20 boys now, you're going to get 30 boys. Breaker Boys, I don't foresee anyone take them. So 120. Even then, that seems expensive. 20 points for Orc Boy, but yeah. Burner Boys, like fucking 40 and 80. Burner Bomber, already covered. Dakar Jet, already covered. Death Dread, I never see anyone take it, 90. Death Killer Wartrike, 60. Death Copters, 60. Flash Kits, you see people take Flash Kits. I'm going to say 100. And then, obviously, anytime I say this, by the way, like if I said 100 there, assume that means that's 200. Gazgul Thraka, everyone takes him. Back up to 250, 260 with him. Gorkanaut, down 35 points. Gretchen? People already take him. I'm not going to give them any buffs. Hunter Rig. People already take that. That can go up to 160. Kill Rig, 170. Killer Cans, 35 points per model. Commandos, I'd let you take squads of 5 because you fucking want your little 5-man squads for doing actions and shit. I know what you guys want. And I'd make them 10 points per model. Booster Blaster, 20. Looters are so shite, I'd make them like 7 points per model. Yeah, not 10. Mega Knobs, fucking people love Mega Knobs, but you've already had a Mega Knob meta, so I can't give you those. Mega Knobs would have to go up like 5 points per model, just because you've already had your Mega Knob meta. You're not getting it back. Megatruck Scrapjet, 60. Mech, 30. Mech Guns, 30 a pop. Morkanaut, 250. Mozrog, I fucking hate that cunt. He's going up to 200 just because I hate him. Knobs, you've already had your fun with the knobs. They're going up to 150. Something ridiculous. Pain Boss, down. 60. Pain Boy, 60. Rocket Duck Squig Buggy, 70. Shockdrill Dragster, 50. Squiggo Boys, I fucking hate them, up to 200. Yeah, big up them. Stomper! Whatever the most expensive Baneblade variant, you can have that on the Stomper, but maybe like plus 100 points. Storm Boys, 20-man squads. And then leave the points where they are. Tank Busters, they seem way too expensive. I'm going to say 100. Truck, I don't give a fuck. You're getting 50-point trucks. I know you already had a truck better. You're getting 50-point trucks back, man. What the fuck was that putting them up to 70? War Bikers are dirt cheap. Fucking like 15 points per model. War Boss, you see a lot of regular War Bosses. I'm putting them up to 100. War Boss in Mega Armor, I'm bringing him. I'm gonna have a War Boss cost more just because you've already used War Boss all the time. Your War Boss in Mega Armor is gonna go down to 75. Your War Boss, your regular War Boss is going up. Weird Boy, 60. Word Boy, he's a fucking beast snagger one, so you're going to 80 because he's a cunt. Yeah, there you go. Zog, Grod, Wart Snagger. You've already had his meta, so he can go up to like 100, just token, like points increase. There you go. All right. You're nerfing these that make the green tide work. I don't give a fuck. No, I'm not. You telling me 30 boys for 180 points is gonna make them shit? I don't give a nah. I'm making boys good. Pain boys are gonna be good. Pain boys are gonna be good. And weird boys are going to be good. That's what's going to make the green tide great again. Tyranny's already covered. World Eaters. You're getting Thousand Suns Emperor Children treatment. You don't have enough data sheets. There's nothing I can do you haven't already done yourself. You've already had you've had like the fucking Berserker meta. You've had the 8-bound meta. What you need is more data sheets. Yeah. Yeah. And that's it. There you go. Boom. That would be... Now, remember, the aim would not be to necessarily make the game particularly balanced. The aim would be to give everyone a new meta that would make something interesting for the next 3 to 6 months. Yeah. There you go. That's what I would do. That's what I would do. I would go... The goal would be that everything that you use now, you wouldn't want... You'd want to do the opposite. Sam Garner. Nerf units because they are popular, because they're the only ones that work. Well, Sam Garner, the whole point is that they're the only ones that work right now. So I'd give you massive points cuts to make other things more interesting. The idea... If you're saying that, oh, you shouldn't nerf those things. Those are the things that work right now. I'm doing my job correctly. Because the whole point, for those of you that are coming in halfway through this whole bit, is not to make the game balanced. The whole point is to give 10th edition, what would I do for a blowout datasheet? What would I do to have 10th edition go out with a bang and not a whimper? That's what I would do. I would go through and I would purposefully, systematically make it so that, like, there would be loads of new things that you would be incentivized to try out. And I wouldn't care that people be like, oh, you're just doing it at the end of the edition to try and, like, make people buy shit. I would literally do an article saying, I know that's what you... I would do a Warhammer community article saying, I know that's what you guys are going to accuse me of. I've not done it for those purposes. I have literally done it to give you guys a bang, to give you guys something interesting to go out with. And if you don't want to engage with it, then guess what? Like, you can have GW's shitty balanced data slate, and you can sit there using the shit you were going to use anyway. But this is what I would do to make you guys have something different for the last 3 to 6 months. That's what I would have done. So long story short, going through it, I would have made Adeptus Sororitas have like a Repentia / Penitent meta. Custodes, personally, I would have tried them out as Imperial Agents. I'd make them Imperial Agents. Not the whole thing, but I'd allow you to take Guard as Imperial Agents. And then chat said they wanted a Sister Silence meta. I wouldn't do that. I'd do a make Dreadnoughts buff things meta. Adeptus Mechanicus, I'd make Dragoons and Electro Priests and big robots better. I mean the Taser Dragoons. Eldari, I'd want a Guardian and Jetbike meta. Guard, I'd want a Krieg meta. Black Templars, I'd want a Black Tide. Blood Angels, I think, are pretty good. But if you wanted something, I'd give you a Death Company meta. Chaos Demons, I'd give you I'd basically kill Monster Mash and have Mini Demon meta. Chaos Knights, I'd just make you sit out for the next 6 months, because Knights make the meta worse, and I'm sorry. Because the moment Knights get buffs, everyone has the spec to kill Knights. So I have to be like, I'm sorry, but you guys don't get to play. I'm sorry. Chaos Space Marines, you guys are pretty happy where you are. Like I said, I just let the Red Corsairs. I wouldn't have killed the Red Corsairs debate. Dark Angels, I'd make Deathwing Terminators on their own great. I don't want it to make Deathwing Knight spam a thing again. And I'd have a Ravenwing meta. I like Belial. I'd basically kill the Lion points wise, and then like rework Belial and regular Deathwing Terminators, and have like a standard Deathwing meta and a Ravenwing meta. Death Guard, Death Guard, I've already got a lot of options, but I'd probably like let's look at Blight Lords. That's where I'd want to go with them. Drukhari, Jetbike meta for them. Emperor's Children, just more data sheets. But I'd be guided by the Emperor's Children community on what data sheets they think they should get there, because I don't know about the faction. Jesus Occult, you're getting your 8th edition blips back, and I'm going to make Neophyte hybrid truck meta and Goliath rock grinder meta. Grey Knights, Brotherhood, Terminator, Squad meta. I'm giving you your hammers back, and you're getting better guns, so you can actually do damage. Imperial Agents, you're getting tanks. Also points cuts. Leagues of Votan, I think you guys are fairly happy with where you're at. I'd just make your Ironkin a bit cheaper, literally in real life. Necrons, Katana going in the bin, and we're going to bring out Spiders and Immortals and Lichguard and probably the Monolith and also Praetorians. Let's get some of the not very... I just give you a bunch of points buffs to use you never see anyone take, just so you guys could have an excuse to try them out. Orcs, I'd want to make a big green tide meta, but like I said, I'd basically go through change. I'd completely 180 what orcs are doing right now. Whatever's good now would get nerfed. Everything else, massive, ridiculous points cuts. Space Marines, I'd just massive discount sale on tactical marines and devastators, and I'd bring assault marines out of retirement just for 6 months. That's what I'd do. Death Ride of the Firstborn. That's what we'd go for. Razorbacks, big point cuts, all that kind of stuff. Space Wolves. I want to make you Grey Hunters great. If you didn't want that, I'd give you Bloodclaw Tide. I feel like Space Wolves like their Dreadnoughts, so maybe I'd be persuaded there as well. To Empire are fine. Just fuck off those ridiculous fucking Twin Lands ball sacks. Thousand Sons, you don't want it, but I'm giving you a Zangor meta. Tyranids, Orc treatment. Massive blowout. I would have a whole thing about how the Tyranids have massive Orc treatment, basically. Anything that's good right now is going to get nerfed. Anything that has everything, basically 90% of your data sheets would probably go down. The remaining 10%, the only ones you use, they're going up. World Eaters, you just need more data sheets. You get an Emperor Children treatment. There you are. There you go. That would be, and then, like I said, bunch of new detachments. I'd have a bunch, not only would I give points cuts, but I'd have a bunch of new detachments that would either be super generalist, like everyone's getting a Grizzled Company equivalent, or I would release a bunch of really specialist detachments, like here's a Firstborn specific detachment, because that's the Death Ride. You guys have already got Gladius, so why don't we give you a fucking Death Ride detachment for the Firstborn? Likewise, I'd like, so if you're a faction that already has a general detachment that you already plug in, like that's you're gonna get a specialist one. If you have too many specialist attachments, you're gonna get a generalist attachment. Because some factions need generalist detachments, and some factions need some specialist attachments. Yeah. Krieg Cosmic, if you fucking listen, I said you get a Krieg meta. Literally. I'd give you a massive Krieg meta. Yeah. I'd make a special Krieg detachment. That's what I'd do. Alright. So that would be Mordian's Mental Munitorum Manual. That's what I would do. And on that note, we've got some super chats here. And then we're going to wrap the stream up. So we've got just one super chat from Nick the Salamander. Do you think they intentionally left 10th edition in a poor condition so a few people go back to it like people are doing to 2nd and 4th? No. No. This is the same kind of crazy conspiracy theory that happens all the time in real life. Like I said this, I said this before on a previous live stream. I said that kind of argument smacks of that kind of argument reminds me of when this is potentially a political topic, but I'm not referring to it in a political way. Of when Russia invaded Ukraine. When Russia invaded Ukraine, and they were fucking it up. Like, they were. The whole, like, mile-long convoys, running out of fuel, all this kind of shit. And when people started saying, like, when the Russian units were clearly, like, undermanned and undertrained and all this kind of stuff, people were saying, like, oh, well, they're just holding back the good stuff. They're sending in the shit stuff first so that it like softens Ukraine up, and then they'll send the good stuff in later. And it's been 4 years now. We're all still waiting for the good stuff to turn up. The truth is, militaries don't work like that. You send your best stuff in. Quality always beats quantity. Like, the Germans didn't lose World War II because the Russians had more men than them. When the Russians had more men than them from the fucking beginning, and the Russians got absolutely butt-fucked. The reason the Russians started beating the Germans is because they started getting the quality advantage. German armies started becoming degraded. Soviet armies started learning lessons. That's why they won. It's that simple. Enemy of the Gates, all the people who charged forward died. Like, whilst that film is very unrealistic. That scene is very realistic in terms of like representing quantity versus quality. All right. So the point is, bring this back to 10th edition. GW doesn't intentionally want to make bad products. GW didn't inherently make, didn't intentionally make Heresy 3.0 dog shit. They just fucked it up. They fucked the terrain rules up. They fucked the missions up. They fucked the optics up. They just fucked it. GW doesn't want to make 10th edition shit in some weird conspiracy theory to make 11th edition look better. GW wants you to always have an excuse to spend your money with them. They want you to, no matter what, have a reason to spend money with them. If GW fucks up, it's not malice, it's incompetence. It's that simple. Like, GW fucked it with, like, the Cathay release of Old World, and they had to fix it. It's that simple. Like, Games Workshop doesn't make, like, if you're looking for reasons why the Tyrannid Prime is shit and the Twin Lands is overpowered, it's because of incompetence. Somewhere, either incompetence on the Tyrannid Prime datasheet being terrible, or incompetence on them releasing the Twin Lands with that points cost, or both. But that's it. People don't, like, companies and militaries and organizations, they don't intentionally make bad decisions to then make other ones look better. They just want to like make the best product, so you guys have to keep fucking. They just want you to spend your money with them. Now, there's all sorts of shady shit like planned obsolescence and so on and so forth. But the best thing, like, by and large, GW doesn't want you to be fucked off with 10th. So that for the last 6 months of 10th, you go and spend all your hobby money on Konflikt 47. Why would they do that? GW want you to be really, really hyped for 10th edition. So you start doing spending all your money on that. And then when the new edition comes along, you spend even more money. So you spend more money than you ever intended to spend. That's what they want you to do. So, Nick, it's not anything to do with them making 10th edition shit. It's to make 11th edition better. They just fucked it up. They just fucked it up. The worst thing they could have done is have the end of 10th be shit. And that's what they've done. Because all it does is make people nervous for 11th edition. If GW releases an absolute fucking banger of 10th, it gives people confidence in them doing an absolute banger for 11th. If GW fucks the end of 10th, it makes people worried. Do they still have what it takes to make a good game? And it makes people worried for 11th. What the number one reaction that I've seen, from this balanced data slate has been disappointment. And the number one kind of comments that I've seen is, fuck this, I'm going to X game system. Some people have said Konflikt, some people have said bot action, some people have said old world. The number one reaction in the comment section, there's obviously lots of different reactions, but like the number one trend has been, fuck this, I'm going to X. So yeah, it's a good question, Nick. And I'm not lambasting you personally in any way, shape, or form. I appreciate you asking the question because it gives me the opportunity to address it. Yeah, and to sort of tackle the myth head on. Yeah. How do we go to Twitter? Sorry. Anyway. Yeah. Grade 2 Glory, your idea is far compared to what they did. Tipping the entire meta top to bottom gets everyone engaged, then drop 11th on them. I mean, bro, dude, I appreciate you saying that. I mean, if I had my way, not only would I have made all those points changes, but I might have been tempted to bring in percentage-based army list building as well. So, like, old world. But that would require, like, maybe it would just simply be you have to take 25% of your list as battle line. Maybe that'd be the only thing it would be. But that's probably what I would do. Because you couldn't really do it any other way in 10th, because things haven't got enough labels and whatnot. But yeah, I'd probably be like 25%, minimum 25% battle line. But if people didn't want that, I'd just do what I did, which is fucking all the points around. Yeah. But yeah, like, think of it this way. What would you rather have had? Like, honestly, what would you have rather have had? The data slate you got, or the Mad Mordian one? That's the question you have to ask yourself. Even if you disagree with a lot of the things that I propose, the question you have to ask yourself is, which one would you have rather have got for the last 3 months? Like, I'm not even saying 6 months. The last 3 months of the edition, which one would you rather have got? Which one would have made you be tempted to come back to the game if you'd left it, or reinvigorate you if you're in the game? If we made, you know, that's the question. And only you know the answer. And on that note, we're going to wrap this bad boy up. Thank you so much to everyone who's joined. It's gone on a bit later, this one, than expected. Let me just close a few tabs here. But yeah, guys, on that note, thank you so much for watching today's stream. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Thank you to everyone who joined and who liked and who subscribed. And thank you to everyone who went above and beyond the Call of Duty, coming in with all the super chats, all the member flex. That was amazing. And we had some big support coming tonight. We had Fun Jacob with 50 gifted memberships, and we had Glenn Lee with the Death Strike chat as well. Absolute giga chads. Big 07s to both of those guys, and every single one of you guys who has supported the stream tonight is an absolute giga chat. But thank you to everyone who joined, who lurked, who chatted away. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Tomorrow's stream is probably a hobby stream, unless there's some big news. I don't think there will be, but if there is, there you go. And I'll probably be painting some Banzai boys. So there we are. All right. With all of that said, thank you for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed today's stream. And of course, as always, I'll see you guys next time.